Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Treacherous Traitor by Ellery Adams. Narrated by Andy Arndt. Prologue. Hamburg, Germany, April 1937. Leo Kurtzer averted his eyes from the flags along the boulevard. The swastikas seemed to be multiplying every day, as were the brown-shirted hoodlums and the thick-braided Führer-worshipping maidens he passed on the street. Since the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, the persecution of German Jews was ramping up, and shop owners like himself were being forced to sell their businesses at bargain rates. When he arrived at his jewelry shop, he paused a moment outside the door. He had opened the store 11 years ago with his wife, Frida, and his daughters, Sophie and Anna, standing proudly by his side. It was such a happy day. It seemed impossible that this was the last time he would walk through that familiar door, and yet it was about to happen. In a few moments, he would sign away his life's dream and sell his business to his employee, Rolf. Leo tugged on the handle and the door sprung open. He meant to have the door fixed. It always stuck a little, and sadly realized it was no longer his concern. Rolf was waiting with his lawyer, a stiff-necked man with a bulbous nose who regarded Leo with contempt. The process of signing the papers commenced with few words and little flourish. Still, Leo took his time, writing his name carefully. He would do everything properly, right up to the end. The lawyer was businesslike, and once the papers were signed, he packed them into his lawyer's briefcase, nodded to Rolf, and, ignoring Leo, left the shop. Just like that, Leo thought. My life work is over, and I am adrift. He looked at Rolf, who was silently watching him with a deep sadness in his eyes. As broken-hearted as Leo was to part with his store, it lightened his mood a little to know it would remain in Rolf's good hands. Rolf had been with him from the beginning. He was a young man with potential who had grown into an expert jeweler under his tutelage, and over the years the two men had become more than employer and employee. Rolf and Leo, Christian and Jew, had become friends. Realizing this might be the last time they ever saw one another, Leo knew if he delayed another moment, he would weep. "Well, that was harder than it looked," Leo said, putting on his hat. "Please, wait a moment," Rolf said. "Before you go, come to the workshop. I have something for you." Leo reluctantly followed him to the workshop at the back of the store. How he would miss his workshop. The tools, the jewels, watches and clocks, artistic designs, so much work left unfinished. It broke his heart to be surrounded by everything he loved, knowing he would never see this place again. He wanted to bolt for the door and run down the street, past those hideous flags, and all the way home to Frida and the girls, who were waiting for him. Instead, he watched Rolf reach beneath a workbench and pull out a small box. "This is for you and your family," Rolf said. Leo opened the box and was surprised to see a diamond tiara nestled inside. "Is this the tiara you are designing for Herr Professor Berger?" Leo asked. For many weeks, Rolf had worked closely with Josef Berger, a professor at the University of Hamburg, to create a wedding tiara for his daughter Sarah. "Yes, and you must take it with you," Rolf said. "Why?" Leo asked. "Am I to give it to Frida to wear?" He was making a joke, of course, but Rolf wasn't laughing. His face was deadly serious. "Frau Richter, the Herr Professor's neighbor, told me he was fired from his position at university. He has taken his family to Denmark. I want you to have the tiara." "I don't understand," Leo said. "Why would you give this to me?" "Because I know you are leaving Germany too," Rolf said. Leo stared at him. He hadn't even told Frida his plans. How did Rolf know? "I overheard you making arrangements on the phone," Rolf explained, as if he knew Leo was afraid to answer. "Take the tiara with you to Holland. The Herr Professor was a good man, and he would want you to have it. Sell the diamonds if you must. Re-establish yourself, far away from here." He placed his hand on Leo's arm. "You know, my friend, the writing's on the wall. Germany is being governed by evil men." Leo studied the tiara. The base was platinum, the design a floral cluster of diamonds and pearls. It was a work of beauty. "This is your finest work yet," he said. "You should sell it." Leo tried to hand it back, but Rolf clasped his hands behind his back. "Consider it a gift, Leo, for your friendship, and for this shop which you have been forced to sell. Please, take the tiara, or I will live with a heavy heart knowing I could have helped you and did nothing." Leo felt tears welling in his eyes. "How can I ever thank you?" "By sending me a postcard from Holland telling me you are safe." Rolf wrapped the tiara in cloth before storing it in the box. Then he put the box in a shopping bag and handed it to Leo. They walked in silence to the front door. There was nothing left to say but goodbye. Leo shook Rolf's hand and thought, there are still good people in Germany. But in his heart, he knew there were not enough good people to change what was coming. The winds were blowing. The swastika flags were unfurled and flying. Chapter 1. "Molly, you're flushed. Are you all right?" Kitty asked as Molly sat down across from her at Fabio's, their favorite Italian restaurant in downtown Durham. "Yes, as a matter of fact. I feel great." Molly thrust her left hand under Kitty's nose and fluttered her fingers. "I'm engaged." Kitty squealed and jumped out of her seat to give her friend a hug. "I'm so happy for you. Matt finally asked you to marry him." He's graduating soon, and he knew time was running out. As days had turned into weeks, and weeks into months, Molly had begun to wonder if Matt was ever going to ask her to marry him. Endless late-night takeout dinners and long hours at the Duke University Library made a proposal seem as likely as winning the lottery. "Is that your family heirloom ring?" Kitty asked. "Yes, it is. My mother is so happy I'm going to wear it. It belonged to my great-grandmother." Together they admired the diamond, Molly tilting her hand under the overhead lights to maximize the sparkle. Kitty sighed. "It seems like yesterday we were eating lunch in the teacher's break room, talking about boyfriends, or our lack of them," she said. The two women had met teaching at an exclusive private school, but after 8 years, Molly found she had no time for herself, or a boyfriend. She submitted articles to Collectors Weekly, and after working there part-time for extra spending money, she decided to apply when a full-time staff position for a writer became available. "Now I'm married to Lex," Kitty went on, "and you're going to marry Dr. Matt Harrison. Give me all the details. Did he propose at the Biltmore?" "Yes, he did," Molly said. They had gone to the Biltmore estate in Asheville for the weekend. In the past, Matt had made it clear he was going to surprise her when he proposed, but so many opportunities had come and gone, and Molly was tired of being disappointed. Would a romantic weekend at the Biltmore estate be considered enough of a surprise in his book? Or were they going to date forever? On the drive to Asheville, she'd wanted to scream, "Ask already!" "Matt waited until Sunday morning," Molly said. "We went for a walk in the garden before we checked out of the hotel, and he told me he had something to ask me." She laughed. "I thought he was going to tell me he'd left his wallet at home and could we charge everything on my credit card, but he got down on his knee and asked me to marry him." Kitty clapped her hands. "Matt gets an A+ for romance," she said approvingly. Her enormous light blue eyes looked off into the distance. "I remember when Lex proposed," she said dreamily. "He took me to a Carolina Hurricanes game. At intermission, they announced over the loudspeaker that he had an important question to ask his girlfriend." Molly nodded. She'd heard the story 100 times, but she indulged her friend. Kitty couldn't help herself. She was crazy about Lex. "The kiss cam turned to us, and there we were, up on the big screen for everyone to see. The crowd cheered when Lex got down on his knee. He's so romantic." "Yes, he is," Molly said to be polite. But she was thinking, Romantic if you like being proposed to in front of thousands of people in an ice-cold hockey arena. I'm so happy you got the ring and the man you wanted, Kitty said. Me too, Molly smiled, glancing again at the ring. She had dreamed of wearing it for such a long time. Will you be my maid of honor and bridesmaid, all rolled into one? It's going to be a small wedding. I'd be honored, Kitty said. Have you picked a date? October 13th. Kitty frowned. Are you sure you want to get married on an unlucky number day? I don't believe numbers are bad luck. Okay, if you say so. Kitty didn't sound convinced. You do realize that's only 6 months away. I know it's not a lot of time to put together a wedding. That's why I need your help. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, to start with, you'll need a church or someplace to have the ceremony and the reception. You'll want music, a cake, flowers, and don't forget the dress. That's the most important thing. You have to look beautiful. I want something vintage, and it can't make me look like a giant meringue, Molly said. With her size 14 body and standing 5 feet 8 inches tall, she was already self-conscious about being the center of attention in the room. Don't worry, we'll find something special and you'll look fabulous, Kitty assured her. Would you mind if I wore the dress I bought for my cousin Lynn's wedding? It was already altered when she canceled her wedding and I couldn't return it. It's chiffon blue and really lovely. I remember that dress, Molly said. You modeled it for me and looked beautiful. It will be perfect. I'm so glad you don't mind, Kitty said. It's been hanging in my closet for over a year. I wasn't sure what to do with it. I asked Swanson if I could take next week off, Molly said. Carl Swanson was her boss at Collectors Weekly. He had a truculent and moody nature, and the staff lived in fear of him. It wasn't easy to get him to agree, but he relented. She paused. I know it's a lot to ask, being last minute, but if I buy the tickets today, we can get a flight to Vermont at a pretty decent rate. Kitty's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean, flight to Vermont? You're getting married in Vermont? I told you we'd be moving there if Matt gets the residency at Fletcher Allen. But you don't know that's where he'll be going yet, do you? Well, no. So what's wrong with getting married right here in North Carolina? Kitty, even if we don't move to Vermont, Matt still wants to get married there. He spent a lot of time in the state when he was growing up. His parents took the entire family there every summer, and he absolutely loves it. That's why he wanted the residency at Fletcher Allen in the first place. Besides, it will be beautiful in the fall. It's a destination wedding. Kitty sighed. You want me to go with you to Vermont for an entire week? Her eyes slid to her cell phone on the table. I'll have to talk to Lex. Although Kitty and Lex worked together at their auction company and spent every waking moment together, when they were out of range for more than an hour, a phone call had to be placed to touch base. It drove Molly crazy. I've already cleared it with Lex, Molly said. My mother is going to fill in for you. You don't have to worry about a thing. You talked to Lex? Kitty looked incredulous. You told him you were getting married before you told me? Your best friend? I wanted to make sure a week away wouldn't be a problem. You know what? I don't think you need my help planning your wedding. Kitty looked hurt. You're pretty good at doing things all on your own. Molly reached out and took her hand. Please don't be mad at me. I know you and Lex are 2 peas in a pod, and I was afraid if I didn't clear it with him first, you wouldn't come with me. Kitty's face softened. I'm not mad you talked to Lex, she said. I'm just surprised and a little disappointed you don't want to get married here, in Durham, among all your friends. Matt and I aren't kids anymore. We're both in our 30s, and we're well past caring about the grand ceremony and glitzy reception. We want to keep everything small and simple. Okay, I get that, Kitty said. But I wish Matt hadn't gone back to med school. I wish he'd stayed at Collectors Weekly, then you'd never have to leave. He wasn't happy being a marketing director, Molly said. His dream to go to medical school got interrupted in his youth, and now he's back on track. Don't be upset with him for pursuing his passion. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm being your silly, selfish friend. Kitty grinned. So, where are we staying in Vermont? It better be someplace nice. I've booked 2 rooms at the Hotel Vermont in downtown Burlington. It's right near the boardwalk, Lake Champlain, and Church Street Marketplace, which is a pedestrian brick-lined street with loads of shops and restaurants. Good! I love to shop. But are you sure Clara doesn't want to go? You know your mother will want to help you. She's happy to stay here and help out. Molly knew what Kitty was doing. She was already trying to get out of leaving Lex. She doesn't mind putting in the extra hours. Molly's mother, Clara Appleby, once owned a thriving antique shop but didn't like being tied down to retail hours. After closing her shop, she started working part-time at Lex's new auction gallery. When Lex found he couldn't survive without her, he asked Clara to become a silent partner. Kitty was well aware of Clara's abilities. She had no excuse to back out. A waitress suddenly appeared at their table, startling them both. "You ready to order?" She shuffled her feet like a runner at a starting gate, ready to bolt to the next table if they didn't answer immediately. "I'll have the Roman Conquest pizza," Molly said. She didn't need to look at the menu. She always ordered the Roman Conquest pizza at Fabio's. It was a thin-crust pizza with caramelized onions, red peppers, feta and mozzarella cheese, and dried figs, a house specialty that made her mouth water just thinking about it. "And sweet tea," she said. The waitress nodded, hands on hips. Molly noticed she didn't write the order down on a pad. She hoped she would remember it. She didn't understand why restaurants prided themselves on their waitstaff memorizing orders. Only last week, she and Matt had eaten dinner at an upscale restaurant, and their waiter had brought her the filet mignon when she'd ordered the ribeye. At least they'd gotten a free dessert thrown in for the mix-up. "I'll have sweet tea, too," Kitty said, "and a thick-crust pizza with pepperoni and meatballs and extra cheese." Kitty was tall and stick-thin, and no matter how much food she consumed, she never seemed to gain an ounce. The complete opposite of Molly, who swore she could gain weight just by looking at food. As soon as the waitress ran off, Molly said, "Look, I'm sorry I threw the trip at you without any warning. I know spending a week away from Lex is a lot to ask." "I'll be fine, chicken." Molly was relieved to hear Kitty call her by her nickname. It was a good sign she was forgiven. "Actually, I'm excited about going to Vermont. We'll find a gorgeous vintage gown and make all the arrangements and get everything settled. You just have to promise one thing." "Sure, whatever you want." Molly was so happy Kitty was going with her, she was ready to promise her anything. "Please don't get involved in another murder while we're there." Molly sat back in her chair. "It was never my intention to get involved in a murder investigation. It just happened." "It happened twice." Molly clamped her mouth shut. She wanted to say, actually, it happened 3 times. Kitty knew about the murders in Richmond and Nashville, but Molly had told only her mother about the murder she'd solved in their own backyard. "I know you're very brave," Kitty said, "but I'm not brave. I'm a wimp, and I don't want anything to do with murder or police or anything that's going to give me nightmares. You have to promise." "Promise not to get involved in another murder?" Molly smiled. "Sure, I'll promise if it makes you feel better. The odds are low it will happen again, so stop worrying. We're going to have a perfectly good time." Chapter 2. While Molly and Kitty were eating lunch at Fabio's, Lindsay Emerson was at home, over 700 miles away in Newburyport, Massachusetts, sitting in front of her computer screen. She glanced at the framed photograph of her fiancé, Keith, on the corner of the desk, and picked up her cell to call him. Her finger hovered over the speed dial. What was she going to say? "Honey, there's been a change of plans?" She dropped the phone on the desk as if it was hot. She wasn't going to ruin his dream of getting married in Vermont. Through the open door, she heard her mother's electric wheelchair roll across the kitchen floor. Lindsay got up and quietly closed the door, walked back to her desk, and sank wearily into her chair. A cool breeze stirred the curtains at the window. It felt good to have fresh air after the long, hard winter, but it was a little cold. She closed the window, ran her fingers through her long blonde hair, and glared at the image on the screen. "I will not cry," she told the image. "Not over you. Not ever." Still, her eyes filled with tears. The image of the man on her screen had nothing to say. He stared back at Lindsay, mute. He was older than the pictures she'd seen in her mother's photo album, but she recognized those dark eyes, the square jaw. Only his hair was different. It was shorter and flecked with gray. He was no longer a young man relegated to a dusty photo album. Alec Portman was the owner of Portman Photography in Burlington, Vermont. "Don't have the traditional wedding. Come to Vermont and let Portman Photography ensure your special day is full of spontaneity and moments that matter. Call for a free estimate." Lindsay wondered what the good people of Burlington would say if they knew the truth about her father. She gritted her teeth. She was only a baby when he'd left them and had no memory of the man. Yet there he was, in Burlington, where she was going to get married next year. How was this possible? Her mother had told her he lived in Chicago. Lindsay stared at the picture so long her eyes stung. She wanted to slap that ridiculous smile off his face. She glanced again at her phone, but made no move to pick it up. If she told Keith about her father, he would leave the decision of where to have the wedding up to her. A knock on the door startled Lindsay. "Honey, lunch is ready," her mother said. Lindsay slammed her laptop screen down so hard her computer almost fell off the desk. She grabbed it, took a deep breath, and opened the door, smiling down at her mother as if nothing was wrong. But inside her head she was screaming, "I found him. I found him. I found him. I didn't mean to, but I found the bastard who put you in that chair." Instead, she followed her mother to the kitchen, where they ate lunch and talked about their upcoming trip to Vermont to plan her wedding. Chapter 3. A week later, on a cool April evening, Molly and Kitty checked into the Hotel Vermont in Burlington. To the right of the entrance was a sitting area with a fireplace. To the left was the front desk. A woman in her 30s with short platinum hair and rimless eyeglasses greeted them. Her name tag said Caitlin. "Welcome to the Hotel Vermont," Caitlin said. "Molly Appleby and Kitty Lewis checking in," Molly said, stifling a yawn. It was nearly 10 o'clock and they were both tired, but to her relief, the check-in went quickly. Caitlin handed them each a room key and gave Molly tickets for free parking in the garage next door. After parking the rental car, they wheeled their suitcases through a side door to the lobby and took the elevator to the second floor, where they parted ways. Before unpacking her bags, Molly took a moment to admire her surroundings. The room was comfortable, with soft lighting and rustic wood-tone finishes, sliding opaque glass doors for the closet and bathroom, and streamlined modern furniture. Pleased she had made the right decision in choosing a hotel, Molly put her toothbrush and makeup in the bathroom, dressed in her pajamas, and climbed beneath a soft white comforter. She fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. The windows in the room were tall, with double shades for energy efficiency as well as blocking out morning sunlight. Molly had been so tired the night before she hadn't thought to shut them, and as the first light of day streamed into the room the next morning, it woke her. Rolling over, she glanced at the bedside clock. 7:15. She got out of bed, stretched, and walked to the window. The sky was a clear blue without a hint of smog or humidity. Her room overlooked Cherry Street, and it was quiet on a Sunday morning. The only person she saw was an elderly man walking a small black and tan dachshund on a leash. They were leaving the senior living apartments across the street, and she watched them make their way toward Battery Park and Lake Champlain just a block away. After taking her shower, Molly brushed her shoulder-length brown hair and changed into khaki pants, a long-sleeved white cotton shirt, and a zippered light blue jacket. Before leaving the room, she grabbed her vintage Chanel handbag and a map and guidebook of the city. The handbag was a Christmas present from Matt. Most women would have been thrilled to receive it, But Molly had questioned him like a cop grilling a suspect, demanding to know why he'd bought her such an extravagant gift. Did he expect her to change when she became a doctor's wife? Would she have to start wearing designer clothes and driving fancy cars? No, no, no. I thought it was prettier than that knockoff Kate Spade bag you've been hauling around forever. Consider it a thank you for all the sacrifices you've made for me while I've been in school. She wasn't sure she believed him, but he knew what he was getting. Molly, unlike her mother, who was always impeccably dressed and coiffed, cared little for fashion, and she wasn't about to change. She did have to admit, if only to herself and never aloud, she absolutely adored the beautiful Chanel bag. Stepping off the elevator, Molly walked up a short staircase to Juniper, the hotel's restaurant overlooking the lobby. It was busy on a Sunday morning, and the hostess told her it would be a 20-minute wait, as all the tables were occupied. Molly noticed a woman in a wheelchair sitting alone at one of the tables. When the woman saw Molly, she waved in her direction. Molly was confused. Was the woman waving at her? She turned around to see if the woman was waving to someone else, but when she looked back, the woman gestured again, waving for Molly to join her. She walked over tentatively. "Are you trying to get my attention?" Molly asked. "Yes, I am," the woman said. "I recognize you. You're Molly Appleby. You write for Collectors Weekly." Molly was surprised and flattered. Someone had actually recognized her, in the Northeast, no less. "Are you a subscriber?" "Oh, yes, I'm a big fan. I love your articles. They're always so informative and entertaining." She put her hand out. "Violet Emerson. Would you care to join me? My daughter is late, and I'm feeling a little guilty sitting here by myself while people are waiting for a table." "I'd love to, but I have a friend joining me. Kitty's late, too." "There's room for 4, Violet pointed out. Molly thanked her and sat down. "So you write for Collectors Weekly. Do you live in Vermont? I don't know why, but I assumed you lived in North Carolina." "Actually, I do live in North Carolina, but that could change. My fiancé, Matt, applied for a residency at Fletcher Allen. It's possible we could be moving here. I'm still plotting how to approach my boss about working remotely." "Perhaps you can convince him," Violet said. "New England is an antique mecca." "One I hope he'll want me to explore," Molly said. The problem was, she knew she'd have to plan that conversation with Swanson carefully if she didn't want to risk his explosive temper and flat-out rejection of the idea. "Lindsay and I are from Newburyport, Massachusetts," Violet said. "We've been here since Friday. She's getting married next year in the spring, and we're planning her wedding." "I'm here for the same reason, but we're getting married in October." "How lovely! Congratulations!" Violet looked at her and smiled. "You seem quite relaxed for someone whose wedding is in 6 months." "The truth is, I'm a nervous wreck. There's so much to do, and I'm beginning to think we should postpone it." No, you'll be fine. Just be sure to choose your dress as soon as possible. With alterations, it can easily take 6 months for it to be ready." "I'd love to find a vintage gown." "Of course you would. You write about antiques." Violet laughed, tossing her head. She appeared to be in her mid-40s and had sandy-colored hair and large green eyes. She wore tan slacks and a pink sweater set, as well as a chunky gold necklace that looked too heavy for her thin neck. "My dream is to be able to step right into the gown," Molly said. "I'd rather not have to do any alterations, but with my size being what it is, I know that's not realistic." The waitress appeared with coffee. Molly ordered eggs Benedict, smoked ham, and steamed kale. Violet chose the grass-fed corned beef, beets, potatoes, 2 eggs, and toast. After the waitress left, Molly asked, "Has Lindsay already bought her dress?" "No, and we spent all day yesterday at a bridal salon, which just about wore me out. She must have tried on 20 dresses and didn't like any of them. She's determined to wear an off-the-shoulder style, but with her pale skin and blonde hair, it makes her look like a ghost. I'm trying to convince her to look at something with a sleeve to break up the visual line." "What bridal shop did you go to? Is it someplace I should check out? Violet frowned. It was very nice, but it's in Keene, New Hampshire. She stirred cream into her coffee. Lindsay insisted we go to Keene. It took us over 2 hours to get there. She wants to go back today, but to another salon. She shook her head. I don't know what's gotten into her. I told her Burlington has some very nice bridal shops, and I thought that was the plan, to go local. Instead, we're driving all over the place. There's a salon a few blocks from here called the Princess Bridal that looks nice. I'll check it out, thanks, Molly said. She glanced at the hostess station to see if Kitty had arrived. She was nowhere in sight. I know Lindsay loves Keith, and he adores her, Violet said quietly. I don't think either of them are having doubts about getting married, but for the past week Lindsay's been so anxious. I'm beginning to worry something's wrong. Maybe it's pre-wedding jitters. I've read it's very common. Even though I've only been engaged a week, I'm already having symptoms. Well, I hope if something is bothering her, she'll tell me about it. She's my only child. Molly thought of her relationship with her own mother. As an only child herself, they had always been close. If she had any reservations about marrying Matt, she wouldn't hesitate to tell her mother, knowing she would support whatever decision she made. How long have you been a subscriber to Collectors Weekly? Molly asked. Oh, my, so long I've lost count of the years, Violet said. She leaned toward her. Those articles you wrote about the murders in Richmond and Nashville were fascinating. If you want my opinion, I think you should be working for one of the top newspapers in the country. You're an excellent investigative reporter. Thank you, Molly said, feeling herself flush. I was supposed to be writing about the antique shows and interviewing dealers. I never expected to get caught up in a police investigation. At least my boss didn't complain when sales took off. She sipped her coffee. Are you a collector? More of an appreciator. I have some lovely antique furniture my parents gave me over the years. They're the real collectors in the family. When I was young, they bought a dilapidated 18th century farmhouse to renovate and fill with antiques. They had so much fun doing it that when my father retired, they bought a townhouse in Boston and gutted the place. That's where they live now. I was fortunate to grow up among so many beautiful pieces. She looked over Molly's shoulder. Oh, good, Lindsay's here. Molly turned in her chair. A young woman in her early 20s walked over to them. She had green eyes like her mother and the same high cheekbones. Lindsay, this is Molly Appleby, Violet said. She writes for Collectors Weekly. Nice to meet you. Lindsay sat down at the table. Personally, she said, unfolding her napkin, I'm not really into antiques. I mean, I don't get what all the fuss is about. My grandmother is always on the lookout for porcelain and glass dishes, and my grandfather goes gaga over any kind of old fishing gear. She held her empty coffee cup up and flagged the waitress with it. The last time I visited, they told me they might have to move because their house is too small. She rolled her eyes. They want to buy more old furniture. The waitress came over with a carafe and filled Lindsay's cup. She also took her order of whole grain oatmeal, spiced milk, and maple syrup. Lindsay looked at Molly when the waitress left. Are my grandparents crazy? No, they're saviors, Molly said. Without collectors like them, a lot of antiques would be tossed out in the trash, and that would be a shame. Antique dishes and plates, furniture, even fishing gear all have a history. If they could talk, they'd have stories to tell. You sound just like them. My grandmother has this beautiful buffet in her dining room and told me she had to buy it to protect it. The thing had been in a frat house for years and was a mess. Lindsay laughed. I suppose it could tell some hair-raising stories. Preservation is so important, Molly said. That buffet will be around long after we're all gone. Wow, you really do take your job seriously. I suppose I do, Molly said. What are you doing here, anyway? Lindsay leaned back in her chair. And why are we having breakfast with you? Molly laughed. She liked Lindsay's bluntness. Your mother recognized me from the magazine and invited me to join you, she said. I'm here to plan my wedding, too, but I'm getting married in October." "Ah, another wedding planner," Lindsay said. "So little time, so much to do." The waitress returned with Molly's and Violet's breakfasts. "Your mother told me you drove to Keene yesterday to look at dresses," Molly said, cutting into her eggs Benedict. They were cooked exactly the way she liked it, with just the right amount of runny yolk. "Is there something I should know? Why aren't you looking for a dress in Burlington?" Lindsay glanced at her mother. Violet had turned her attention to her food, but from the way she was leaning toward her daughter, Molly knew she wanted to hear her answer. "I thought, well, maybe it would be a good idea to try." Lindsay's voice trailed away. For a girl who had been so chatty a moment ago, she suddenly had nothing to say. Violet set her knife and fork down. "Lindsay, I do wish you'd tell me what's troubling you. If you've changed your mind about getting married in Vermont, I'm sure Keith will understand." She paused. "Or is it more than locale that's worrying you? Are you sure you want to get married? Because no one is forcing you." Lindsay ran a hand through her long hair. "No, it's not that, Mom. I love Keith and can't wait to marry him. The truth is—" She took a deep breath and let it out. "I wasn't going to tell you, but I see now it's stupid not to. The truth is, I found out, completely by accident, that my father is living in Burlington. He doesn't live in Chicago." Violet's face paled. "He's got a photography studio on Main Street called Portman Photography. That's why I didn't want to walk around Burlington yesterday looking at dresses. I don't want to bump into him." Violet was very still. "Are you sure it's Alec?" "Absolutely. I recognized him right away. He looks older than your photographs, but it's definitely him." Violet turned to Molly. "Alec Portman is my ex-husband," she explained. "He left me when Lindsay was a baby." "It's his fault my mother's in a wheelchair," Lindsay said. "I'm sorry to hear that," Molly said. "Was it an accident?" "Of a sort." Violet leaned back in her chair. "Alec came home late from work, very drunk. We got into another fight about his drinking. He stormed out the door and I followed, begging him not to drive. When I tried to grab the car keys, he shoved me to the ground. Then he got behind the wheel and almost ran me down." Lindsay snorted. "He didn't almost run you down, Mom. He got in his car and ran over you." She turned to Molly. "He broke her spine and went to jail for a lousy 90 days, and my mother's been imprisoned in a wheelchair for life." "What happened to him after he got out of jail?" Molly asked. "He went back to Chicago and moved in with his mother," Violet said. "She was worried about him and called me. She told me he was hanging around with his old high school gang, who were nothing more than a bunch of drug addicts and crooks, and she gave him an ultimatum. If he didn't get a job and clean up his act, she was kicking him out. Fortunately, her brother, Henry, opened a jewelry store and gave him a job. A few years later, she told me Alec was doing well at the store. He'd become a certified gemologist and was designing jewelry." "Did you ever talk to him?" "No, his mother told me Alec wouldn't even look at the photographs I sent of Lindsay, so I didn't see the point. After she died, I lost track of him altogether. I assumed he was still in Chicago working at the jewelry store." "He pretended we didn't exist," Lindsay said bitterly. "That's why he didn't want to look at the photos or talk to Mom." "Maybe he felt guilty," Molly suggested. "He couldn't face what he'd done to both of you." "I doubt it," Lindsay said. "That would be so out of character." "Lindsay, that's quite enough," Violet said. "No, Mom, it's not," Lindsay countered. She turned to Molly. "Let me tell you about my father. After high school, he joined the Army, but they kicked him out for starting a bar fight. Next, he moved to Massachusetts and got a job waiting tables at the Marblehead Yacht Club. He was on the hunt for a rich wife, and he targeted my mother." She looked at Violet. "You know it's true, Mom, so don't defend him." "I won't even try. I can only defend my younger self," Violet said. "It wasn't hard to fall for Alec. He was young and handsome, and I was young and rebellious. A dangerous mix. They eloped and got pregnant right away, Lindsay said. My grandparents were so mad, they held up Mom's trust money and wrote her out of their will. What a shock to my father. He thought he was going to be rich. Molly was fascinated. It was a real-life soap opera. Did your parents really write you out of their will? She asked Violet. I didn't know it at the time, but it was all a ruse, Violet said. My father pegged Alec as an opportunist right from the start. He thought he had to teach me a lesson, and hoped I would understand what I had gotten myself into. Unfortunately, all it did was make Alec angry and give him an excuse to drink. Of course, they had no idea it would lead to this. She swept her hands over her legs. Lindsay said, You should see the photo of him on his website. He hasn't changed very much. He still looks like a snake oil salesman. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. He's ruined my wedding. I can't get married here. This trip was a big mistake. Violet patted her hand. Honey, I'm sorry you found out your father's here, but don't cancel your plans. I doubt we'll run into him. This isn't Boston, Mom. It's a small town. He could be around the next corner. Well, if it happens, we'll deal with it at that time, Violet said calmly. Meanwhile, you need to put him out of your mind. Lindsay turned to Molly. Sorry to drag you into this. Bet you didn't expect all this drama when you sat down. Do you agree with my mother? Should I put him out of my mind? Molly wiped her mouth with her napkin. Breakfast had vanished, and still no Kitty. I agree with your mother, she said. Your father is part of your past, but he's not your present or your future. Live your life. Chapter 4. By the time Kitty walked into the dining room, Violet and Lindsay had finished breakfast and left. Molly was on her third cup of coffee. Sorry, I overslept, Kitty apologized. Blame it on the bed. It's far too comfortable. I recommend the Eggs Benedict, Molly said. She went on to describe meeting Violet and Lindsay until Kitty's breakfast arrived. While Kitty ate her eggs, Molly consulted her map and guidebook. Violet told me there's a bridal shop in town called the Princess Bridal. She checked the index and found it on the map. It's right on Main Street and an easy walk from here. I'm sorry I missed meeting Violet and Lindsay. I wonder how her ex has lived with himself all these years. What a creep, running her down and leaving her to raise their baby? I would never do that to someone. Of course you wouldn't, Molly said. You are too kind and honest. Thank you, Kitty smiled. She wiped her mouth and put her napkin on the table. That was a delicious breakfast, and I'm ready to get started. Let's do some wedding planning. They walked outside into the bright sunshine. Molly gulped in the crisp, fresh air. I feel like an air junkie, she said, and laughed. Let's walk to the lake. We'll take the scenic route to Main Street. They crossed Battery Street and strolled along a tree-lined sidewalk to the boardwalk, where they stopped to take in the view of the lake. The breeze off the water was cold, and Molly zipped up her jacket. Kitty shivered in her light sweater. I might have to buy a warmer coat, Kitty said. I can't believe how cold it is. I was already wearing t-shirts at home. From the boardwalk, it was a 10-minute walk to the Princess Bridal. A sporting goods store featuring kayaks and hiking gear was on one side. On the other side was a coffee shop. As Molly reached for the door handle, Kitty tugged her sleeve and whispered, Look across the street. Molly turned and saw the sign for Portman Photography. Good thing Lindsay and her mother didn't shop here for dresses yesterday, she said. You'll have to warn them, Kitty said. I will, but when we're done shopping. Let's go check it out. Kitty's eyebrows shot up. Are you nuts? Why would you want to do that? I'm curious to see Alec Portman in person. Aren't you a little curious about the man? No. I mean, I don't know. Maybe just a little bit, Kitty hedged. You know you are, Molly said. Admit it. Kitty frowned. Don't you dare hire him, she hissed as she pushed Molly out of the way and opened the door. Molly followed Kitty into the bridal shop and stopped cold in her tracks. All she could see were endless rows of white. She felt like she'd stepped into a blizzard of gowns and had no idea where to start looking. "I'll never find a dress in here," she moaned. "Tell the salesperson you want a vintage gown," Kitty said. "That will narrow the search." A saleswoman appeared like the ghostly specter of Wallis Simpson, the woman who married the Duke of Windsor in 1937. Her hair was dark and pulled up into a tight chignon, sharpening an already elongated face, and her reed-thin body was tucked into a gray silk dress. She gave them both a quick once-over and turned her attention to Kitty. "I'm Bristol Price, the owner," she said, lifting her nose haughtily. "How may I help you?" Molly instantly felt her blood boil. Bristol had presumed Kitty was the bride, probably because she looked chic in dark trousers and a blue silk blouse under her white cashmere sweater. Molly slid the chain of her Chanel handbag forward so the bag was front and center where Bristol would have to see it. "Take that." "Actually, you can start by helping my friend," Kitty said coolly. "Molly is the bride." Molly wanted to hug her. "Yes, of course." Bristol swiveled around to Molly, plastering a fake smile on her pouty mouth. Her eyes took in the Chanel bag, but her tone was still frosty. "How may I help you?" "I'm getting married in October," Molly said, wishing they'd gone somewhere else. She didn't like Bristol Price and suspected the feeling was mutual. "I'm interested in a vintage gown. Do you have any?" Bristol's eyes danced over Molly's full figure. "I have 2 vintage gowns at the moment," she said. "I'm afraid neither will fit you." "I'd still like to see them," Molly said curtly. She wasn't going to leave until she saw those dresses, even if they were small enough to fit a Barbie doll. Bristol's mouth pursed. "As you wish." She turned on her heel and marched off, expecting them to follow, which, to Molly's annoyance, they did. "Typically," Bristol said over her shoulder, "wedding gowns are handed down in families." She came to a halt at the back of the shop and gestured at 2 lonely gowns on a metal rack. "But most wedding gowns never see a second wedding. People forget to clean and repair them, and after spending years in a dusty closet, they become fragile and unwearable. However, these 2 gowns, as you can see, are in excellent condition." Molly lifted a hanger. "This dress has potential," she said hopefully. "What do you think, Kitty?" I don't know. It's medieval style, popular in the 1970s, Kitty said. She held it up to Molly's shoulders. "It's too short, and I'm not wild about all the lace and ribbons. It's over the top and definitely not your style." "But if we did some alterations—" "I'm sorry, that's not possible," Bristol snapped. "I will not allow alterations to a vintage gown. It's a sacrilege." "That's ridiculous," Molly said. "It's a dress, not a piece of furniture." Bristol stared at her with contempt. Obviously, she wasn't used to being challenged. "This gown is exactly as it should be, no more and no less. Besides, your friend is correct, it's too short," Bristol sneered. "It's also too small." Molly reached for the other hanger. "Oh, I love the lacy look of this one. It's very pretty, but look at those tiny sleeves. I'll never get my arms into them." Bristol sniffed. "This gown is a classic 1950s style," she said. Molly wanted to ask her if she had to practice being a snob or if it just came naturally. It was times like this she wished her mother hadn't raised her to be so polite. "As you can see," Bristol went on, "the sleeves are fastened at the wrists with rouleau loops, and the skirt is cut in panels from the waist seam. It gives the dress a smooth line over the hips and a fullness at the hem." She held the material out at each end. "However, you would have to lose at least 30 pounds before you could squeeze your hips into it." Molly's mouth dropped open. The nerve of the woman. Kitty took a step forward like she was going to slug her. "I did try to warn you about the size," Bristol said. "Yes, "And you did so quite effectively," Molly said as snootily as she could. "I think I'll shop somewhere else for my wedding gown. After all, you have such a measly collection." Bristol's eyes narrowed, but she seemed to reconsider challenging Molly when Kitty's face turned a dangerous shade of red. If Bristol had been friendly and helpful, Molly thought, she might have asked to see a new gown done in the vintage style. She was so put off by the woman's rudeness. Even if she did have a dress, she wouldn't give her a dime. The Princess Bridal wasn't the only store in town. When they were back outside, Kitty stamped her foot on the sidewalk. "Oh, she made me so mad," she said. "I was afraid you were going to punch her," Molly said with a laugh. "Believe me, I wanted to. I really did." Kitty glared at the door. "I'll get her back. I'll post a bad review on Yelp." "If she treats all her customers that way, it's a wonder she stays in business." A voice behind them said, "Are you talking about Bristol Price?" Molly turned to see an elfin elderly woman wearing green velour sweatpants, a frilly pink sweater, and thick-soled orthopedic shoes. "We are talking about Bristol Price," Molly said. "She was very rude. Do you know her?" The woman shook her head. Her hair was pure white and so thinned by age, Molly wanted to slap a hat on her head to protect her pink baby scalp. "She's no friend of mine," she said. "I found her in the phone book." She held up a garment bag draped over her arm. "I thought she might buy this dress." That piqued Molly's interest. "Is it vintage by any chance?" "I think so," the woman said. "Last time it was worn was 1946. Does that make it vintage?" "Yes, it does," Molly said. "Were you the bride?" "Oh, no. I didn't have a dress this nice. This one belonged to a friend of mine, but she's gone now. Would you like to see it?" "Yes, please," Molly said. She exchanged glances with Kitty. She knew they were both thinking the same thing. It would be a hoot if the dress was beautiful and it fit. The woman was so small the garment bag sagged dangerously to the ground. Kitty grabbed it by the hanger and lifted it. "Here, let me help you," she said. She unzipped the bag and turned it around so Molly could see the dress. "Oh my gosh, it's stunning!" Molly opened the bag wider to get a better look. "Simple but elegant. Exactly what I'm looking for." She ran her hands over the skirt. "Creamy satin. I love the silky feel." Kitty turned the bag around and inspected the dress. "The bodice looks like it will be wide enough," she said. "I love the cowl neckline. It's the perfect style for you." Her head tilted as she studied the dress further. "You're sure it was last worn in 1946? She asked the woman. "Oh, yes, positive." "Well, it may have been worn in 1946, Kitty said, "but the style is from the 1930s. "Really? How do you know?" Molly said. "Kitty's an expert when it comes to vintage clothes." "It's in perfect condition," the woman pointed out. Very carefully, so the dress wouldn't touch the dirty sidewalk, Molly slid it out of the bag and held it up. "What did you think, Kitty? Does it look big enough?" "I think so, but you really have to try it on to be sure." The woman said, "If you want to buy it, and it doesn't fit, I'll return your money." "How much do you want?" Molly asked. "Well, now, I'm not sure. I could bring it into the shop and ask that Bristol Price woman what she'll give me." "Sure, you can do that," Molly said, hoping she wouldn't. "But Bristol's a retailer. She won't give you top dollar." She reached into her bag for her wallet. "I've got $300. The woman's eyes lit up. "Missy, you got yourself a deal." As Molly handed her the money, she said, "You take good care of that dress. It's an old soul like me." She turned to go. "Best of luck to you." Molly touched her arm. "Please wait," she said. "You haven't told me your name or where you live. If the dress doesn't fit—" Her voice trailed off. Buying a dress off the street without trying it on suddenly seemed like a bad idea. What was she thinking? But the dress was so beautiful, she didn't want to risk losing it to Bristol. If it ended up in Bristol's shop, she would never buy it from her. The woman held out a liver-spotted hand. "The name's Betsy Stratton," she said, shaking Molly's hand. Her bones felt delicate, like a baby bird. "I live at Brookside Heights, just outside of town. Like I said, if it doesn't fit, you come see me and I'll return your money." Molly looked at Kitty, who shrugged noncommittally. "Okay, fair enough," Molly said, hoping the woman wasn't a thief and she'd just been scammed. With her luck, she'd get the dress back to the hotel, and when she tried it on, all the seams would burst apart. "Before you go, may I buy you a coffee?" Betsy shrugged. "Sure, why not? It's not like I've got anywhere else to be." Chapter 5. They went next door to the coffee shop, Java Jitters. Kitty begged off, preferring to find a bench where she could sit and call Lex. She took the dress with her, safely zipped inside the garment bag. The coffee shop was bright and cheery, with concrete floors, brick walls, and 12-foot-high tin ceilings. Molly settled Betsy in a chair at a small round cafe table and got in line. A young Asian girl hustled behind the counter. Molly was impressed with the girl's expertise as she watched her push buttons on a brushed steel coffee machine that looked as complicated to operate as the cockpit of an airliner. When it was Molly's turn, she ordered a hot chocolate with whipped cream for herself. A fourth cup of coffee that morning would have sent her into real live Java jitters, and a regular cup of French roast coffee for Betsy. "Thank you, dear," Betsy said as Molly set the mugs on the table. "I'm so glad we ran into each other," Molly said. "I thought it would take a long time to find a dress. I can't believe it happened the first day I looked for one." Betsy tilted her head like an inquisitive puppy. "You have a southern accent," she said. "You're not from around here." "Kitty and I are from North Carolina. I'm getting married here in October." Molly sipped her hot chocolate. It was dark and rich, and the whipped cream was the perfect topping. Yum. "You mentioned the dress belonged to someone you knew. Can you tell me about her?" "Her name was Adele Stiles," Betsy said. "She died 2 months ago, on February 16th, just a few days after her 90th birthday." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Molly said. "Were you good friends?" "Adele moved into the apartment next to me about 7 months ago. Mostly she kept to herself. She only recently started joining me for evening meals and going to Friday night movies." Betsy grinned. "I taught her how to play canasta. She was getting pretty good at the game." "Sounds like you took her under your wing. What do you know about her?" "Let's see. I know she was married in 1946 to a man named Martin Stiles. She told me he sold insurance, and they lived in Lexington, Massachusetts. They never had children, and after he died last summer, she sold the house and moved to Brookside." "How did you end up with her wedding dress?" Betsy leaned toward her. "I took it from her apartment after she died," she said quietly, "before the manager sent in what I call the clean-out crew. I thought my granddaughter might want to wear it someday." Betsy sipped her coffee and sighed. "When I showed the dress to my granddaughter, she laughed and said it wasn't her style. That's when I decided to sell it. What else can I do with it? It's cluttering up my closet. At a certain age, you start getting rid of things." She looked at Molly over the rim of her mug. "I almost forgot. I have Adele's wedding photograph. It's at my apartment. Would you like it?" "Yes, or I'll take a copy," Molly said. "I'll give you the original," Betsy said. "If I had the tiara, I'd give that to you too. It looks beautiful with the dress." "Adele wore a tiara?" "Yes, but unfortunately the thief stole it." Molly's eyes widened. "She was robbed?" "Yup, it happened on her birthday. Management threw a big birthday bash for her in the club room. We were all invited, because turning 90's a big deal at Brookside, and while we were eating cake and celebrating, somebody broke into her apartment. They stole all her jewelry and the tiara." Betsy shook her head sadly. "She was so upset, she had a heart attack 3 days later and died." "That's terrible," Molly said. "Have the police caught who did it?" "Not yet," Betsy frowned. "Truth told, I don't know how hard they're looking, especially now she's gone." She finished her coffee and set the mug down on the table. "I'm very glad I met you." She pushed her chair back to go. "Adele would be happy to know you're going to wear her wedding gown, but remember, if you try it on and it doesn't fit, or you just don't like it, I'll give the money back. I'll drop by and see you and pick up the photo before I go home." "That would be nice," Betsy said. "I'll have it waiting for you. Just don't wait too long to visit." She grinned. "At my age, I don't know how long I'll be around." Chapter 6. After Molly left Java Jitters, she collected Kitty and they walked across the street to Portman Photography, where the lights were on but the vestibule was empty. The walls of the room were covered in framed photographs of brides and grooms, couples celebrating anniversaries, children with wide grins and missing teeth, and newborn babies who looked like they would rather be home sleeping than having bright lights and a camera shoved in their face. In a place of honor on the back wall was a large photograph of a woman with curly brown hair and 2 prominent dimples on her clear, round face. She stood beside a golden retriever with intelligent dark brown eyes and a graying muzzle. "I hear voices," Molly said to Kitty. She tiptoed over to a partially open door marked Private. If she put her ear close to the opening, she could hear the man and woman clearly. She waved Kitty over. "What are you doing?" Kitty whispered fiercely. "What does it look like?" she whispered back. "Eavesdropping." Kitty shook her head. "We should go." Molly put a finger to her lips. "In a minute," she said. The man's voice sounded angry. "You need to leave, right now," he said. "Alec, please don't send me away," the woman said. "I beg you to reconsider." Kitty gestured to the front door. "We really should go," she said again, but Molly ignored her. Had she and Kitty interrupted a lover's spat, or was this how disgruntled customers acted when their photographs didn't come out right? "I told you," Alec said. "I won't sell it." "But we have an agreement," she persisted. "Doesn't that mean anything to you?" "Did I sign something I don't know about?" "You're being unreasonable." The woman's voice was steadily rising with every syllable. "You agreed whatever you purchased for the store we would sell." "I told you I bought it with my own money. It belongs to me and it's not for sale. Do you need a written invitation to leave?" "What about Vegas? There's plenty of work in Vegas." Molly cringed at the pleading tone in the woman's voice. "People get married there all the time," she went on. "We could open a jewelry store, a big one. Then you wouldn't have to be a photographer anymore. You could spend all your time designing jewelry and collecting antiques." "What part of breaking up don't you get?" He sighed heavily. "I'm so disappointed in you. I thought you handled our breakup well, better than all the rest, but I can see now I was wrong. It's obvious you haven't gotten over me." "This isn't about our affair," she whined. "This is business. I don't understand why it has to end." "Because we've come to an impasse and I'm bored. Look, you need to move on. You're still talking about Vegas. Get over it." There was a long pause, and Molly glanced at Kitty, who, despite her earlier objections, had leaned her ear closer to the door. "I love you, Alec, and I want to be part of your life, even if it's not in a romantic sense," the woman said. "Working with you has meant so much to me. I thought you were happy with our arrangement." Alec snorted loudly. "I only went into business with you to make money and have a bit of fun. But I'm not having fun anymore. Your persistent nagging is a drag." "Here, take this," she said. "What is it?" A check for your half of last month's profits. You say you don't want to be in business with me anymore, but I know you, Alec. You're greedy. You'll miss the money."
"You need to leave," he said.
"Please, please reconsider," she begged. "Bedazzled needs you." She paused. "I need you."
"I want you to leave right now, and don't come back."
"You bastard." Her voice lowered. "You're lucky I don't—" Molly heard a scuffle and the sound of heels clacking across the tiled floor like firecrackers. They were coming their way. She grabbed Kitty's arm and raced to the front door, but before they could reach it, a woman stumbled into the room as if pushed from behind. 7 seconds, Molly thought, is all the time it takes to make a first impression. Her first impression of the woman was that she was steaming mad. She was so enraged her face was flushed red and her hands were shaking. She looked shocked to see Molly and Kitty, as did Alec, who almost plowed into the woman when she skidded to a stop. So this is Alec Portman in the flesh, Molly thought. He doesn't look like a man who would run his wife over with a car and neglect his child. He was handsome, with a square jawline that reminded her of Lindsay's, salt and pepper hair, and dark brown eyes. He was no slouch when it came to making a fashion statement either. He wore a neon purple shirt with black dragonflies, black pressed slacks, and expensive Italian leather loafers.
"Welcome to Portman Photography,"
Alec said in a tightly controlled voice. Molly noticed his hands were balled into fists.
"Please leave the door open. The lady is leaving."
Straightening her shoulders, the woman brushed past Molly and Kitty. On her way to the door, she stopped and turned. "Call me when you decide you're ready to grow up, Alec, because this isn't over." The door slammed behind her, and the room was uncomfortably silent. Alec cleared his throat.
"May I help you?"
"Yes. I'm getting married in October and need a photographer," Molly said. When he didn't reply, she babbled on. "I'm staying at the Hotel Vermont. I got your name from Caitlin at the front desk," she lied. She wasn't about to tell him she had had breakfast with his ex-wife and a daughter he hadn't seen in 20 years. His eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"Caitlin referred you?" he asked.
Yes," Molly said. She hoped she hadn't messed up, throwing out the first name she could think of. Why had she even told him about the hotel or Caitlin? She had to stop talking so much.
"Interesting," he said. "Well, congratulations are certainly in order."
He smiled, but it never reached his eyes.
"I have different wedding packages available at varying rates."
He walked over to a rack of brochures and plucked one out.
"You can take this with you."
He shoved it into her hand. "Here's your brochure, now leave.
Look it over and feel free to call if you have any questions."
"Thank you," Molly said. As she put the brochure in her bag, she sensed Kitty inching her way to the door. "Do you have references?"
"Of course," he said. "I don't have them handy right now. How long will you be staying at the hotel?"
"We'll be here the entire week." She felt herself blush as his eyes slowly dropped from her eyes to her neckline.
"That's a lovely necklace you're wearing," he said. "Is the stone pink topaz?"
"Yes, it is," Molly said. "It was a gift from my grandmother." Her grandmother had given it to her on her 25th birthday with a warning. "If you don't get married soon, Molly, you'll have no one to buy you jewelry when I'm dead." Her grandmother was anything but subtle. She was also still very much alive. His eyes slid back to her face. Molly thought Lindsay's description of her father was accurate. There was a sleaziness about him, a shiftiness in his eyes that made him look like a snake oil salesman.
"Would it be all right if I called you later with those references?" he asked.
"Sure, let me give you my card." Molly handed him her business card. He tucked it in his pocket.
"I'll be in touch," he said.
Chapter 7. "Let's go back to the hotel," Molly said. "I'll hang the gown in the closet, and we'll head out to find a florist." Kitty nodded but didn't reply. "You haven't told me about your phone call with Lex. How are things at the gallery?" "Fine." "Is he surviving without you?" "Yes." Uh-oh, Molly thought. Kitty was talking in monosyllables. It was a sure sign she was mad at her. "Tell me what's wrong," Molly said. "Nothing." Molly stopped in the middle of the sidewalk. "I know you're mad at me, so spill." Kitty looked up at the sky, the surrounding buildings, down at the sidewalk. Finally, she lifted her eyes to Molly. "It's bad enough we eavesdropped on a private conversation, but after everything Violet and Lindsay told you about Alec, how can you hire him?" "I told you I'm not going to hire him." "Then why did you ask him for references?" Molly shrugged. "I don't know. To keep him talking, I guess. I wanted to get a feel for the guy. You have to admit, that argument was pretty interesting. I wonder what it was about." Kitty threw her hands up in the air. "For heaven's sake, Molly, why do you care? Do you think if you talk to him for 5 minutes you'll be able to psychoanalyze him? Honestly, I don't know what gets into you sometimes. Your curiosity is constantly on overdrive." "Is that such a bad thing?" "It is when it involves creepy people," Kitty huffed. "I told you before I don't want anything to do with murder or mayhem." "Now, wait a minute," Molly grinned. "I don't remember the word mayhem being mentioned." Kitty scowled at her. "Stop trying to make me laugh," she said. "I'm sorry, but you're overreacting. This is merely—" Her voice trailed away. What was it exactly? She wasn't even sure. "See, I'm right," Kitty said triumphantly. "You don't even know why you're sticking your nose into their business, so stop doing it right now or I'm going home." Kitty sounded like she was ready to march off to the airport, which didn't come as that much of a surprise. Before they had left home, her mother had warned her Kitty might exhibit withdrawal symptoms from being away from Lex. Molly conceded it was a possibility, but she didn't think it would kick in so soon. They had only been gone 1 day. "Okay, I'll keep my big yap shut," Molly said to appease her. "I'm done being a busybody." Kitty nodded. "Good," she said, "because planning a wedding takes time and we only have a week." As they continued their walk to the hotel, Molly looked through Alec's brochure. "I hate to say it, but he does nice work." "Big deal," Kitty said. "He's a rat." "Did you see the way that woman stormed out of there?" "Yeah, she was pretty mad." "I wonder if it was a lover's quarrel." "There you go again," Kitty exclaimed. "Stop trying to figure out everyone's motives. Who cares why they were arguing? For all you know, he botched up her wedding photos." "Right. Yet another reason to steer clear of him." They walked the rest of the way in silence. When they reached the hotel, Molly said, "I'll run the dress up to my room." "Okay, I'll wait here," Kitty said. Molly was back in 5 minutes. Kitty, predictably, was talking on the phone. To Lex. Again. Molly rolled her eyes as Kitty blew kisses into the air and told Lex she loved him 3 times before ending the call. "Are you sure you're done?" Molly asked. "Yes, thank you," Kitty said primly. "Where to next?" "There's a flower shop on Pearl Street called Blooms and Blossoms," Molly said. "It's rated highly on the Knot." "When I got married," Kitty said as they walked, "I didn't have to use the internet because I knew where to go in Durham. Getting married at home would have saved us a lot of trouble." "Maybe, but it wouldn't be half as much fun as taking this trip together." Kitty laughed. "You're such a liar," she said. "I'm sorry I'm being grouchy." "You miss Lex. You two are never out of sight of one another, and I've brought you hundreds of miles out of your comfort zone. I shouldn't have asked you to come with me." "Never you mind, chicken," Kitty said. "This is what friends do for each other. I'm being a jerk." "Well, sounds like we're even then," Molly said. Kitty laughed. "I guess we are." They walked into Blooms and Blossoms and were instantly met by a colorful blaze of potted plants, flowering blooms, and exquisite bouquets. Molly walked up to the large refrigerated display case where a woman was sorting through a bucket of assorted roses. "I hope you can help me," Molly said. "I need help choosing flowers for my wedding." "Hello, I'm Mary Swan, the proprietor," the woman said, wiping wet hands on her jeans. Molly thought she looked like a throwback hippie. She was in her 60s with long, steel-gray hair and wore a T-shirt with a picture of the Rolling Stones on the front circa 1968. Her feet were clad in Birkenstock sandals. Molly tried not to stare, but she needed a pedicure badly. "When's the wedding?" Mary asked. "October 13th. Mary frowned. "How many arrangements are we talking about? Because I hate to tell you, I'm booked solid for October. Only way I can do it is if it's a small order." "Oh, it's definitely small," Molly said. "I need a bouquet for myself and my friend Kitty, boutonnieres for the groom, his father, and best man, and I'd like to give both our mothers a corsage." "What about flowers at the ceremony?" "Oh," Molly grimaced. "I hadn't thought about the ceremony." "Do you have a church reserved?" Not yet," Molly said. "I'm not sure I want to get married in a church." Mary's eyes sparked. "Well, you've got your work cut out for you, that's for sure." "Now that I think about it, I don't want flowers for the ceremony." Molly made the decision, hoping Matt would agree. "We're trying to keep things simple." "In that case, I can help. You got an arrangement in mind?" "No. Do you have any suggestions?" "I've got books of them," Mary said, and laughed. "Come this way." She led Molly and Kitty to a table squeezed between two rows of bucketed flowers. On the table was a jumble of thick books with pictures of flower arrangements. Mary grabbed the closest one and started turning pages. "What colors do you like?" she asked. "Anything pink or purple," Molly said. "Here's a pretty one. It's a bouquet with lavender roses and tulips, accented with yellow snapdragons and greenery. I'd suggest using roses with baby's breath for the men's boutonnieres, and tulips for your friend's bouquet, and the corsages for your mother's." "I love it," Molly said. She turned to Kitty. "What did you think?" "It's beautiful," Kitty said. "Great," Molly smiled. "Gee, that was easy." Mary laughed. "I wish every bride made up their minds so fast. I've had ladies sitting here for hours looking through these books. Sit for a minute. I'll get a form you need to fill out and be right back." As Mary walked away, Molly picked up another book and turned the pages. "Am I being too hasty? Should I look at other arrangements?" "Only if you want to," Kitty said. "The one you chose is gorgeous, and it's got your favorite colors." "Yes, it does," Molly agreed. She put the book on the table. Why confuse things by looking at more flowers? She'd probably waste an hour and end up choosing the same arrangement. "Mary is a lot nicer than Bristol Price," she said. "I still can't get over how rude she was." "Terrible customer service," Kitty said. "I hope you're not talking about me," Mary said, coming up behind them. "I pride myself on customer service." "We were talking about Bristol Price," Molly said. "Do you know her?" "The Princess Bridal, of course." Mary put a form on the table for Molly to fill out. "Everyone in the Burlington wedding world knows about Bristol." "She was very rude to Molly," Kitty said. "She looked her over the minute she walked in the door and made snide remarks about her size. How does she stay in business?" "Truth is, she's hanging by a thread," Mary said. "Her shop's nice enough, but I've heard a lot of complaints about her surly manner. Poor woman moved here for all the wrong reasons. That's what happens when you sacrifice your life for a man." "What man?" Molly asked before she remembered her promise to Kitty to keep her nose out of other people's business. "Alec Portman," Mary said. "He's a photographer in town." Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. "We stopped into his studio for a brochure," she said. "Bristol's involved with him?" Under the table, Kitty kicked her foot. Molly slid her chair slightly out of kicking reach. "It's a sad story," Mary said, and to Molly's surprise, she pulled out a chair and sat down next to her. Kitty sat back in her chair, resigned to listen. "Bristol was managing a bridal salon in New Hampshire when she met Alec," Mary said. "The way she tells it, they fell in love instantly, and Alec told her to move to Burlington to be close to him. She quit her job, cashed in her savings, and opened her own bridal store across the street from his studio. Unfortunately, she didn't tell Alec what she was doing until opening day when she had her ribbon-cutting ceremony. He publicly humiliated her in front of everyone who was there, telling her she was crazy and should pack her bags and go back to New Hampshire. It was horrible. I know because I was there, and let me tell you, if Alec wasn't such a damn good photographer, he'd be out of business for the nasty way he treated her. Mary shook her head. Her heart hasn't been in the shop ever since. She's a nervous wreck, lost a lot of weight, and spends her days staring out her window mooning over the man. It's pitiful. Her mental state sounds fragile, Molly said, feeling a little sorry for Bristol. Maybe we've judged her too harshly. Kitty said, She was silly to uproot her life for a man she barely knew. Mary nodded. It's a sad fact of life, isn't it? Gullible women make bad choices when they think they're in love. Chapter 8. You can't blame Kitty for being mad at you, Matt said. You broke your promise. Molly was talking to him on her cell phone, stretched out on the leather recliner in her room, her feet propped up on the matching ottoman. She felt like everyone was ganging up on her. Matt had officially joined her mother and Kitty, singing the same chorus about staying focused on the wedding and staying out of trouble. Are you disappointed in me? She asked. No, I'm not disappointed, he said. When you got home from the Heart of Dixie show, you told me you thought you had a destiny as a crime-solving reporter. I have to admit, Molly, I think you're right. Your powers of observation are keen. But you're not on a job assignment for the magazine. You're in Vermont planning our wedding. You are disappointed. I told you, I'm not. I'll leave it up to you to prioritize what needs to be done. Is Kitty still mad at you? No, she got over it after I bought her lunch and treated her to a brownie sundae for dessert. Matt laughed. Sounds like Kitty. Have you tried on the dress? I'm waiting for her to come over to my room. She should be here any minute, unless she's on the phone with Lex, then all bets are off. If the dress fits and you love it, do you want to wear a tiara like the one Adele wore on her wedding day? I'll have to look at that wedding photo to see what it looked like on her. She stretched her long legs out, and her feet dangled off the end of the ottoman. I'm thinking about writing an article on vintage wedding gowns and the stories behind them. I could lead off with my own story, about how I bumped into Betsy on the street. I'll have to do some research on Adele and Martin Styles, of course. I wish Betsy knew more about them. What if it turns out they're average, everyday Joes? Will they be interesting enough to write about? Absolutely, she said. People relate to ordinary folks because that's who most of us are when we get married. I think that's why we wear smart suits and beautiful wedding gowns and tiaras. We don't want to be ordinary. Dressing up makes us feel like we're king and queen for a day. It could be an interesting article, but do you think Swanson will like the idea? Who knows? He's so grouchy about everything. I'll ask him on a day when he isn't having withdrawal symptoms from his cigarette smoking cessation efforts. Maybe he'll say yes. Good luck, he said, and laughed. You know, even when he's on nicotine, he's grumpy. There was a knock at the door. That must be Kitty, she said. I'll call you later to say goodnight, he said. Bye, sweetheart. Molly beamed. She loved it when Matt called her sweetheart. She jumped off the chair and ran to the door. Kitty strode into the room, saw the dress hanging on the closet door, and fanned her face dramatically. It looks even prettier out of the bag. Put it on, put it on. Okay, but no peeking, Miss Impatient. I want it to be a surprise. Kitty squeezed her eyes shut as Molly stripped out of her clothes and stepped into the gown. The material was soft and light and draped over her curvy hips and full breasts as if it had been made for her. All right, you can open your eyes, she said. Kitty gasped. Oh, Chicken, you look gorgeous. The dress is amazing. It fits beautifully. Even the length is perfect. I can't believe my luck, Molly said. She lifted her hair off her shoulders. What do you think? Up or down? Definitely down. Molly couldn't stop staring at her image in the mirror. Wait until my mother sees me. She laughed. I look so grown up. She's going to love the dress. Do you think I made the right choice on the bouquet? Will it look pretty with the dress? Kitty grinned. The tulips and roses will enhance the understated yet elegant look you've got going on. Oh, la-di-da, Molly laughed. Smoothing her hands over the silky bodice, she admired the draped cowl neckline and the simplicity of the unadorned gown. Closing her eyes, she pretended Matt was watching her with his light blue eyes, scheming how he was going to get the dress off of her after the vows were spoken and the party was over. Another knock on the door broke her daydream. "I'll get it," Kitty said. She opened the door and Lindsay walked into the room. "You must be Kitty," she said. "I'm Lindsay." "Yes, and I'm sorry I missed you at breakfast," Kitty replied. "Molly told me all about you and your mother." "Otherwise known as the drama queen," Lindsay said. She noticed Molly and squealed. "Oh my God, you got a dress!" "Wait till you hear how it happened," Molly said. Kitty's phone rang. She whipped it out of her pocket and did a little leap in the air. "It must be Lex," Molly said. "Sorry I can't stay to chat," Kitty said, already heading out the door. "Nice to meet you, Lindsay." Lindsay looked at Molly after the door closed. "Who's Lex?" "Her husband," Molly said. "She misses him." "No kidding," Lindsay said. She stood back to get a better look at Molly. "You look fabulous. Turn around so I can see the back." Molly spun around in a little circle. She couldn't remember ever feeling so happy or carefree. "I love this dress," she said. "I feel like a real bride." "Tell me the story. Where did you get it?" "From an old lady selling it on the street." Lindsay's eyes widened in surprise. Molly went on to tell her about Bristol and the Princess Bridal and meeting Betsy. "Betsy told me Adele wore it in 1946, but Kitty says it's a 1930s style, so maybe it was handed down in her family," she said. "I ordered flowers today, too. I'm so glad I can take the dress and flowers off my to-do list." She walked over to her Chanel bag on the desk and took out her list. "I've written everything down that I have to do. Try on dresses, order flowers, sample cake, find a place for the ceremony and reception. The list goes on," she sighed. "2 down and it feels like 100 to go." "I'm impressed. I can't even get past the dress," Lindsay said. "Over the last 2 days, I've tried on so many I can't think straight. My mother insists we stay in Burlington tomorrow. No more road trips. She wants to go to the Princess Bridal, but after the way Bristol treated you, maybe we shouldn't bother." "Don't let my bad experience stop you. She's got a huge inventory. It's so big I almost got lost in her showroom. If you can get past her rudeness, maybe you'll find something you like." Molly paused. "Although I do have to warn you, her salon is right across the street from Portman Photography." Lindsay rolled her eyes. "It figures," she said. "I heard something today about Bristol and your father. It turns out she moved to Burlington to be with him, but the day after she opened her store, he told her in front of a crowd of people she should go back to New Hampshire." "Big surprise. Daddy doesn't treat women well." Lindsay shook her head. "I've been thinking about what you and Mom said at breakfast. I'm going to try to move on with life and stop worrying about bumping into him." She looked out the window at the street. "What a cute dog. I'm going to talk to Keith about getting a dog." Molly walked over to the window. They watched the same elderly man she'd seen that morning walking his little dachshund to the park. "Mom thinks people can change," Lindsay said quietly. "I'm not so sure." She turned to Molly. "What do you think?" Molly shrugged. "I like to believe people can change." Lindsay's eyes slid to the nightstand, where Molly had left the brochure for Portman Photography. "It's Alec's brochure," Molly said. "I talked to him." Lindsay picked it up. "Why would you do that?" "After what you told me about him, my curiosity kicked into high gear. It happens to me a lot. I can't help myself." She pointed at the brochure. "He does nice work." Lindsay flipped through the pages. Maybe I should ask for a family discount, she said, and then suddenly, without warning, she burst into tears. Molly got a handful of tissues from the bathroom and gave them to her. Sorry, Lindsay said, drying her eyes. Don't apologize. I'm the one who should be sorry. I shouldn't have talked to your father. It was a stupid thing to do. No, actually, I'm glad you did. As much as I hate him, I have this warped fantasy of walking up to him and introducing myself, and he begs me and Mom for forgiveness. Isn't that crazy? No, it's not crazy. As a matter of fact, I can relate to what you're saying. I spent years thinking about ways to talk to my father. Lindsay sniffed. You had a bad relationship with your father? I didn't have any relationship with him. He didn't leave my mother in a wheelchair, but they divorced when I was little and he never made another appearance. My mother doesn't talk to him and neither do I. But you got over it. You aren't angry. Trust me, getting rid of anger doesn't happen overnight. Let's face it, sometimes it's easier to stay mad. How did you do it? I had an epiphany on my 16th birthday, Molly said. My mother threw a sweet 16 party for me, and I was feeling sad my father wasn't there, but then I realized how much I loved my mother, how she always had time for me and made every day special. Why should I miss my father? He was so unconnected to my life. I didn't even know him. That's when I realized he wasn't worth another minute of my time. You sound pretty grown up for 16. It took a while to let go, Molly said, but I finally got tired of clinging to false hope. Lindsay looked at the brochure in her hand. Do you mind if I take this with me? Sure, go ahead, Molly said. Read it, burn it, whatever you need to move on. Thanks, Lindsay said. She walked to the door and held up 2 fingers in a peace sign. Later, she said, and went out. Chapter 9. The next morning, Molly and Kitty began the process of cake sampling, starting with the busy baker. The bakery had 4 stars in Molly's guidebook, but after sampling dozens of cake samples, Molly couldn't imagine why they were so highly rated. The frostings are too rich, and the cakes are too plain, she said, conceding defeat. I agree, Kitty said. I'm not wild about the frostings either. They're so sugary sweet, I've got a pounding headache. When I was having coffee yesterday with Betsy at Java Jitters, I noticed there were cakes for sale. Let's stop in and see if they'll give us samples. Kitty held her head in her hands. No more cake, not now, she moaned. It's almost noon and I'm having a major sugar rush. I've got to eat something that doesn't involve frosting. Okay, we'll have lunch and see how you feel after we eat. There's a cafe on College Street I want to try called the Blue Onion. The Blue Onion was a small vegan restaurant with painted green and yellow walls and sitar music playing softly in the background. It was popular with the under-30 crowd and packed with diners, but they found an empty table by a window close to the juice bar. This is perfect, Molly said, opening her menu. Everything here is good for us. We'll counteract all that sugar. Kitty gulped down a glass of water. I hope you find a cake soon, because I don't know how much more cake sampling I can do. My head feels like it's going to explode. If Java Jitters doesn't have what I want, I'll try another bakery, but I'll go alone. I don't want to poison my best friend. Kitty took her cell phone out of her purse and sighed. Lex hasn't called back, she said. When's the last time you talked to him? Right before we left the hotel. 2 hours ago, Molly realized. An eternity for Kitty. She and Matt hadn't talked since last night, and yet somehow they had both managed to survive. Doesn't Lex have an auction coming up? Molly asked. Yes, the Dunning estate sale is on Thursday. Kitty stared at the phone as if willing it to ring. I'm sure he's busy, and that's why he hasn't called. Maybe I should call him. You just said he's busy, Molly said. Besides, I think our waitress is coming over. Their waitress was a young girl with eyebrow piercings and full-sleeve tattoos on both arms. Her hair was a fiery red and braided down her back. She wore faded blue jeans and a white t-shirt with a big blue onion drawn on the middle of it. "Welcome to the Blue Onion. My name is Kimber," she said. She had a slight lisp when she spoke, and Molly realized she had a tongue piercing. "This is homemade raisin bread and cheese sticks." She placed a basket of bread on the table. "Do you know what you want, or do you need more time?" "We're ready," Molly said. She ordered a roasted eggplant sandwich with hummus, feta, tomatoes, cucumbers, and red pepper. Kitty ordered the white albacore tuna salad. "Good choices, ladies," Kimber said, tucking her pen behind her ear. "You don't sound like you're from around here. Are you visiting Vermont?" "Yes, we're from North Carolina," Molly said. She was starting to feel self-conscious about her southern accent. She hoped moving to Vermont wasn't going to be a problem. She'd never been around so many Yankees before. "We're here for the week to plan my wedding," she said. "Hey, that's great. If you want, I can give you the name of a—" The sound of a car engine roaring down the street drowned out Kimber's words. Molly glanced out the window and saw the flash of a dark car careening toward a man in the middle of the crosswalk. At the last second, he realized his life was in danger and took off running, but the car swerved in his direction, homing in on him like a shark in water. Molly held her breath as the man dove for the sidewalk and landed on his side. The car fishtailed away on squealing tires. There was some kind of decal in the rear window, but the car disappeared so fast Molly couldn't make out what it was. She jumped out of her chair and ran outside. Kneeling down next to the man, she touched his shoulder. He rolled over, and she was surprised to see Alec Portman looking up at her. His eyes were shocked and scared. "Are you all right?" she asked. He blinked at her. "Did you break anything?" He shook his head. "I don't think so." She offered him her hand. He took it, and she pulled him to his feet. "That car almost hit you," she said. "I'd swear the driver was aiming for you." "What?" He looked down at his clothing. His right pant leg was torn, and his shirt was covered in sidewalk dirt and grit. He tried to dust it off with his hands, but only managed to smudge it around. "I'm sure it was just an accident," he said. Molly looked up and down the street. It was quiet and empty. It seemed impossible, but Burlington's main street had suddenly become a ghost town. "We should call the police," Molly said. "That's not necessary. I'm fine." He walked by her, pushing through the small crowd that had gathered at the door. "Show's over, folks," he said. Molly followed him inside, and people returned to their tables. Alec walked up to the juice bar. "Is my lunch ready?" he asked the young man behind the counter. "Dude, you almost got creamed," he said. "My lunch?" "Yeah, sure, coming right up." Molly walked back to her table, where Kitty and Kimber appeared to be frozen in place. Kitty reached for her phone. "Should I call the police?" From the juice bar, Alec turned around and snapped, "No, don't call the police. I'm not hurt." "But that car almost ran you down," Kitty said. Molly noticed Kimber slide away, and how Alec watched her go with feral eyes. He was so intent on staring at the young woman, he didn't register Kitty's pointed words. A car had tried to run him down, much as he had run down Violet 20 years ago. Molly wondered what kind of car Violet and Lindsay were driving. She hoped they weren't out for revenge. "You have dirt on your cheek," Molly told him. He wrenched his eyes away from Kimber and wiped his cheek with the back of his hand. "Sorry I didn't have a chance to call you last night with those references." "Don't worry about it," Molly said. "I'll get them to you shortly." "Not a problem," Molly said. "I looked at your brochure. It's quite impressive. Have you been a photographer a long time?" "I took it up as a hobby 5 years ago and opened Portman Photography a year later." "Did you take a class in photography while you were living in Chicago?" His eyes narrowed. "How did you know I'm from Chicago?" Molly quickly realized her mistake. She only knew because Violet had told her. "Oh, someone told me," she said. "Who?" Molly bit her lip. He was certainly persistent. She had to think fast. "Bristol Price, at the Princess Bridal," she lied. She knew she had to stop lying. It was too easy to slip up, but what else could she do when he put her on the spot? When he didn't reply, she went on boldly. "She told me you were once a couple." Alec threw his head back and laughed. "Is that what she called us?" He smirked. "She was a bit of fun, but she's a woman who doesn't know when the dance is over." Molly saw Kitty's mouth narrow in anger. Molly shook her head slightly to signal her friend not to tell him where he could stuff his sexist attitude. Molly wanted to keep him talking. Kitty bent her head down and concentrated on her phone. "My brother is thinking about becoming a photographer," Molly went on. Another lie, but a fictional brother was a good segue to what she really wanted to talk about. "Would you say it's a good business to get into?" "No," he snapped. "The work is sporadic. Expenses typically exceed the pay, and the people you deal with can be difficult." "By people, you mean brides?" "There's a reason they're called bridezillas. Weddings bring out the worst in a lot of women. Kids are no picnic either. Try getting a toddler to sit still for 5 minutes, or asking a teenager to smile. It's irritating." "I suppose you have to like children to be a photographer," Molly said. "Do you have children?" He winked at her. "None that I know of." He's a caveman, Molly thought. The young man behind the juice bar set a brown paper bag down on the counter. "Here's your lunch," he said. Alec flashed white teeth at Molly. "Thanks for your, help," he said. He threw some money on the bar and turned back to her. "Tell your brother to find another profession. I hear plumbers are in high demand." When he was gone, Kitty put her phone down, dropping all pretense of checking messages. "What a jerk," she said. "I really wanted to tell him off." "Me too," Molly said. "Lindsay really is better off not having anything to do with him." "Who's Lindsay?" Kimber had come up behind them with their lunch. "Another one of Alec's conquests?" "You know Alec Portman?" Molly asked. Kimber set their plates on the table. "As I was saying before he almost got run over by that car, if you need a good photographer, I can recommend a really good one. He's dependable and honest." "Is that your way of saying Alec isn't dependable or honest?" Kimber pursed her lips. "Let's just say I'm not a big fan." "He was staring at you," Molly said. Kitty kicked her under the table, warning her again about interfering. Molly rubbed her shin. At this rate, she'd be black and blue by the end of the week. "He's infatuated with me," Kimber said quietly. "He always sits in my section, and one time when nobody was looking, he patted my bum. My boss says he's a good customer and I shouldn't make a big deal about a little flirting, but I'm sick of it." "That's ridiculous," Molly said. "You shouldn't have to put up with that kind of harassment." "I trade tables when I can with the other waitstaff, but then he just stares at me from across the room." Kimber tossed her braid over her shoulder. "Anyway, enough about Mr. Swamp Scum. If you need a good photographer, see Jamie Max. He's got a studio on College Street called Lovebirds Photography. You won't be disappointed." Chapter 10. Java Jitters in the pursuit of a wedding cake was Molly's next destination, but she knew Kitty had had enough sampling for one day and was anxious to talk to Lex. "Why don't you sit on that bench over there and call him?" she suggested. "Are you sure you don't want me to go in with you?" "I'm sure," Molly said. Kitty was already walking to the bench, her phone in her hand. "I'll come in as soon as we've caught up," she said. "I shouldn't be long." Molly forced herself not to laugh. She doubted Kitty would ever be caught up with Lex. When she walked into the coffee shop, she was relieved to see there was no line at the counter, and the young Asian woman who had served her yesterday was cleaning one of the espresso machines. "May I speak to the manager?" Molly asked her. The girl smiled. "I'm the manager and owner, Jazzy Joyce," she said. Molly was surprised. She couldn't have been more than 25. She had short hair with orange highlights, wore frayed jeans and a tight halter top under an apron that read, "Keep calm and eat a cupcake." "Is Jazzy your real name?" Molly asked. She pointed to a speaker in the ceiling. "Hear that music? I've loved jazz since I was a little girl." she said. A soft melodic jazz song played in the background. My name is Joyce Chen, but everybody calls me Jazzy Joyce. She wiped her hands on her apron. How can I help you? I see you have some lovely cakes for sale. Do you make them yourself? Java Jitters is a coffee shop and bakery. I make all the cakes myself. Wedding cakes? Jazzy tilted her head. I haven't made any for a wedding, but there's always a first time. Are you looking for a cake for your wedding or a friend's? Mine, and it wouldn't have to be a big cake. The reception is going to be small, no more than 30 people. It might be even smaller, she thought, if our out-of-town friends and family don't want to make the trip to Vermont. It's October 13th. Is that enough notice? It might not be for a busy wedding cake bakery, but it works for me. Jazzy grinned. Do you know what kind of cake you want? I was hoping you might have some samples I could try. Sure, I'll cut some slices from the cakes I've got here today. If you want something different, I can make anything. Why don't you take a seat and I'll bring the samples over? You want coffee? I'd love a French vanilla latte. Molly sat by the window and looked outside. Kitty was on the bench, her legs stretched out comfortably, smiling as she talked to Lex. She looked so happy, Molly thought her headache must surely be gone. A few minutes later, Jazzy returned carrying a large serving tray. She set it on the table and handed Molly her vanilla latte. As Molly took a sip, she noticed a man limp past the window carrying a plastic bag from Jeff's apparel. It was Alec Portman. That's the second time I've seen him today, Molly said. He probably had to buy new pants, she thought, to replace his ripped ones. Jazzy looked out the window as he opened the door of his studio and went inside. You know Alec? Jazzy asked. Not really. I stopped by his studio yesterday to get some information about his photography services, and today I was having lunch at the Blue Onion and saw him almost get run over by a car. Jazzy chuckled. Too bad they missed. She handed Molly a plate. Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. You don't like him? Gee, is it obvious? Molly smiled. Would you care to join me and explain? Sure, why not? It's quiet right now. Jazzy pulled out a chair and sat down. Why the animosity toward Alec? Molly asked. Jazzy ran a hand through her short, spiky hair. Alec is a customer who comes in for coffee, but to be honest, I'd just as soon not have his business. He annoys my staff, flirts with all the girls, and acts like he's God's gift to women. I don't think there's a female within a 20-mile radius of here he hasn't hit on at one time or another. You included? Jazzy nodded. It's pathetic. He's old enough to be a father to every woman working here. I heard he was pretty tough on Bristol Price the day she opened her shop. Oh yeah, let me tell you, I was there and saw the whole thing. He really embarrassed her. Reaming her out in front of everybody, making her out like she was some kind of Looney Tune. Molly took a bite of chocolate cake with raspberry filling. Very nice flavor, she said. Thanks, Jazzy said. I thought it would be great having a bridal shop next door, bringing all the girls and their moms in for coffee. Unfortunately, Bristol's turned out to be a major bitch, and word gets around pretty quick in a small town. You can't disrespect your customers. If you do, people won't shop at your store. Molly sipped her coffee. I had my own run-in with her yesterday, so I know what you're talking about. Jazzy leaned her elbows on the table. As for Alec, watch out for him. He's a sneak and a thief. Molly was intrigued. A thief? What does he steal? Jewelry. How do you know? I hired him before Christmas to take my photograph, Jazzy said. He was running a special, and I thought it would be fun to give my boyfriend a picture as a present. Here, I'll show you. She dug her phone out of her apron pocket. I've got a copy of it on my phone. She tapped the screen and handed it to Molly. See that ring on my finger? My Aunt Michelle left that ring to me when she died. The photograph wasn't what Molly expected. It was artfully done in black and white, but Jazzy was buck naked, turned slightly to the side and looking playfully over her shoulder at the camera. The only adornment, and only color in the photograph, was a large gemstone glittering on her finger. Molly's eyes widened. "This is amazing. You look beautiful." "Thanks," Jazzy grinned. "Brandon loved it." "I bet he did," Molly said. "The ring is lovely. Is it a ruby?" "Yep," Jazzy sighed. "It belonged to my great-grandmother. My Aunt Michelle ended up with it, but she didn't have any kids, and she left it to me. Anyway, it was stolen a week after that picture was taken. That's how I know Alec is a thief." "That's a strong accusation," Molly said. "Do you have any proof?" "The only people who knew about that ring were Brandon, my mother, and Alec. And the entire time I was at his studio for the photo shoot, he kept asking me about it. Not friendly chit-chat, either. He wanted specifics. How old is it? Where did I get it? Could he get a closer look? He was a dog with a bone, nagging me until I told him everything about it." Molly touched her pink topaz necklace. She recalled Alec had noticed it, too. "I should have kept my big mouth shut, or told him it was a fake," Jazzy said. "I never thought he'd steal it." "Did you file a police report?" "Yeah, not that it made a difference." Jazzy rolled her eyes. "Evidently, unless someone smashes a window or trashes all the locks on your house, the cops don't automatically believe you've been robbed. The cop who took the report said since there was no evident sign of a break-in, I must have misplaced the ring. Misplaced. His word, not mine." She spread her fingers on the table. "I don't wear rings to work. Rings and sticky dough don't mix. I swear on a stack of Bibles I put that ring in my jewelry box and Alec broke in and stole it." Molly finished the chocolate cake. It was delicious, but there were more samples to try. She reached for a slice of lemon cake with a glazed frosting. "If there weren't any obvious signs of a break-in, how do you think he got in?" "The cop says the thief would have had to pick the lock like a pro. I can't prove Alec is a pro at lock picking, but he's still my prime suspect." "Was anything else taken?" Although that's not a big surprise, considering I don't have anything else worth stealing. I opened this bakery 3 years ago, and most of the time I'm surviving on a wing and a prayer. The only thing I had of any real value was that ring." She tapped the picture on her phone. "The cop was more interested in my Christmas gift to Brandon than he was in taking me seriously. Although, to be fair, he did talk to Alec, who, of course, swore he didn't know anything about my ring. Anyway, without any real proof he stole it, the cop let it go." Jazzy looked at Molly's empty plate. "Should I take that as a good sign?" "The lemon cake is out of this world." Jazzy smiled and passed her a different slice. "This is a white cake with a strawberry center and creamy white frosting." Molly took a bite. Good." She took another bite, but she wished it was another slice of the lemon cake. "If you don't mind my asking, what was the ring worth?" "My aunt had it appraised a few years ago for $5,000, Jazzy said. "Ouch," Molly said. "No wonder you're so upset. I hope it turns up." "Me too, but I'm not holding my breath." Molly put the white cake aside. "I've made a decision. I'm in love with the lemon cake, and I know Matt will think it's a winner too. He loves anything with lemon, and this one is terrific." "Thanks. I make my own lemon curd for the filling," Jazzy said proudly. "I'm not surprised. It's so flavorful." "Let me get my iPad and we'll write up the order. I can make different sizes and styles. You'll just need to give me details on when and where to deliver it." I don't exactly have that information yet." Jazzy laughed, and Molly cringed. She knew what was coming. She still had to book a place for the wedding and reception. "Well, honey," Jazzy said, "you better get moving on that or you'll be dancing in the street." Chapter 11. "I ate too much cake, and lunch didn't help," Kitty complained. "My head is still pounding." She was off the phone when Molly went outside, but sitting on the bench looking miserable. It was possible Kitty had a headache from eating too much cake, but Molly suspected the real reason for her headache was being away from Lex. "Why don't you go back to the hotel and take a nap?" Molly said. "I'll talk to that photographer, Jamie Max." "I'm so sorry," Kitty said, rubbing her temples. "I'm not being much help." "Nonsense, you're a big help. Feel better and we'll meet later for dinner." They walked together to where Main Street met Church. Kitty turned in the direction of Cherry Street in the hotel. Molly headed toward College Street and Lovebirds Photography. Stopping outside the studio window, she admired the display. It featured a large, colorful photograph of two yellow and red-chested lovebirds snuggling on a perch and surrounded by confetti and balloons. She thought it was charming. Jamie Max was another young entrepreneur. He was tall but plump and wore a conservative dark blue button-down shirt and gray slacks. After giving Molly a quick rundown of his wedding packages, as well as a computer slideshow of weddings he'd recently photographed, he said, "Since Kimber referred you, I'll throw in a free 8x10 frame and an album. You can pick any frame you want. I just got in some silver beaded frames, and I'll be happy to engrave one for you. So, what do you think?" "Are you available October 13th? Jamie opened his laptop and tapped keys. "Wide open that day," he said. "Then I'd like to hire you," Molly said. "Do you know what package you'd like?" "Number 4, the Easy Does It package. I'd also like to add the reception option." "Excellent," he said. "I usually take formal shots right after the ceremony, unless you want something done earlier in the studio. At the reception, I take natural, casual photos of people talking, and you and the groom mixing with friends and family, that kind of thing." "Sounds perfect," she said. Jamie tapped more keys. "Where will the ceremony and reception be held?" Here we go again. Molly bit her lip. She should have made the wedding venue her top priority, but it was more fun to look at flowers and eat cake. "I haven't exactly figured that out yet," she said. Jamie whistled. "Man, oh man, you're cutting it close," he said. "I know," she said. "Do you have any suggestions?" "Personally, I like the Black Horse Inn. It's an old mansion outside of town, and they put on spectacular weddings. Call Kelly Watson, the event coordinator, and tell her I referred you." "Thanks for the tip," Molly said. After he took down her information, Molly said, "I'd like to ask you about one of your competitors." Jamie looked at her. "Why? You want to talk to someone else about the job?" "No, nothing like that," Molly said. "I've been hearing stories about Alec Portman. Do you know him?" He looked at her suspiciously. "Is this a trick question?" "What do you mean?" Jamie stared at the floor. When he looked up, he seemed to be struggling over whether to say anything. Molly waited patiently. Without Kitty there to shove her out the door, she was in no rush to leave. Finally, he said, "Right after I opened the studio, Alex started bad-mouthing me around town, telling everyone I'm amateur and my work is crap. Whenever I ran specials, he undercut the price. If I put an ad in the paper, he got a bigger one up and running in the next issue. I swear he was spying on me to see who was coming and going. I had clients tell me after they came to see me, he walked up to them on the street or called them at home and offered his services at a 10% discount on whatever price I quoted." "Why would he do that?" "He didn't like the competition. Plus, he's a bully." "Did you confront him?" "I thought about it, but decided it wasn't worth a fight. I want my reputation as a photographer to be based on my work. If it's good, people will hire me. And I think my strategy's worked. Lately, Alex laid off on his campaign to put me out of business, and I don't want to rock the boat." "I heard he humiliated Bristol Price the day she opened her shop," Molly said. "Did she tell you that?" "I heard it from someone else." "Huh, I'm surprised it wasn't her," Jamie said. "Bristol loves telling her sad story. I can't figure out if she wants people to feel sorry for her or she wants them to hate Alec. Although, who am I to talk? I don't have anything nice to say about him either." "I heard something else that was interesting," Molly said. "Someone told me he's a thief." Jamie grinned.
Now I know you've been talking to Jazzy Joyce. She's convinced he broke into her house and stole a ring, and she isn't shy about telling everyone she meets Alec is a crook. He warned her to shut up or he'd sue her for slander. He shook his head. I gotta give her kudos. She hasn't backed down.
Do you think she's right?
That he broke into her house and robbed her.
Jamie smiled a wide smile at her.
Of course I do.
Chapter 12. The Hotel Vermont had a coffee station on each floor located by the elevators. Molly was thrilled she could make a fresh cup of coffee in the morning without having to go outside. Dressed in comfy cotton sweats, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, she was so intent on choosing a K-cup for the Keurig brewer, she didn't notice Kitty walk around the corner until she touched her arm. Molly jumped. "Geez, woman, you scared me," she said. "I knocked on your door, but you didn't answer. I figured you were getting coffee." Molly put the cup under the spout and pressed the brew button. "Isn't this great? I love having a cup of coffee before breakfast." "Molly, I've got bad news," Kitty said. "I have to go home." Molly looked at her. Kitty's eyes filled with tears. "Why? What's happened?" "Lex fell off a ladder. He broke his leg." Molly's first thought was that the two sweethearts had been talking on the phone at the time of the accident. She could imagine Lex teetering on a ladder, risking his safety to chat with his adored wife. What was he doing on a ladder so early in the morning? "The Dunning auction. He was stringing white twinkle lights on the beams. He stretched too far and fell off." Molly poured milk into her cup and stirred it with a wooden swizzle stick. "Does my mother know?" Kitty nodded. "Lex called her from the hospital. She's there with him now to give him a ride home. His leg's in a cast." She wrung her hands. "Molly, I have to go home and help with the auction." "I understand." "You're not upset?" "I'll miss having you here, I won't lie, but I'll be okay. I've got my list and I'm checking it off." "There is some good news," Kitty said, her face brightening. "Your mother's booked a flight to Vermont. She gets into Burlington at 3:00. "My mother's flying here? Today? Isn't that great news?" Kitty smiled. "I'm on a flight that leaves at 2:15, so you can take me to the airport and wait for her flight to come in." She paused. "I'm so sorry to do this to you, but your mother is thrilled to step in and help." "I'm fine on my own," Molly said. "She should stay and help with the auction." She wasn't so sure she wanted her mother's help. Clara thought Molly and Matt should be married in a grand cathedral with a giant pipe organ blaring Bach. She wasn't thrilled about their plan to keep the wedding simple. "Everything's been worked out," Kitty said. "Lex has 2 part-time employees coming in, and I'll be there to manage things." She glanced at her watch. "I should get something to eat. I still need to pack." With her list of wedding plans on hold for the day, Molly drove Kitty to Burlington International Airport, leaving plenty of time for her to catch her flight. She made sure Kitty had her boarding pass and went through security before settling on a semi-comfortable chair near the arrivals gate to wait for her mother. Before she could open the book she'd brought with her to read, Clara called. "Aren't you supposed to be on an airplane winging your way here?" Molly asked. "The plane had mechanical trouble and they put me on another flight. I won't be arriving until 5. "Oh, well, at least you'll be here for dinner. I'll pick you up." "Where are you now?" "At the airport, waiting for you. Kitty's flight left 10 minutes ago, but now that you're delayed, I'll go shopping. You're going to love the mall. It's right down the street from the hotel. The first floor is street level, but the second level is entirely underground. You don't even realize there's a mall in the middle of town. Kitty and I walked through it last night after dinner. They've got a Pottery Barn and a Williams-Sonoma, and I thought I'd start a gift registry." "Excellent idea," Clara said. "I'll see you later, dear." "Safe flight." Molly said goodbye, collected her things, and left. Chapter 13. "I'm so sorry your friend had to go home," Caitlin said to Molly. She was working the front desk when Molly checked her mother into the hotel that evening. I hope her husband will be all right. He's in a cast, but he'll be okay, Molly said. Caitlin turned to Clara. Ms. Appleby, she pushed her eyeglasses up her nose, I've put you in Miss Lewis's former room. It's 3 doors down from your daughter. She smiled and handed Clara her room key. Enjoy your stay, she said. As Molly walked her mother to the elevators, Clara said, I have to hand it to you, madam. You chose a beautiful hotel. Molly smiled. Her mother always called her madam when she was in a good mood. I love the decor, and I haven't even seen my room yet. You're going to love the restaurant, too, Molly said. I made a dinner reservation for 7. Clara glanced at her watch. It's almost 6:30. I'll go to my room and freshen up first. I'll order drinks at the bar, Molly said. Come down when you're ready. Lovely, Clara said. Double shot of Crown Royal and water, please. At Juniper, Molly gave the hostess her name and told her she would wait at the bar for their table. The restaurant, as usual, was busy, but there were 2 empty stools at the far end of the bar, and Molly took them. As soon as she ordered her mother's whiskey and a glass of Chardonnay for herself, she heard the sound of Violet's wheelchair. She was talking to the hostess, and Molly walked over to her. Are you eating alone? She asked, looking around to see if Lindsay was with her. I'm not sure, Violet said. Would you like to join me and my mother for dinner? She's in her room freshening up, but we should be down soon. We have a reservation at 7. She turned to the hostess. Could we make the Appleby table for 4? Yes, of course, the hostess said. Well, in that case, I'd love to, Violet said. I've got a spot at the bar. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. After Violet ordered a Campari on the rocks with ginger ale, she turned to Molly. How nice your mother could be here, she said. Kitty had to go home, Molly said. She told her about Lex's broken leg and her mother flying in to take her place. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope Kitty's husband will be all right, Violet said. He'll be fine, just inconvenienced wearing a cast. Is Lindsay on her way? I don't know. She's not answering her phone or my text messages, Violet said. The bartender came around the bar and handed Violet her drink. Thank you, she said. She was sitting very straight in her chair, glass in one hand, the other nervously tapping the armrest. Molly said, Alec almost got run over by a car. Violet looked horrified. What? When did this happen? Yesterday. The driver got away. After Molly told her about the incident outside the Blue Onion, she casually asked, What kind of car do you drive? Violet laughed. Do you think I tried to run Alec down? When Molly didn't reply, she shook her head. I have a tan Toyota Avalon that Lindsay usually drives. Did you see the car? Only slightly. It happened so fast, it looked like some kind of dark sedan. Well, I'm relieved it wasn't tan. Violet sipped her drink. We saw Alec today, when we were at the Princess Bridal. Oh, no, Molly groaned. I was afraid that might happen. Lindsay told me you warned her that his studio was across the street. The experience was more intense than I thought it would be, for both of us. Did you talk to him? No, we saw him from the window. Violet put her hand to her heart. I think it upset me more than Lindsay, which came as a surprise, considering it's been so many years since I last saw him. At this point in my life, I thought I was beyond caring, but my heart was beating so hard I thought it was going to burst out of my chest. What was Lindsay's reaction? She ran to the door, ready to bolt outside to do God knows what. I yelled at her to stop. Violet looked down at her legs. I can't chase her, can I? She looked back at Molly, her eyes sad. You should have seen the look on her face. It broke my heart. She took a long sip of her drink. On the way back to the hotel, I asked her if she wanted to talk about it. She said no, insisted she was fine. I went back to my room and took a nap. She left a text message for me to let me know she'd decided to go for a drive to clear her head. She needs time to herself. I'm sure it wasn't easy seeing him. Her father missed her whole life. She has no memory of him, but he's loomed in the background like a big, gaping hole. I forgave him a long time ago for what he did to me. It's what he's done to Lindsay I can't forgive. I'm sorry, really, for both of you, Molly said. What about your visit to the Princess Bridal? Was it a total disaster, or did Lindsay find a dress? She tried on a lot of beautiful gowns, but after seeing Alec, I don't think her heart was in it anymore. She told me you bought a vintage gown from a woman on the street. Is that true? Yes, it's a bizarre story. We ran into each other before she walked into the Princess Bridal and tried to sell it to Bristol. Violet laughed. I'm glad Bristol didn't get her hands on it. I can't say I liked her very much. Did you get the same cool reception? Yes, from the moment we walked in the door, she seemed to delight in telling Lindsay her shoulders are too pointy, her hips too wide, and whatever dress she chose would need major alterations. Lindsay was undeterred. She tried on so many gowns I lost count. But the longer we were there, the deeper Bristol's insolence grew. She criticized Lindsay's hair and makeup, even the shape of her legs. It was so over the top, Lindsay finally laughed in her face. She looked thoughtful. Lindsay told me what you said about Bristol's relationship with Alec. I did note she spends a lot of time looking out her window at his studio. I think she must still be in love with him. She's either in love or she's crazy. Or it's possible love made her crazy. Molly laughed. I hope she's not stalking him like that woman in the movie Fatal Attraction. Violet grinned. I could have told her to be wary. Alec always did run hot and cold. He can be charming, but he has a mean streak. She should have figured that out by now. I'm beginning to think everyone in town knows Alec, but very few people like him. She went on to tell Violet everything she had heard about his flirting, bullying, and the allegation he was a jewel thief. A jewel thief? Good grief, Violet said. She looked into her glass. I always hoped Alec would turn a corner and do something good with his life. I thought by now he would have grown up. She tossed back the rest of her drink. It sounds like he hasn't. Not by a year. Amsterdam, the Netherlands. October 1939. We have to leave, Leo said. He looked at the anxious faces of Frida and his daughters. He had protected them before, and would continue to protect them until his dying day. Germany will invade Holland, he said. It is only a matter of time. You don't know that, Frida said. You could be wrong. He knew Frida would protest leaving Holland. She refused to believe the Germans would invade, but Hitler had overrun Poland the 1st of September. Those strong winds from Germany were heading their way. I know an American sea captain. His name is Richard Rayner, Leo said. He comes into the shop, and we talk. When they arrived in Amsterdam 2 years ago, Leo considered himself fortunate to secure a job at a jewelry store near the docks. It was a small establishment, and the pay was minimal, but it was enough to feed his family and rent a small apartment. He's a good customer, and he's become a friend. How can he be a friend when I have never met him? Frida pouted. He offered to take us to America. Why would he do this? Captain Rayner is a man of the world, and like me, he believes there are only dark days ahead for Jews in Europe. He sails from Amsterdam to New York in 3 days. It will be his last voyage, and it is our best and perhaps only chance to leave. How is this possible? Frida raised her eyebrows. Will we be stowaways on this captain's ship? Yes, Leo said. You want us to break the law? We are running out of time, Leo said. I thought your Uncle Ravi in New York was going to arrange our passage to America."
"He has tried and failed," Leo said, "and it is too dangerous to stay here." He took Frida's hand. "The ship is a freighter, but it carries a small number of passengers. Captain Rayner tells me there is a way he can bring us on board without anyone knowing."
Frida yanked her hand away. "This is all very fine, until we are caught and thrown in prison."
"My dear wife, we cannot stay in Amsterdam. You must trust me," he said. "Think of our daughters."
Sophie, his eldest at 18, came over and sat beside him. "You have always protected us, Father," she said. "I trust you to lead us once more to safety. We will make a new start in America." She looked at her sister. Anna was 2 years younger, so sweet and innocent. It broke Leo's heart to rip his girls away from all that had become familiar, but what choice did he have? Anna smiled at Leo, and his heart melted. "When do we leave?" she asked. Frida pursed her mouth. "Very well. I see I am outnumbered. Tell us how this will work. I assume this captain will require some form of payment." Leo got up and walked into the bedroom. He returned with a small box he set on a table.
"This tiara," he said, taking it out of the box, "will be payment for our passage."
Sophie gasped. "Father, are those real diamonds and pearls?"
"Yes, darling girl, all very real and very fine," he said. "Rolf gave the tiara to me before we left Germany. It will pay for our passage."
"It's so beautiful," Anna said. Frida snatched it out of his hands. "Why didn't you tell me about this tiara?"
"I had to keep it a secret, in case we needed it," Leo said.
He would not tell her he was afraid she would want him to sell it. He loved his wife, but she liked fine things, and he knew she missed the lifestyle and home they had in Germany.
Selling the tiara was a last resort.
Frida turned the tiara over in her hands. Even in the dull light of their apartment, the diamonds sparkled. "We might have used the money to buy a house," she said bitterly.
"Yes, of course, you are right," Leo said gently.
If she knew the value of the diamonds, she would know he could have done more than buy a house. He could have opened a new and bigger store in Amsterdam, bought them all luxury goods, a new car, an easy life. But only for a little while. The winds, the winds. Sophie, the wise one, said, "You mustn't chastise Father for not buying us a house." She took the tiara from her mother's hands. "With this tiara, we have the means to escape." She placed the tiara gently, almost reverently, in the box. She turned to her father. "I, too, have a fear of what is coming. It is time for us to go." Chapter 14. Molly decided it was time to stop procrastinating. She took Jamie Max's advice and early the next morning called Kelly Watson, the event coordinator at the Black Horse Inn. Kelly told her a party had recently canceled, and a room was available on October 13th. "If you're interested, I have time to show it to you this morning at 9, Kelly said. "I'm afraid the rest of my day is booked solid." "My mother and I are on our way," Molly said, grabbing her bag and heading out the door. 20 minutes later, Molly and Clara arrived at the Black Horse Inn. The colonial brick mansion was at the end of a circular drive and surrounded by lush gardens and stately trees. Molly parked the car in the shade of a large oak, and getting out of the car, noticed a small pond and gazebo on the lawn. "What a beautiful setting," Molly said. "It's lovely," Clara said. "I can't wait to see inside." Kelly met them in a chandeliered entrance hall. "I appreciate you coming by so early," she said. She was a bubbly, smiling, petite strawberry blonde. "We're hosting a large corporate event later today, and it's going to be busy around here." "The house and grounds are lovely," Molly said. "They are spectacular," Kelly beamed. "The inn was originally built in 1796 by a man named Josiah Waverley. It remained in the Waverly family until 1967, when it was purchased by two sisters from New York. They were responsible for transforming the inn into what you see today, a magnificent country estate, perfect for weddings and other events. I find it has such a homey feel, don't you? Homey? Molly almost laughed out loud. The mansion looked more like a museum than a home. Kelly didn't wait for a reply, but swept her hand toward the grand staircase. Now, Molly, can you imagine your groom waiting for you here, in this beautiful hall, as you walk down this magnificent staircase? Many brides prefer the hall for a small wedding. It makes for an intimate setting. I agree, it's lovely, Molly said. But you told me a room was available. Yes, that's true, Kelly said. But I wanted to offer you other options. There's a lovely wedding gazebo in the garden, surrounded by centuries-old trees. Or another option would be to have your event on one of the terraces. I think it should be inside, Clara said. It could be chilly in October, or raining. No worries, Kelly said perkily. I would reserve the hall for you as well. We take inclement weather into consideration. I did notice the gardens and gazebo on the way in, Molly said. It's very pretty, but I'd like to see the room. She didn't think Matt would like getting married in a hallway or gazebo. Maybe on the terrace, but her mother was right. Bad weather would ruin the event, and then they would end up back in the hallway. Please follow me, Kelly said with a 100-watt smile. Molly wondered if the girl ever had a bad day. She was so cheery. The room we'll be seeing is in the east wing. They followed Kelly past the staircase down a long hallway with a folk art mural on the walls, depicting a colonial village scene. Here we are, Kelly said, opening a large tiger maple wood door. She stepped aside to allow Molly and Clara to enter first. The room was empty of furnishings, but had the same gleaming wood floors and glittering chandeliers as the hallway. As you can see, Kelly said, there's a lovely view of the garden terrace and the horse pasture from this room. We provide the tables, chairs, and linens, and there's room for dancing. Molly walked to the windows, which she realized were actually 8-foot-high doors that opened onto a flagstone terrace. Horses of various colors, not only black ones, despite the name of the inn, lazily grazed a lush green lawn behind a white fence. This could be a scene from a southern horse farm, Molly said. Look, Molly, there's a fireplace, too, Clara said. Molly walked over to the large brick fireplace. It's big enough to roast a small cow, she said, and laughed. Kelly, I love it. The fireplace, chandeliers, the horse pasture. It seems too good to be true. Kelly, still smiling, said, The room accommodates up to 60 guests. Would you like to reserve it? May I have the ceremony here as well? Of course, Kelly said. If the weather is nice, we can open the doors. You could have the ceremony on the terrace. Matt would love that, Molly said. Our wedding packages are all-inclusive and cover the room and catering, Kelly said. I can also offer recommendations for a florist, photographer, DJ, whatever you need. I already have a florist, a photographer, and a baker. I hope using my own baker won't be a problem with catering. Not at all, Kelly said. We also have a la carte options available. Molly was relieved. She liked Jazzy Joyce, and she loved her lemon cake. I could use a recommendation for a DJ, Molly said. I need someone to perform the ceremony, too. I'd be happy to give you some names. Molly looked at Clara. She knew her mother was hoping they would have a solemn church wedding, but she and Matt had been clear from the start they preferred a simple ceremony. What do you think? She asked. My dear, I think it's perfect for you, Clara said. Okay, let's do it, Molly said. Kelly escorted them to her office, and Molly gave her a deposit check. Kelly handed her a glossy brochure. This is yours to keep. Please take it home and look it over. You can also check our website. We offer many options for dining, everything from formal dinners to afternoon teas. Our catering staff requires 2 months' notice, however, so don't wait too long to decide what you want. She took out a pad of paper, wrote on it, and handed it to Molly. "This is the name and phone number for Brock Weston. He's a local artist and justice of the peace. I absolutely adore him. He performs lovely wedding ceremonies."
"Thank you." Molly tucked the paper into her Chanel bag and flipped through the brochure. It was filled with advertisements for wedding vendors, and some of the ads had accompanying photographs. She turned a page and saw Alec Portman's smiling face beaming back at her. "Has Alec Portman photographed many weddings here?" Molly asked. For the first time since they had met her, Kelly's smile disappeared.
"You didn't hear the news this morning?"
"No. What news?"
"Alec Portman was killed last night."
Molly was shocked, and the memory of that car almost running him down outside the Blue Onion flashed through her mind. She hoped he wasn't killed by a tan Toyota Avalon with Lindsay behind the wheel. "What happened?" she asked.
"I'm not sure exactly," Kelly said. "They're reporting he was found at his home last night. The police are questioning a person of interest."
He wasn't run over by a car, Molly thought, but he was still dead. "Did you know him well?" Molly asked. Kelly pursed her lips.
"Only professionally," she said.
"I suppose as a wedding planner you must know all the bridal vendors," Molly said. Clara touched her arm. Molly ignored her. The man was dead, and her curiosity was on overdrive. "Was he easy to work with?" Molly asked.
"God, no!"
Kelly rolled her eyes.
"Alec was an obnoxious flirt who never let up."
She held up her left hand and showed off a large diamond engagement ring and wedding band.
"It didn't matter that I was married," she said. "I think he viewed my rings as a challenge rather than a deterrent. I told him if he didn't stop harassing me, I'd have him banned from the inn."
"Did he stop?"
"Yes, but on one condition, if you can believe the nerve. He asked me to put in a good word for him to clients about a new venture he was starting."
Kelly opened her desk drawer and took out a postcard. She slid it across the desk to Molly. The image was a photo collage of jewelry, and the words "Be Dazzled" were written in swirling calligraphy at the bottom with an address and phone number on Church Street.
"He was moonlighting at Be Dazzled as a jeweler," Kelly said.
"Before he was a photographer," Molly said. "He was a certified gemologist."
"I had no idea,"
Kelly said. She looked at her curiously.
"You seem to know a lot about him."
"I met someone who knew him a long time ago. From what I understand, he hasn't changed much over the years."
"People seldom do," Kelly said.
Clara cleared her throat. "Molly, dear, we really should be going." Molly stood and shook Kelly's hand. "Thanks again for showing us the room on such short notice. I'll go over the catering menu with Matt when I get home, and I'll definitely give Brock Weston a call." Kelly's smile returned like the sun bursting from behind a dark cloud.
"I'm so glad we had a room available. I promise you and Matt will have a beautiful wedding at the Black Horse Inn."
Chapter 15. Caitlin was working the front desk when Molly and Clara arrived back at the hotel. She flagged Molly down and handed her a slip of paper. "Violet Emerson asked me to give you this," she said. Molly thanked Caitlin and read the note. "She wants to talk to me," she told Clara. "She must have heard about Alec. Do you want to come with me?" "No, she asked to talk to you, and she's probably upset. I'll go to my room and read. Come by when you're done." They rode the elevator together. Clara got off on the second floor, and Molly continued on to the third. She walked to Violet's room and knocked. Violet opened the door, her eyes fatigued. Her room was similar to Molly's, light and bright, with the same modern furnishings and pleasing aesthetics, but the mood was somber. Lindsay was on a chaise lounge by the window, her legs curled up beneath her, a blanket around her shoulders. "Thank you for coming," Violet said. "Please, sit down." The only chair available was the one beneath the writing desk. Molly pulled it out and sat down across from Lindsay. She had dark circles under her eyes and looked like she hadn't slept in days.
"I take it you heard about Alec," Molly said. She was certain the news of his death was the reason for their gloomy mood. "I'm so sorry for your loss." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she wondered if it was appropriate to say them, given the two women's estrangement from the man. Was there a statute of limitations on grieving when the deceased was a person who put you in a wheelchair for life and abandoned you as a child? "He was killed at his home last night," Violet said. "Lindsay called the police." Molly was confused. "What do you mean she called the police?" Lindsay's lower lip trembled. "I was there, at his house. The police questioned me for hours and hours. I can't blame them for thinking I killed him, but I swear I didn't do it." Molly was surprised. "What were you doing at his house?" Lindsay shivered and pulled the blanket closer around her shoulders. "I saw him yesterday at the Princess Bridal. It was surreal. He looked like an ordinary man walking down the street. He could have been anyone, but he wasn't, was he? He was my father." "And you decided to talk to him?" Lindsay nodded meekly. "It seemed like a good idea at the time." Violet said, "You should have told me. I would have gone with you." "No, Mom," Lindsay said. "The idea of you talking to him face to face, all those old memories stirred up, it would have been too much for you." Molly leaned forward and asked again, "How did you end up at his house?" "I drove to his studio, thinking I'd walk in and introduce myself. But when I got there, I was so nervous I couldn't even get out of the car. I was going to leave, but he walked out the door, and I sat there like a deer in headlights. Before I knew what was happening, he walked over to the car and knocked on the window." "Did he recognize you?" "No, he told me he'd seen my car parked outside and asked if I needed help." She laughed, and it came out sounding like a bark. "I lied and told him I was waiting for a friend who'd stood me up." Tears filled her eyes, and she started to cry. Molly reached into her handbag and took out a packet of tissues. She handed one to Lindsay. The girl blew her nose and wiped her eyes. "He asked me out for a drink." Her voice was hoarse. "He was flirting with me, for God's sake." She stared at Molly, her eyes red and puffy. "He asked me back to his place, and I knew I had to tell him who I was, but I couldn't do it sitting there in the car, so I agreed to follow him home." Lindsay stared at the floor a moment. "When we got there, he gave me a tour of his house. He was really proud of his antique furniture and some old pottery he'd collected." She closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. "He had this big cast-iron pot in his living room and told me it was made in France in the 18th century. She opened her weary eyes. "The detective told me it was the murder weapon." Her lips trembled, and Molly hoped she wasn't going to start crying again. "Did you tell him you were his daughter?" Molly asked. "After the tour, I told him." She was breathing fast and was dangerously close to hyperventilating, but Molly could see the determination in her eyes to get to the end of the story. "He didn't believe me. I told him I could prove it. I have pictures on my phone of Mom and me, but I couldn't find my phone. It fell out of my purse in the car. I found it there under the passenger seat, and I saw Mom had left phone messages and texts. I let her know I was okay and I'd be back soon, and then I walked back to the house." Lindsay choked. "Oh my God." "It's okay," Molly said. "Take a deep breath." Lindsay took a few deep breaths and let them out slowly. "When I got back to the house, I found him on the living room floor. His head was smashed in, and there was so much blood. It was horrible." She started to cry again. "I didn't kill him," she sobbed. "I wanted to prove to him I was his daughter." Molly handed her another tissue. Violet sat quietly by the window, looking out at the street. "Did you see anyone near the house when you got there? Maybe a car parked on the road?" Molly asked. "Was there any sign someone was inside the house?" "I didn't notice anything, but I suppose someone could have been hiding inside." Lindsay's hand flew to her mouth. "Excuse me." She got up suddenly, shrugged off the blanket, and ran to the bathroom. Molly looked at Violet to see how she was coping. Her face was pale and drawn.
"Were you at the police station with her?"
"Yes, they sent a car for me," Violet said. "But the detective wouldn't let me sit in on the interview because Lindsay's an adult. He questioned her for a long time before he let her go. I'm grateful he didn't arrest her." She wrung her hands nervously. "I can't allow Alec's death to ruin Lindsay's life. I won't allow it." She glanced at the bathroom door. Molly could hear the sound of water running. "Whenever people hear of a broken heart, they always assume it has to do with a romantic relationship. But a father can break a daughter's heart, too. Alec did that to Lindsay with every missed birthday and holiday. The silence chipped away at her heart." Her eyes filled with tears, but she blinked them away. "I told you when we met. I've read your articles," she said. "You've helped the police before, and it's obvious you're clever. I was hoping—" She hesitated. "Molly, I want my daughter to live the rest of her life in peace. Would you be willing to talk to the police on her behalf?" "I'm sure the detective on the case would prefer I didn't get involved," Molly said. "Not to mention my fiancé, my mother, and my best friend." "I wouldn't be so sure," Violet said. "He's starting from scratch, isn't he? You've been talking to people in town, and you've heard things about Alec that might help focus his investigation on someone other than her. His murderer must be found." Molly inwardly groaned. Here we go again, she thought. But Violet did have a point. She had talked to a handful of people, and if Alec had consistently thrown his ill nature around town, there were probably a lot more of them out there who didn't like him. The person would have plenty of suspects and motives to sort through. Lindsay wasn't the only person Alec had hurt. "I can't promise anything will come of it," Molly said. "But I'll talk to the detective and tell him what I've heard. He'll have to take it from there." "Thank you." Violet looked relieved. She glanced at the bathroom door. Lindsay called her fiancé, Keith, and told him everything about her father, the murder, and the police interview. They've decided to cancel Vermont and get married in Boston. She looked at Molly. There was a steely determination in her eyes. "I'll leave you our contact information. We're checking out tonight," she said. "We can't stay another day." As soon as Molly left Violet's room, she went back to her room and placed a call to Detective Anthony Lombardi. When he didn't answer, she left a voicemail to let him know she was a friend of Lindsay Emerson and might have information useful to the investigation of Alec Portman's murder. Next, she called Brock Weston, the Justice of the Peace. She was relieved when he answered. She didn't want to play phone tag. Brock told her he could see her at 2:00 at his art gallery, Art Obsession. With that accomplished, she collected her things and walked to her mother's room down the hall. Clara listened in silence as she told her about her conversation with Lindsay and Violet. When Molly was finished, Clara said, "I can see you're determined to help." "Yes, I am," Molly said. She didn't want to admit she had misgivings, but if she could tell the detective what she knew about Alec, she could dust off her hands and walk away, satisfied she had done something to help the girl. Clara sighed. "It's my fault you're so inquisitive." "What do you mean?" "I'm the one who raised you and gave you those Agatha Christie books to read when you were growing up," Clara said. "Hercule Poirot and Miss Marple were your heroes. You always tried to solve the murders before you reached the end of the story. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you're not a master knitter and fluent in French by now." Molly laughed. "You're making too big a deal out of this. What harm is there in talking to the detective? I like Violet and Lindsay, and I want to help. In case you haven't noticed, I'm all grown up now. I'm not a young girl with her nose buried in a book." "You were reading Sleeping Murder at the airport." Molly felt herself blush. "True. I still love Agatha's mysteries." "But this isn't a mystery novel," Clara said seriously. "This is real life and death, and what do you really know about Alec Portman? He was a notorious flirt, A bully who broke a few hearts, and maybe, and it's a big maybe, he stole someone's heirloom ring? Look, I see your point, Ma. It's all conjecture, but shouldn't the police question the people I've talked to, if for no other reason than to get an idea of what the guy was like? Because someone around here killed him. Who says it wasn't one of the people I talked to, or someone else in town? The man seemed to make enemies. Clara looked resigned. Well, I can't tell you what to do, but please try to stay focused on why we're here. You sound like Matt, Molly huffed. I am focused. She was getting peevish. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a grown woman, not a little girl. She looked at her watch. I've got an appointment with Brock Weston at 2. Fine, Clara said curtly. Let's go to Panera Bread and have a bowl of soup for lunch. She gathered up her things and walked to the door. After lunch, I'm going to Treasure Trove Antiques on Church Street. Lex has a buyer who is interested in an Art Deco ring they're selling, and he asked me to take a look at it. He wants to make sure it's worth the price. You're not going to come with me to talk to Brock? No. Clara opened the door and went out. You're all grown up now, she said over her shoulder. I'm sure you can decide on your own if you want to rent a justice of the peace. Chapter 16. After lunch, Molly walked to Waterfront Park before her meeting with Brock Weston. As she stepped onto the pier, she zipped her jacket. The sky was clear and sunny, but the wind blowing across Lake Champlain was biting cold. Leaning against the railing, she listened to the waves slap against the pier and breathed in the scent of fish and brine. Pinpoints of sunlight danced on the waves, and above her, seagulls soared on air currents like feathered kites. A pair of chuffing joggers ran by, followed by 2 middle-aged women carrying shopping bags and speaking French. A man sitting on a bench eating a sandwich smiled at her. He wore a windbreaker with the logo Brookside Manor emblazoned on the upper left pocket. I couldn't help notice the emblem on your jacket, Molly said. Do you work at Brookside Manor? I'm Stephen Jericho, live-in manager, he said. Molly Appleby, a friend of Betsy Stratton. I've heard about you. He smiled, and fine lines crinkled around his eyes. He was in his 40s, with a muscular physique, short dark hair, and the bluest eyes Molly had ever seen. You bought Adele's wedding dress. I thought Betsy was joking when she told me how you two met. It means a lot to her, knowing you'll wear the dress and take good care of it. Adele's death hit her hard. Heck, it hit all of us hard. Betsy told me Adele died a few days after she was robbed. Yeah, the doctor says it was probably triggered by stress. My boyfriend, Jerry, he's a psychiatrist, and he totally agrees. People that age don't cope well with stress in the first place, and having your personal space invaded in a robbery can easily cause a health crisis, no matter what your age. Now that I have her dress, I want to know more about her, but Betsy didn't seem to know much about her past. Well, I wish I could help, but Adele was a bit of a mystery to me, too. Most of our residents love to talk about themselves and the old times, but not Adele. He took a sip from a can of soda. Oh, wait. He slapped his forehead. I just remembered something. Stephen reminded Molly of her friend and colleague Clayton, although Stephen wasn't nearly as flamboyant. She would miss Clayton when she moved, and had the sudden crazy thought she might convince Swanson to let them both work the Northeast beat for the magazine. There's one person who might know something about Adele, Stephen said. You should talk to her attorney, Elliot Gelman. He's got an office on Pearl Street. Jerry worked with him once on some court cases, and I recommended him to her when she told me she needed a lawyer to write a new will. I didn't meet him until after Adele died, to go over burial arrangements, but he seemed nice. Was the burial well attended? She was cremated and buried with her husband's ashes at Heavenly Gate Cemetery. There wasn't any service. I took Betsy to the interment. He looked out over the lake. It snowed that day. No one else came. How sad, Molly said. It happens. More than you can imagine.
Is there any progress on the robbery investigation?
Stephen popped the rest of his sandwich in his mouth.
Nope, he said, chewing. I called Officer Belden last week to follow up. She said these kind of robberies are usually committed by drug addicts. They steal jewelry and sell it at unscrupulous pawn shops to get cash for their next fix. Most of the time, they're never caught.
Have there been other robberies at Brookside?
As far as I know, this is the first time. Don't ask me how a drug addict got in.
He finished his soda and wiped his mouth with a paper napkin.
Only a coward would rob a senior citizen.
How did the thief get into her apartment? Did they break in a window?
No, that was the weird thing. Officer Belden checked all the windows and locks, and everything looked secure. She thought the lock on the front door might have been tampered with, but she couldn't be certain.
Molly thought that was interesting. It sounded like a professional job, just like the break-in at Jazzy Joyce's house. If Alec was the thief, she had to hand it to him. He was good at breaking and entering without leaving any trace behind.
Did you know Alec Portman? Molly asked.
Sure, I knew him.
There's a woman in town who thinks he broke into her house and stole her heirloom ring.
Stephen's eyebrows shot up.
She must be smoking something. Alec was a great guy.
He shook his head.
I still can't believe he's dead.
Molly couldn't help it. She laughed. He stared at her like she was insane.
I'm sorry, but you're the first person I've talked to who's had anything nice to say about him.
Really?
Well, the truth is I can't say I knew him very well. All I know is he gave Brookside residents a 20% discount on their photos, which was nice of him. That reminds me, I never got the photos he took for Adele's party. Now that he's gone, I guess they're lost forever.
He took photos at her party?
Yeah, Adele hired him. I offered to take some pictures with my camera, but she wanted to hire Alec so I could enjoy the party.
Was he there the whole time?
He stayed about an hour.
The sun was in his eyes, and he squinted at her.
Are you suggesting Alec might have robbed Adele?
Molly shrugged in reply. She wasn't going to drag Stephen any further into Jazzy Joyce's speculative world of jewelry heists. She was only beginning to scratch at the surface of something that hadn't quite fully formed in her own little gray brain cells. She needed time to sort it out. Stephen glanced at his watch.
Uh-oh, I'm running late.
He stood up and lobbed his trash into a trash can.
The natives get restless when I'm away too long.
Chapter 17.
I'm the wayward sheep in the family,
Brock Weston told Molly. They were in his art gallery, Art Obsession. The ceiling was high and painted black, in stark contrast to the white walls emblazoned with colorful paintings and drawings. The floor space was filled with ceramics, mosaics, and sculptures. According to Brock, most of the artists were local, although he did showcase some artists from neighboring states.
My older brother, Phil, is an Episcopal priest, Brock went on. I followed him into the priesthood, but it didn't stick with me.
You wanted to be an artist, she said.
Brock laughed. I can't even paint a stick figure, but I'm a passionate collector. That's why I quit the priesthood and opened this gallery. The only thing I missed about being a priest was officiating over wedding ceremonies. A friend suggested I file as an independent candidate for Justice of the Peace, and I went for it. I was surprised so many people voted for me. On first impression, I'm not exactly what most brides and grooms expect.
That was an understatement. Brock was a hip young man in a black shirt, black jeans, and black combat boots. With dark hair, a milky white complexion, and sharp incisors, he looked like a modern-day version of Dracula, not a man who offered marital blessings.
Don't worry, he said, and grinned. I clean up nice for weddings. I've got a Calvin Klein suit and tie, and I always polish my shoes. You'll hardly recognize me.
I wasn't worried about your appearance, Molly said, and she was being honest. It was her mother's reaction she worried about. He took a card from his pocket and handed it to her.
Go to my website when you get a chance. I have samples of ceremonial language, and encourage you and Matt to customize your wedding vows. Where's the ceremony going to be?
The Black Horse Inn, Molly said, feeling triumphant. She finally had a place reserved for the wedding.
That's right, you told me Kelly referred you, he said. Are you okay with the rate I quoted over the phone?
Yes, Molly said. I'd like to hire you.
Great.
He smiled and picked up his cell.
Let me put you on my calendar.
Do you need to talk to Matt before the wedding?
No.
He grinned wider, and Molly shivered. Those incisors looked sharp.
I'm no longer a priest, remember? There's no pre-marriage counseling, and at your age, I don't think you need advice from a man who's never been married.
Brock laughed.
Anyway, the Black Horse Inn is a perfect place to get married. They do a class act job, and Kelly's a doll to work with. Food's good, too.
Thanks for telling me, Molly said. I'm not local, and that makes it hard to know where to go for everything, and I find comments on websites tend to be more critical than helpful. Satisfied customers don't seem to post very often. It's mostly complainers. She shook his hand. See you in October.
I look forward to it, he said.
As Molly headed for the exit, she saw a series of black and white photographs on the wall. The artistry reminded her of the photograph Alec had taken of Jazzy Joyce. She walked over and read the artist's name on the placard beneath the photos. Brock, do you have a minute? She asked. He trotted over.
You like these?
He asked.
They were done by a local photographer.
His face fell.
Sadly, he was murdered yesterday. I still can't believe it.
I met Alec Portman, Molly said. I've also heard a lot of negative things about him. Even Kelly told me she had issues with him.
He had a reputation as a womanizer,
Brock said.
That's not good for business, if you ask me. I hope the police find whoever killed him. I don't like the idea of a murderer roaming around town.
Molly looked at the photographs. There were 4 of them, sold as a group, depicting the 4 seasons. Lake Champlain glistening in the summer sun, a country road winding through the colorful trees of fall. Winter was a snow-topped mountain and a cloudless sky. Spring featured a rolling field of wildflowers. Molly didn't dislike black and white photographs, but she thought these would have looked better in color. How long have you been selling his photographs? She asked.
He brought these in about 4 months ago. They were the first of a nature series he had planned. I was skeptical they'd sell, and I was right. Alec had talent, but he's no Ansel Adams. There hasn't been a nibble of interest.
But you took a chance on him.
He told me he was struggling to keep his photography studio open, and was working on the side at a jewelry store in town to make extra money. I agreed to sell the photos because I thought he needed help.
Brock frowned.
You can imagine my surprise when he bought an expensive painting from me a few weeks later. He smacked down $800 in cash for one of my favorites, Lake at Sunset.
His eyes suddenly widened.
I wonder what will happen to the painting. I'd love to buy it back. Maybe I should swing by his place and peek in the window to see if it's still in his dining room.
How do you know it's in his dining room?
He asked me to deliver it to his house. He was renting a Cape Cod on Berry Way. Looks like a dump on the outside, but he was fixing it up with fine paintings and antique furniture. He has a safe hidden behind one of the paintings in the room, and when I got there, he was taking jewelry out of it.
He collected jewelry?
I don't know if he was a collector. He told me Felicia was coming by to pick some of it up to sell at her store.
Brock suddenly smiled.
He had a diamond tiara that was stunning. I told him he should sell it on eBay. If he got hundreds of nutty brides bidding on it, he could make a bundle.
Molly's pulse quickened. The tiara might be Adele's. Whether Stephen Jericho liked the idea or not, Alec was at Brookside the day she was robbed. All he had to do was slip away early from the party and break into her apartment while everyone was celebrating. Did he give the tiara to Felicia?
I left before she got there, but I'm sure he wouldn't, Brock said. He told me he was going to give it to someone he knew a long time ago.
I wonder if the police found the tiara when they searched his house, Molly said. Would you mind if I told Detective Lombardi about the safe? He's in charge of the murder investigation. He looked at her curiously.
I thought you were from North Carolina. How do you know a detective in Vermont?
A friend told me about him, she said vaguely.
Oh.
He ran a hand through his hair.
Sure, go ahead and tell him, if you think it will help. I hate to think someone broke in to rob Alec and ended up killing him.
Chapter 18. Molly loved Treasure Trove Antiques the moment she walked in the door. She loved the wide plank oak floors, the delicate crystal chandeliers hanging from a wood-beamed ceiling, and the dealers' booths with home and art decor, antique lighting, pottery and quilts, rag dolls and doilies, and a pristine set of Limoges china she was tempted to buy. Eventually, she wound her way to the back of the store, where she found her mother talking to a big man with long silver hair tied back in a ponytail and a neatly trimmed goatee. Molly waited for her mother to see her, but she might as well have been invisible. The man noticed her and smiled.
You must be Molly,
he said, offering his hand. He wore dark blue jeans, a light blue cotton work shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and black Doc Martens boots. Molly thought he was handsome in a rugged way. That's me, Molly said, and her hand disappeared in his giant bear paw. Clara turned, and her face was flushed. Molly, what a surprise, she said. I dropped by to see if you were still here, Molly said. My goodness, how fast time flies, Clara giggled. Giggled? Molly stared at her. What had happened to her mother in the last hour? Darling, let me introduce you to Sean Murphy. He owns Treasure Trove Antiques, Clara said. It's a pleasure to meet you, Molly said. Did you renovate this place yourself, or was it like this when you bought it?
It's all my doing, Sean said. I was going for rustic sophistication.
I'd say you accomplished that in spades, Molly said.
Thank you, Sean said. Your mother was telling me your fiancé is a medical student.
Yes, he's graduating soon. We're waiting to hear if he's been accepted to Fletcher Allen's residency program.
Well, if he is, and you're looking for a place to live, let me know. I've got a house outside of town completely renovated and available for rent. My tenant is moving out the end of May. I'm willing to wait on renting it if you think you might be interested.
That would be great. I'll let you know, Molly said. She turned to Clara. Were you able to get a look at that Art Deco ring for Lex? No, this is the dealer's stall, but as you can see, she's not here, Clara said. For the first time, Molly noticed the dealer's sign on the wall, Bedazzled Jewelry. She still had the postcard in her handbag that Kelly had given to her and took it out to show her mother. This is the shop where Alec moonlighted as a jeweler. She walked over to the display case. It was empty. Where's all the jewelry?
Felicia takes it home with her every night, Sean said. I called her and left a message to let her know she's got a potential buyer, but she's not picking up. She's probably too upset about Alec's death to talk right now.
I'll text her later and follow up, Clara said. Molly looked at Sean. Did you know Alec Portman?
Only casually,
Sean said. Molly could feel her mother shooting daggers at her.
Felicia told me sales went up dramatically after she hired him, he said.
Clara turned to Molly. I don't think we need to talk about this right now, do we, dear? She made a show of looking at her watch. We really should go, she said. Molly nodded. Her mother was giving her a command. It was not a suggestion. She turned to Sean. It was nice to meet you. He cleared his throat and shuffled his big feet.
Would you ladies care to join me for dinner tonight?
He asked both of them, but his eyes never left Clara's face.
I know a nice little bistro within walking distance from your hotel."
Molly glanced at Clara. She was batting her eyelashes at Sean. Who was this man who could cast a spell on her mother? Molly said, "I'm afraid I can't tonight. I have plans to turn in early." She nudged Clara's arm. "What about you, Ma?" "I'd love to go," Clara said.
"Great."
Sean beamed at her.
"I'll pick you up at 7.
When they were outside the shop, Molly said,
"Tell me what happened back there.
Are you falling in love with a mountain man?" "I don't know what you mean," Clara said primly. "You're the one who encouraged me to have dinner with him." "Well, he looked so cute the way he was shuffling his feet, all shy and innocent," Molly said. "Not to mention the way he was looking at you." "Was I wrong to accept? Don't you like him?" Molly laughed. "I just met the man. I haven't had time to form an opinion." She glanced at her mother. "What matters is, do you like him?" Clara nodded. "Yes, I do," she said firmly. "Beneath that gruff exterior, Sean's quite intelligent and charming, and he's had an interesting life. He was an engineer for an oil company before he retired. He worked on oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico and lived in the Middle East. He's traveled all over the world. He must have a sizable bank account." "What a thing to say!" "I'm pointing out the obvious," Molly said. "People in his profession make a lot of money. Did he say why he retired to Vermont?" "Something about living polar opposite to the desert. He wanted a blue lake, green grass, and majestic mountains." "Looks like he came to the right place," Molly said. "What about you? Do you think you could live in Vermont, surrounded by all this beauty?" "Why do you ask?" "Well, if Matt gets the residency at Fletcher Allen, we'd both love it if you'd consider moving here with us." "I would move." "I know it's a lot to ask," Molly went on. "It would be a big change for you." "Molly, you're not listening. I said yes, I would consider moving." "Really? Are you sure? What about your house? You did so much work renovating it, and your job at the auction house with Lex and all your friends." Her voice trailed away. "At the end of the day," Clara said, "a house is 4 walls, and a true friend remains your friend, no matter how far apart you are. You're my daughter, Molly, and I love you more than anything in the world." She grinned. "Besides, I already talked to a realtor about selling the house. It won't be a problem." "How did you know I'd ask you to come with us?" "A mother has a sixth sense about her favorite child," Clara said. Molly laughed. "I'm your only child," she said. "Which made it even easier," Clara said. Chapter 19. As they neared the entrance to the mall, Molly could see her mother drifting toward the door. She drifted along with her, but made no move to go in when Clara opened the door. "I want to buy a new outfit to wear to dinner," Clara said. "Would you like to go shopping with me?" "No, thanks," Molly said. Knowing her mother, the pursuit of a single outfit would turn into a major shopping extravaganza that would last the rest of the afternoon. "I don't understand why you don't like to shop," Clara said. "I love to shop, and so does your grandmother. How did the shopping gene miss you?" Molly laughed. "I'm an Appleby woman anomaly. I only buy clothes when I have to, and even then it's got to be for comfort over style." Clara looked at her Chanel bag. "Tell me you don't love that bag." Molly bit her lip. "I cannot tell a lie," she said. "I adore it, but don't you dare tell anyone." "I knew it," Clara laughed. "There's hope for you yet." "Don't get your hopes up too high. This bag is the exception to my steadfast rule to never own a single piece of clothing that costs more than I make in a month. The only reason I kept it is because Matt bought it for me, pre-wedding vows." "What does that mean?" "He paid for it out of his bank account, not mine." Clara shook her head. "My sensible girl," she said. "Are you sure you won't join me?" "I'm sure," Molly said. As a matter of fact, I think I'll pay a visit to Elliot Gelman. He's the lawyer Stephen Jericho told me about. The one Adele hired to write her will? Yes, Molly said. Maybe he can tell me something about her. You're going to drop by without an appointment? I know it's bad manners, but he could be free to see me. If he's not, I'll make an appointment. Molly hugged her mother and left her at the mall. Clara was always so concerned with proper etiquette. As Molly walked to Pearl Street, she checked Elliot Gelman's address on her phone and found his office in a 6-story building across the street from Blooms and Blossoms. She walked across the cold marble lobby floor to a wall directory and looked up Gelman's name and suite number. The building and the elevators were old, and the ride in the elevator was slow and creaky, but Molly stepped out into a well-lit corridor on the 3rd floor and found Gelman and Associates etched on a copper sign on one of the doors. She walked into a small reception area with a large, sunny window overlooking the street and a reception desk staffed by a woman with curly blonde hair and a substantial build. Her green eyes swiveled from her computer monitor to the clock on the wall, then back to Molly. I don't have an appointment, Molly said. I was hoping Mr. Gelman might be available to see me. What is this regarding? Adele Stiles, Molly said, hoping the receptionist would recognize the name. As she would soon learn, the woman wasn't a receptionist. She was Gelman's assistant, and she knew everything. What is your name? Molly Appleby. Wait here. Molly sat on a plush sofa and picked up the latest edition of People magazine. She hadn't even finished reading the letters to the mailbag when the woman returned. He'll see you now, she said. Molly followed her down a quiet hallway. The entire office was so still. She wondered if Gelman really had associates, or if he was a solo act. The woman knocked lightly on a door before opening it. Molly Appleby, she said, introducing Molly to a man sitting behind a large desk strewn with papers. Ms. Appleby, Elliot Gelman. Thanks, Tricia, he said. Tricia smiled at Molly before she closed the door and left her alone with her boss. Gelman was younger than Molly had expected, mid-40s with sandy blonde hair and a pale complexion. He wore a white dress shirt, a striped red and white tie, and coal-colored slacks. His matching suit jacket was hung neatly on a coat rack in the corner by the door. He gestured to the empty chair in front of his desk. Tricia's my assistant. She says I should talk to you because you have an honest face. He laughed. Believe me, that's a huge compliment coming from her. Tricia sums people up fast, and she doesn't trust just anyone. I certainly appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, Molly said. She says you're here about Adele Stiles. He was holding a plastic bottle of flavored raspberry water and took a sip. You want some water? I've got a whole case of it in the fridge. No, thank you, Molly said. Stephen Jericho, the manager at Brookside Manor, told me Adele hired you to handle her will. He looked at her curiously. Are you a member of the family? Molly squirmed in her chair. She felt suddenly very foolish. It was none of her business what was in Adele's will. He didn't have to tell her anything. Maybe this hadn't been such a good idea after all. No, I'm not a family member, she said. I bought Adele's wedding dress from Betsy Stratton, a friend of hers at Brookside. I want to make sure the sale won't be a problem down the road, in case someone in Adele's family wants to claim it. I was also curious about Adele, and thought you might be able to tell me something about her. Gelman nodded, as if that made perfect sense. Her will is public record, he said. You could have stopped by the probate court and obtained a copy. Oh, Molly said. I was hoping you might save me the trouble. He leaned back in his chair, studying her. You have her dress, and you're curious about her, is that it? Yes, Molly said. It really is that simple, she thought. He took another sip of water. Adele left a letter for me to open after her death, he said. In that letter, she revealed certain facts about her life, and she gave me permission to share those facts. You're the first person to ask about her. So,
I'll save you a trip to the courthouse." Adele did not leave her wedding dress to anyone in her family. As I said, it's a matter of public record, but she didn't leave them anything at all.
"Really? That seems rather harsh," Molly said. "Who did she leave her money to?"
"That has to do with the letter."
He set the bottle on the desktop, put his elbows on the desk, and laced his fingers together.
Adele left the bulk of her estate, approximately $3 million, to the descendants of a man named Barry Flynn.
He was watching her intently.
Barry Flynn was a security guard at a bank in Boston. He was killed on the job after the war ended in 1945 during a robbery. The person who killed him was never caught.
"Did Adele know Barry Flynn's family?"
"No,"
he said, still watching her. They were silent a while, and Molly thought about Adele leaving such a large sum of money to people she didn't know. She had a sudden sinking feeling in her stomach. "Betsy told me Martin Stiles sold insurance," she said. "That's not true, is it?" Gelman shook his head.
"No, he never sold a single insurance policy."
Molly sat back in her chair. Sunlight streamed into the room, pooling on the carpet. Dust motes floated lazily on the air. She didn't want to ask, but she had to know. She had started this line of questioning and was in too deep to walk away. "Did Martin Stiles rob the bank and kill the guard?"
"Let me tell you about Martin Stiles," he said. "He had advanced dementia near the end of his life, and Adele took care of him at home. The only people who visited them were immediate family. A few months before Martin died, an FBI agent showed up at the house. Someone told the feds Martin was a bank robber and they wanted to question him. Adele allowed the agent to interview Martin, but in his demented state, he could barely string a complete sentence together. Due to his degraded condition, the agent closed the case for lack of evidence. Adele was furious. She was certain someone in the family had contacted the FBI. When no one owned up to it, she wrote them all out of her will.
"She got revenge," Molly said. "But you haven't answered my question. Was Martin a thief and a murderer?"
"Martin robbed banks and private residences for many years," he said. Adele documented each robbery in her letter. He robbed his first bank in 1937, took a hiatus during World War II when he served with the Army Air Corps in England, and started thieving again when he got home. He didn't stop until 1969, when he almost got caught robbing a private residence. It scared him. Getting older, he was slowing down.
"How convenient," Molly said. "He stopped when he had enough money to live on the rest of his life. You still haven't answered my question. Did Martin kill the bank guard? Is that why Adele left Barry Flynn's family the money?"
"It's a little more complicated than that."
He folded his hands on the desktop.
"Martin wasn't the only thief in the family. According to Adele, they worked as a team."
She stared at him. "Adele robbed banks with her husband?"
"Yes," he said.
Molly felt her mouth go dry.
"It was Adele who killed the bank guard," he said bluntly. "It wasn't Martin."
Molly was speechless. Adele had murdered a man and lived off blood money for over 60 years? How was that possible?
"When I met her," he said, "she looked like somebody's kindly grandmother. There was no hint of a shady life. When I read her letter after her death, I thought I was hallucinating. I had to read it 3 times. I don't know why Adele wrote the letter. She could have gone to her grave without anyone knowing what she'd done. She left the Flynn family the money without any explanation. Although, to be fair, she did write the letter, so if they want to know the truth, they only have to ask me and I'll give them a copy."
"They haven't asked you why a stranger left them millions?"
"Flynn's oldest daughter brought up her father's death, but when I tried to pursue the subject, she shut me down. They were thrilled to get the money. I don't think they cared where it came from."
He paused.
"Adele must have felt great remorse for what she'd done. The letter reads like a confessional."
Did she actually say in the letter she was sorry she killed Barry Flynn?
Well, no, not exactly.
Molly huffed. If she had any remorse, she would have apologized and made it known when the will was read why she left his family the money. Instead, she veiled her confession in a letter that wouldn't even be opened until after she was dead. She got revenge on her relatives and wrote them out of her will, giving her fortune to the Flynn family.
Trisha and I thought you might be one of Adele's relatives, he said. I've been expecting someone to show up. I can't believe they haven't.
Give them time. If it was me, I'd be searching for a really good lawyer to contest the will. Although, to be fair, maybe they're still in shock. Molly shook her head. I know I'm in shock. I can't believe Adele was a thief and a murderer. It's incredible. What a heartless, vindictive woman.
She didn't seem that way when I met her. She appeared to be a nice, ordinary lady. I let my guard down because of her age. I should know better in my profession.
Why's that?
I deal with a lot of psychopaths, he said. No matter what their age, they're always good at lying.
Chapter 20. Molly's mind was reeling when she left Gelman's office. She thought about Adele and Martin, the decades of robberies, and Barry Flynn's murder. She also thought about the beautiful vintage wedding gown hanging in her closet at the hotel, and her eyes filled with tears. It didn't matter if the crime was committed 60 years ago or 6 days ago. How could she wear the gown, knowing what Adele was and what she had done? She heard her phone chirp and took it out of her bag. Clara had sent a text. Still shopping, haven't found the perfect outfit yet, back by 5. Instead of going back to the hotel, Molly made a beeline for the parking lot and her rental car. She suddenly wanted to talk to Betsy and to get hold of Adele's and Martin's wedding photograph, to see the couple who had thieved their way through life and killed a man. She entered the address for Brookside Manor into the GPS and pulled out of the garage. The sunny afternoon had turned cold by the time Molly pulled into Brookside Manor's parking lot. The 4-story building was a pale shade of yellow, with Romanesque front porch columns and white rockers on the patio. Tucked into the woods, and surrounded by trees older than any resident could possibly be, it was a peaceful setting. Molly parked in the shade beside a dark blue 4-door sedan. As she got out of the car, she noticed a faded decal in its rear window. Goodbye tension, hello pension. Molly sighed. It looked like the car that had almost hit Alec. She chalked the incident down to stories she had read about elderly drivers who should have turned in their car keys when their reflexes slowed down. She made a note of the license plate number and went into the building. The foyer was long and wide, with benches on either side for sitting, and a formal staircase with spindles resembling the porch columns. There was no one using the stairs, but a bank of elevators at the end of the hall was busy. It was near the formal dining room, where white-coated servers were already setting tables for dinner, and residents were hovering around the area like vultures circling fresh meat. A small sign pointed to the leasing office, and Molly found Stephen sitting behind his desk. His eyes focused on his computer's screen. She tapped lightly on the doorframe. "Got a minute?" she asked.
"Hey, Molly." He looked surprised to see her. "Are you here to visit Betsy?"
She thought about telling Stephen about her conversation with Elliot Gelman, but decided not to, at least not yet. She was still trying to process the information herself, and now that she was at Brookside Manor, she wasn't sure if she wanted to tell Betsy the truth about her friend. It might be better to get the wedding photograph, visit a little while, and say her goodbyes. "Do you know where I can find her?" she asked. "I don't have her apartment number."
"Actually, I saw her go out a little while ago with the Wiley Walkers."
"Wiley Walkers?"
"It's a group that gets together to walk the path around the building a few times for exercise. You can wait for her on the patio or in the lounge. They should be back soon."
"Okay." She paused. "I wanted to ask you about a car in the parking lot. It's an older model Ford, blue sedan. If I gave you the license plate number, could you tell me who owns it?
What's this about?
I was wondering if the owner would be interested in selling the car, Molly said. She didn't want to get anyone in trouble, but she also didn't want an innocent person getting mowed down by someone who shouldn't be driving. She decided to talk to the person directly and not involve Stephen unless it was absolutely necessary.
You want to buy a car? I thought you were visiting.
Oh, I am, she said. But I might be moving to Burlington and I'll need a car. It sounded lame even to her ears, but Stephen didn't seem to care. He nodded.
Okay, let me check.
He pulled a screen up on his computer.
What's the number?
She told him, and he typed it in.
Here it is. The car belongs to Felix Bird. I saw him in the lounge about 5 minutes ago reading the newspaper. I'll introduce you.
The lounge was down the hallway past the elevators. Felix Bird was sitting on a couch near the large window overlooking a sunny brick courtyard. He had wispy gray flyaway hair that stuck out in all directions, and thick eyeglasses perched on a bulbous nose. He also had a hairy mole on his cheek that Molly found distracting.
Felix, sorry to interrupt,
Stephen said. Felix lowered his newspaper and stared at Molly.
Who's the pretty lady?
Molly Appleby, Stephen said. She's a friend of Betsy Stratton.
Hold on.
Felix held up a finger.
Sorry, forgot to turn my hearing aid back on.
He fiddled with it and sighed.
I hate this dang thing. Okay, I'm all tuned up and ready to go. What's the name again?
This time Molly answered. Molly Appleby. I'm a friend of Betsy Stratton.
If you'll excuse me, Stephen said, I'll leave you two to talk.
Felix patted the couch cushion next to him and grinned at Molly.
Sit down, please, he said.
When she was seated, he leaned toward her and whispered,
Don't you think I'm a little old for you?
Molly laughed. I don't know. How old are you?
83, he said, scratching that awful mole. Old enough to know a young gal like you isn't looking for a hot date with me. So what does a friend of Betsy want to talk to me about?
I saw your car in the parking lot, she said. Do you drive it often? He shook his head.
Not anymore. My eyes have got so bad I don't dare.
Oh, Molly said. Why do you keep it?
Did my son ask you to talk to me?
His head swiveled toward the entrance, as if expecting his son to make a surprise appearance.
He's been nagging me to sell that car for months. He keeps harping on about it, reminding me I got a shuttle bus to take me anywhere I want to go, as if I don't know. I keep telling him I'm old, not stupid. He needs to show a little respect.
No, your son didn't send me, Molly said. Felix squinted at her. His eyes were as gray and faded as his hair.
So, what's this about?
Does anyone else drive your car? Felix looked confused.
I thought you were Betsy's friend. Are you from the insurance company?
No, I am Betsy's friend, and I'm curious about your car because I think I saw someone driving it the other day.
Oh, well, if that's the case, you should talk to Betsy.
Does she know who's been driving your car? Felix laughed.
They say old folks are slow. You don't catch on too quick, do you, dearie?
He laughed harder and slapped his knee.
See, Betsy's the one takes the car out for a spin from time to time. She's helping me out, keeping it running until I decide to let my son think he's won the argument about selling it. God knows where Betsy goes.
He winked at Molly.
I'm a big believer in don't ask, don't tell.
Molly cringed at this bad news. Well, I guess I'll have to talk to her about it, she said. Felix picked up his newspaper and shook it.
Damn fine print.
He glanced at Molly as if surprised she was still there.
Were you asking about my car? Let me know if you're interested. I'll give you a good price.
Chapter 21. Molly took a seat on a white rocking chair on the patio. The aroma of roasting chicken spilled out the open door, and her stomach growled. She rocked slowly and tried to enjoy the mountain vista, but she was worried about Betsy, and it was hard to relax. She didn't have to confront her, of course. She could wait and talk to her family about her driving. But what if Betsy borrowed Felix's car after she left? She couldn't let her get behind the wheel again and risk another near-miss hit-and-run. She heard the wily walkers before she saw them. They marched around the building as if on parade, laughing and giggling like teenagers. The women wore their short hair tight and white, and were similarly dressed in bulky sweaters, polyester slacks, and thick-soled walking shoes. There were a few men in the group, but they didn't look half as spry as the women. A few pushed walkers. Betsy saw Molly and waved at her from the crowd, which saved Molly the trouble of shouting out her name. She could hardly recognize her among all those white heads. Most of the other walkers went inside, chatting about the dinner menu and wondering what was for dessert, but a few lingered on the patio. Betsy took a rocker next to Molly and wiped her brow with a tissue she plucked from her rolled-up sleeve. "Woo, what a workout," Betsy said. "How did the dress work out?" "It's beautiful and fits perfectly," Molly said. "I'm happy to hear it," Betsy smiled. "Did you come for the wedding photograph of Adele and Martin?" "Yes, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all," Betsy said. She gave Molly an odd look. "Are you all right? You don't look too good." "It's been a weird day," Molly said. "Look, I have to ask you something, and I hope you'll forgive me for prying. It's a little personal." "Okay, you've got my attention," Betsy said. "I'd like to know how you got to the Princess Bridal the day we met. Did you drive Felix's car?" Betsy stopped rocking. When she didn't reply, Molly went on. "I saw his car in the parking lot. He told me you drive it sometimes." Betsy started to rock again. "I drove it that day," she said. "Did you drive it the next day?" "What are you getting at?" "I was at the Blue Onion the next day when a car almost ran Alec Portman down in front of the restaurant. I'm sure it was Felix's car. So, were you driving?" Betsy gripped the chair's armrests. "Are you going to tell the police?" she asked quietly. Molly felt deflated. Betsy had been driving Felix's car. "I'll have to tell Stephen," she said wearily. "I'll let him decide if the police need to be called. At the very least, I'm sure he'll want to talk to your family." "Why drag my daughter into this?" "Because you shouldn't be driving anymore," Molly said. "It happens as people get older. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Betsy burst out laughing. "You think I can't drive?" "Well, yes, I don't think you meant to run Alec down," Molly said. The words were barely out of her mouth before she realized she might be wrong. "Or did you?" "Of course I did," Betsy said. "Call it revenge if you want. I did it for Adele." "Revenge?" Molly stared at her. "For what?" "Killing her," Betsy said. "I thought she died of a heart attack." Betsy rolled her eyes. "The heart attack was his fault," she said. "He broke into her apartment and the stress killed her." "What proof do you have he was the thief?" "I didn't need proof. I put 2 and 2 together." Betsy rocked faster. "A few weeks ago, someone here told me about Jazzy Joyce's break-in, how she was sure Alec stole her ring. Only there aren't any signs of a break-in, and the police didn't believe her. It got me thinking about how Alec was here the day of the robbery taking pictures at Adele's party." She nodded her head. "He did it." "I know Jazzy thinks he's a thief, and I agree his being here at the time is suspicious. But without actual proof, that doesn't mean it's true." "Someone else could have robbed her house and broken into Adele's apartment. He might have been innocent." "Innocent my foot," Betsy huffed. "I'm not stupid. I spent 2 days at the library searching the crime section of the newspaper going back 4 years. Alec moved to Burlington 4 years ago, and not long after he got here, reports of home robberies started ratcheting up.
All of them the same. No evident sign of a break-in, and only jewelry was taken. Sound familiar?
You declared him guilty and exacted your own justice based on an increase in robberies?
You bet I did. How else would he pay for what he did to Adele? The police weren't doing anything to stop him.
Did you know he threatened to sue Jazzy for slander?
I'm not surprised,
Betsy said. Her eyes bored into Molly's with a look that chilled her.
Why are you defending him?
I'm not defending Alec, Molly said. You may even be right about him. The point is, you're not his judge and jury. It wasn't up to you to execute a deadly sentence. Betsy smiled, but it was fleeting and bitter.
If you want me to apologize, I won't, she said. Adele was a good person. She might still be with us today if he hadn't broken into her place and robbed her. He killed her, sure enough.
Molly clamped her mouth shut. All this talk about Adele made her want to tell Betsy the truth about her, but the temptation quickly faded. There was no point in upsetting her and risking another heart attack at Brookside Manor.
I'm not sorry I tried to run him down, Betsy went on. I'm only sorry I missed.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do, Betsy said stubbornly. Alec was a bad man, and I'm glad he's dead.
Molly lowered her voice. You didn't kill him, did you?
Betsy looked at her as if she was dim. Was he killed with a car?
No.
Then I couldn't have done it.
Betsy stood up and stretched, and Molly thought she heard her bones crack.
I'll get that photo for you. Wait here.
Exhausted, Molly leaned her head back on the rocker and closed her eyes. She would have to tell Stephen what Betsy had done with Felix's car. She didn't think he would call the police, but he would have to tell her daughter, and that might be worse for Betsy. In the end, did any of it matter? Alec was dead, and a killer was still on the loose. She didn't believe for one moment Betsy had hid in his house and waited for him to come home, or that she was capable of wielding a heavy cast-iron pot and smashing his head in hard enough to kill him. The woman couldn't walk fast enough to avoid being seen by Lindsay, and she didn't weigh more than 100 pounds. A strong breeze would blow her over. When Betsy returned, she did not sit down again, but handed Molly a framed photograph.
Here it is.
She made a point of looking at her watch.
I've got to get cleaned up for dinner, so I'll say goodbye and good luck.
Molly stood and looked down at Betsy. She looked so tiny and bird-like, nothing like a woman hell-bent on taking the law into her own hands. I'm sorry if you think I've pried unnecessarily, Molly said. I was worried you might have an accident. Betsy's face relaxed.
You're a nice girl, Molly, she said.
You talk to Stephen if you have to. I won't be mad. Then she turned and went inside. The frame was sterling silver and heavy. A smiling couple stared out of it, dressed in wedding attire. The photo was taken at the Boston Public Garden. Molly recognized the swan boats floating on the pond in the background. Adele was younger and taller than Martin, with a round face and a healthy hourglass figure so similar to Molly's it was no wonder the gown fit her. Her long dark hair was loose and wavy around her face and shoulders, reminiscent of a Veronica Lake hairdo, and a diamond tiara was settled perfectly on her head like a royal crown. Adele's smile was crooked and shy, and coupled with the simplicity of the gown and the beauty of the tiara, she exuded the sweetness of an angel. But Molly knew better. Adele was the devil in disguise. Standing beside her, Martin looked dapper in a dark pinstriped suit fashionable to the era, a white flower tucked into the lapel. His thinning brown hair was slicked back like a gangster, but his eyes were merry. They appeared to be an ordinary, happy couple, smiling for the camera on their wedding day as if they hadn't a care in the world. No one would believe they were bank robbers, or that a year earlier Adele had killed a man.
Molly?
She was so engrossed in the picture she jumped at the sound of her name. Stephen stood in the doorway.
Sorry to startle you, but I just passed Betsy in the hall and she looked upset. Is everything okay?"
"Not really," Molly sighed. "We need to talk." And she followed him inside. Chapter 22. Molly was asleep when her cell phone rang on her bedside table early the next morning. Assuming it was Matt, she rolled over and answered with her customary, "Hello, sweetheart. Is this my morning wake-up call?" A deep voice rumbled back,
"This is Detective Tony Lombardi of the Burlington Police Department."
"Oh." Molly sat up in bed, clutching the comforter to her chest, as if the man had walked into her room.
"Am I speaking to Molly Appleby?"
"Yes, sorry about that. I thought you were someone else."
"You left a message about the Alec Portman murder."
Yes, I did," Molly said.
"I'm downstairs in the lobby," he said. "I'll buy you a coffee."
"Right now? You're here at the hotel?"
"Yes, in the lobby."
Molly glanced at the clock. "It's 6:30, she said.
"The sun's up, and you should be too," he said.
Molly's mouth fell open. What nerve.
"I'll expect you in 15 minutes,
he said, and hung up. Molly stared at the phone. What the... If there was one thing she couldn't stand, it was pushy people. But curiosity got the better of her, and 25 minutes later, not 15, he could wait. She was freshly showered, hair brushed, makeup applied. When the elevator doors opened in the lobby, she bumped into Caitlin, waiting to go up. "Oh, Molly, there's a man in the lobby waiting for you," she said, getting on the elevator. "Enjoy the view."
"What do you mean?"
"He's gorgeous." Caitlin winked as the door slid closed. A lone man was sitting by the unlit fireplace reading a newspaper. On an end table next to him were 2 cups of coffee. When he saw Molly, he stared at her a moment, then folded the paper and tossed it onto the table. Caitlin wasn't exaggerating, Molly thought. Detective Tony Lombardi was a heartthrob. 30-something with jet black hair, olive tan complexion, and dark brown eyes that bordered on seduction.
"You're late, and your coffee's cold," he said.
Molly glanced at his ring finger. No sign of a wedding band, so most likely single. No surprise, she thought. Good-looking and pushy. He probably can't keep a girlfriend. She sat down on the settee across from him. "That's all right," she said. "This isn't really a social visit, is it?" Lombardi took a small notebook out of his jacket pocket. The jacket looked expensive, and he wore it like a movie star, with pressed jeans and a crisp white dress shirt.
"You have information for me?"
"I don't believe Lindsay Emerson killed her father," Molly said.
"That's not information. That's an opinion."
"Yes, but I have good instincts about people. I believe she's innocent. Can you tell me why you didn't arrest her?"
"No," he said.
"What's your information?" "I met Alec the other day at his studio."
"I found your card in his office,"
he said, consulting his notebook.
"You work for an antiques and collectibles magazine in North Carolina. You some kind of expert?"
"Yes, I am," Molly said. "I forgot I gave him my card. He was going to call me with references."
"Did he call?"
"No, he hadn't gotten around to it. Not that it mattered. I wasn't going to hire him for my wedding." It was his turn to look at her ring finger.
"You're engaged,"
he said. Molly sat up proudly. "Matt and I are getting married in October."
"Why did you see Alec, if you weren't going to hire him?"
"Violet and Lindsay told me about him, and I was curious to see him in person. I thought he might have horns."
"Did he?"
"No, but when I walked into his studio, he was in the middle of a heated argument with a woman."
"Can you describe her?"
"I can do better than that. Her photograph is on the wall in his reception area. She's posing with a golden retriever." He nodded.
"I saw it."
"Do you know who she is?"
"Her name's Felicia Castor. I don't know the dog's name," he said dryly.
"Did you know Alec was moonlighting at her shop, designing jewelry?"
"No."
He made a note in his book.
"How do you know that?"
Molly picked up her coffee and took a sip. It was lukewarm, but she drank it anyway. Kelly Watson at the Black Horse Inn told me. She set her cup down on the table. Alec hit on her, despite the fact she was married. He also harassed a waitress at the Blue Onion named Kimber. He made another note. And he was trying to put Jamie Max out of business. What kind of business? Jamie owns Lovebirds Photography. Alec was bad-mouthing him around town, undercutting his prices. She waited for him to write everything down. You should talk to these people. He looked at her, his eyes amused. Anyone else I should talk to? Bristol Price, she said. Have you heard about her and Alec? It seems like just about everybody in town knows he broke her heart. He made another note. You got any more suspects? I didn't say they were suspects, Molly said. And yes, I do have more names. Go on. Jazzy Joyce. She owns Java Jitters and pretty much confirmed what Kimber and Kelly told me about Alec hitting on women. She leaned toward him. Jazzy thinks he broke into her house and stole an expensive heirloom ring, and the police aren't taking her seriously. Tell me about that, he said. Molly told him about Jazzy's photo session with Alec and the subsequent disappearance of her ring. She's convinced he broke into her house and stole it, she said. I think if you look into it, you'll find there have been other similar robberies over the last few years. Jazzy told me her ring was appraised at $5,000, a considerable amount. You might also want to know that before Alec was a photographer, he worked at a jewelry store in Chicago. He was a gemologist and designer. He knew the value of fine jewelry. Why risk stealing jewelry from a client? Seems risky to me. Was he a drug addict looking to make fast money? Not that I know of. Yet you're convinced he was a thief. Molly opened her mouth and closed it. Hadn't she reprimanded Betsy the day before for being judge and jury? Here she was doing the same thing. He was watching her carefully. People talk to you, he said. Molly didn't know why, but the comment embarrassed her. Must be my honest face, she said lightly. He glanced at his watch. Was there anything else you wanted to tell me? There was a robbery at Brookside Manor in February, Molly said. The victim, Adele Stiles, was celebrating her 90th birthday and hired Alec to take photographs at her party. He didn't stay at the party the entire time, and while it was going on, her apartment was broken into. All her jewelry, including a diamond tiara, was stolen. Again, no sign of a break-in. She filed a police report and died 3 days later, probably due to the stress. Are you suggesting Alec left the party early and broke into her apartment? His face was skeptical, and his eyes were starting to glaze over. She had to get to the punchline. There's more, Molly said. I had a conversation with Brock Weston yesterday. He told me he delivered a painting to Alec's house, and while he was there, Alec showed him a diamond tiara. There can't be that many diamond tiaras floating around Burlington. It must be Adele's. Hold on, he said. Who's Brock Weston? He owns Art Obsession, and he's a justice of the peace. He told me Alec has a wall safe in his dining room. Alec's house was searched thoroughly, he said. We didn't find a safe. It's hidden behind a painting. He closed his notebook. You're implying Alec was a heartbreaker and a thief. Yes, and I think you should consider those attributes as possible motives as to why someone might have wanted him dead. Oh, I will. But you should know Lindsay Emerson isn't off the hook. From where I'm sitting, she had plenty of reasons to kill her father. Then why did you let her go? He closed his mouth stubbornly. He wasn't going to tell her. Look, I thought if I gave you some insight into what people around town are saying about Alec, it might help your investigation. I'm not trying to steer you in any direction other than the truth. Molly stood up to go. I'm sorry if I've wasted your time. I'll leave the detecting up to you. He tucked his notebook into his pocket. I never said you wasted my time, he said. Molly looked at him. Was an apology forthcoming? She doubted it. He didn't strike her as the kind of person who apologized. Lombardi stood and faced her. They were exactly the same height, and Molly found it hard not to stare into those languid eyes. They were as deep and absorbing as a dark chocolate abyss.
"You took me by surprise," he said, quietly. "I don't meet people like you every day."
Molly was almost afraid to ask. "What kind of people are you talking about?"
"The kind who have something going on," he said, tapping his forehead. "Up here."
"Oh," Molly said, blushing. "Thank you."
"Do you have time to ride over to Alec's house with me? If there's a safe in his dining room stuffed with jewelry, I could use your expertise. I don't know a thing about jewelry."
"When are you leaving?"
"Right now,"
he said, and took his car keys out of his pocket. Molly hesitated. If she agreed, she'd be digging a deeper hole, sinking further into yet another murder investigation. "Okay," she said, and she could have sworn she felt the earth shift beneath her feet. "Let me text my mother and let her know." Chapter 23. After Lombardi picked Molly up in front of the Hotel Vermont, he called a locksmith to meet him at Alec's house. On the drive over, Molly looked out the window at the passing countryside and tried not to think about the breakfast she had missed. As if reading her mind, Lombardi said, "I dragged you out of the hotel. Did you have anything to eat?" Molly's stomach growled. "No, I haven't eaten, and I'm hungry," she said.
"We'll stop at Dunkin' Donuts on the way back," he said. "My treat."
"Thank you," she said. He glanced at her.
"So you're getting married? First time?"
Molly stared at him. "Do you always ask such personal questions?" A smile tugged at his mouth.
"When I'm in cop mode, I ask a lot of questions."
"Assuming I'm not a suspect, if you'll turn cop mode off a moment, I'll tell you." With 2 fingers, he made a zipping motion across his lips.
"It's off," he said.
"First marriage for both of us," Molly said. "What about you?"
"Never been married and no girlfriend at the moment," he said. "We broke up a few months ago."
"Had you been dating a long time?"
"Almost made it to 4 months. Longer than most of my relationships last. I think my problem is that I always date the same type of woman. She's always blonde. Real or bottled, I don't care. Petite, thin, and tan. They're oh so beautiful, but not a rocket scientist among them."
"Maybe they break up with you because you're too judgmental," Molly said. "You need to give people a chance. I'm sure they had other attributes."
"Yeah, they sure did," he laughed. "And for the record, they didn't break up with me. I broke up with them."
He paused.
"I need to find a woman like you."
Molly was shocked. Was he flirting with her? Before she could gather her thoughts to reply, he turned the car up the gravel drive to Alec's house.
"The body was taken away hours ago by the coroner, and I was out here most of the night with the tech crews," he said. "It looks worse in the daylight."
Molly agreed the small Cape house looked neglected. The lawn was overgrown with sprouting weeds and lackluster hydrangeas sagging by the front door. "I'm surprised Alec didn't take better care of his home," she said.
"He didn't own the place."
Lombardi switched off the engine.
"He rented it from Bob McNulty, a widowed senior citizen. Bob moved to Brattleboro to be near his daughter."
They got out of the car and walked up the cracked concrete walkway.
"It's a shame Bob didn't sell the place," he said. "Renters seldom take care of a house like the owner."
He peeled away the yellow crime scene tape from the door.
"I hope your tip about a wall safe pans out."
He went inside, and Molly followed. The dining room was to the right of the foyer. There were 3 paintings on the wall, and Lombardi found the safe behind an aged portrait of a homely-looking woman attired in colonial garb. From the pinched expression on her face, Molly thought she looked like she needed more fiber in her diet. She had no idea who the woman was, and quickly forgot about her when she heard a vehicle outside.
"That'll be Ted Lewis, the locksmith," he said.
Molly walked over to the window as Ted pulled his van up behind Lombardi's car. He hauled his large bulk out and lumbered around the back to collect an aluminum toolbox. Lombardi went to the door.
"Ted, Thanks for coming out so quickly, he said. No problem. I was in the area, Ted wheezed. He must have been at least 300 pounds, and Molly hoped he wasn't going to have a heart attack from the sheer exertion of walking from the van to the door. This is Molly Appleby, Lombardi said. She's assisting me. Nice to meet you, Ted said. Shame about Alec. He wiped his brow with a stained handkerchief. I heard about the murder. It's all over the news. What's the world coming to, eh? Lombardi pointed to the safe. Can you open it? Sure hope so. I installed it when he moved in. Just need to double-check the drill point diagrams for this model. He pulled out his cell phone and called his office. After a lengthy conversation with a person on the other end, he tucked the phone into his shirt pocket. That was my wife. I'm gonna have to bypass the locking mechanism. Ted bent over his toolbox and took out a drill. Shouldn't take too long. 5 minutes later, he swung the safe door open. Bingo, he said. Thanks, Ted, Lombardi said. Ted was already packing up his toolbox. When he straightened up, he towered over Lombardi, and sweat dripped down his face. Always happy to help the police, Ted said. Nice to meet you, ma'am. As Ted headed out the door, Lombardi snapped on a pair of latex gloves. Let's see what we've got. He opened the safe door, and Molly could see folders stacked on shelves and a pile of small boxes. Let's start with the folders, he said, and took out the first one. Looks like standard contracts for work. He flipped through the papers, closed the folder, and placed it on the dining room table. When he got to the last file in the stack, a photograph fell out. He picked it up off the floor and showed it to Molly. The photo showed a young couple sitting on a floral sofa. The man was scowling at the camera, but the woman was beaming as she cradled a newborn baby in her arms. The woman is Violet Emerson, and the man is a younger version of Alec. She glanced at Lombardi. The baby has to be Lindsay. All this time they thought he didn't give them a second thought, but he kept this old photograph in his safe. Let's not get sentimental. Lombardi put the photograph aside. He reached around her and took out one of the boxes and opened it. What do you make of this? Molly leaned over to get a better look. She could feel Lombardi's hot breath on the back of her neck. It's a vintage diamond engagement ring. How do you know it's vintage? The style is Edwardian. Lombardi frowned. What makes it Edwardian? The pretty lacy floral pattern and the intricate mill-grain detailing. It was very common in the early 1900s. Right, of course, he said, in a tone that implied he had no idea what she was talking about. He opened another box. What about this ring? Do you have an extra pair of gloves? I'd like to get a closer look. Sure. He dug into his pocket and took out another pair of gloves. Molly pulled them on. She held the ring up to the light streaming through the window. The stones are dirty, she said. Let's open the other boxes. She took her time going through each item of jewelry. Lombardi yawned. Patience, she said. Is any of this old stuff worth anything? Old stuff? Molly was amused. Appraisals would have to be done as to the monetary value, but there are some lovely pieces here. The black opal bracelet, pearl necklace, and this sapphire eternity ring are in excellent condition. I'm disappointed we didn't find Jazzy's ruby ring or the diamond tiara. Photographer by day, cat thief by night. If he stole any of this, I hope you can find the rightful owners. I'll get a team over here to bag and tag everything. Molly was standing so close to him she could smell his aftershave. It was a musky scent, and she found it distracting. You should talk to Felicia Castor and ask her what exactly Alec was doing for her at Bedazzled. He glanced at her. I suppose it would be wise to have you tag along, in case I need your help in the jewelry department. Molly smiled. Thank you, she said. For what? Trusting me, she said. I thought you'd marked me down as some kind of lunatic busybody. Lombardi smiled. His teeth were very straight and very white,
which only enhanced his movie star looks. Molly wondered if he knew the effect he had on people when he smiled.
"I can be an ass at times," he said. "Don't take it personally." He cleared his throat. "You asked me earlier why I didn't arrest Lindsay Emerson."
Molly held her breath. He was actually going to confide in her.
"I let her go because she was clean," he said.
Molly was confused.
"Clean?" "Literally clean," he said. "According to the coroner, if she had killed Alec, she would have had blood on her. It was a real mess."
"Thanks for telling me," Molly said. "I didn't think for a moment Lindsay killed her father, but I'm relieved to hear you confirm it."
"Don't get the wrong idea," he said. "She's still a person of interest. I have to keep my options open, and if the evidence starts to lean in her direction, I'll bring her in for more questioning."
"When will you question Felicia?" she asked.
"Soon," he said. "I'll let you know when I've set something up."
Chapter 24. After stopping for donuts and coffee, Molly checked her phone for messages on the way back to the hotel. Clara had texted to let her know she was having a manicure and would be back by noon, and Matt had left a voicemail to tell her he missed her and loved her. As soon as Lombardi dropped her off at the entrance, she called Matt back immediately, and he answered on the first ring.
"I'm on a break and don't have much time," he said. "I hope your day's going well."
"It's been interesting," she said. "I met with Detective Lombardi this morning." She went on to tell him about their meeting and the jewelry in Alec's safe. "Lombardi's going to set up a time to talk to Felicia and asked me to go with him." She waited for a scolding. Instead, Matt laughed.
"I don't know how trouble finds you," he said. "You are a trouble magnet."
"You're not upset?"
"No, I'm not upset. I'm not even surprised."
"You're not going to tell me to walk away before I get in too deep?"
"I know you want to help Lindsay," he said. "I told you before, the only reason I asked you to steer clear of anything like this was because I know you have a limited amount of time and a lot to do. It's not that I doubt your sleuthing abilities."
Molly smiled. "I appreciate your confidence," she said, walking into the hotel. "Besides, I feel good about the progress I'm making on the wedding. I got the cake and flowers ordered, the room at the Black Horse Inn is reserved, and I hired a justice of the peace."
"You're doing great," he said. "I feel bad I'm not there to help."
Molly walked across the lobby to the elevators. "Traditionally, the bride plans the wedding with her maid of honor, the bridesmaids, and her mother." She waved at Caitlin, who was on duty at the front desk.
"Speaking of your maid of honor," he said, "I bumped into Kitty last night at the Piggly Wiggly. She feels terrible she bailed on you."
Molly pushed the button on the elevator, and the door immediately opened. "She keeps texting me to apologize, and I keep telling her to stop worrying."
"I reminded her your mother is there to help you."
Molly sighed. "This trip hasn't turned out the way I expected." The elevator doors opened, and she stepped out onto her floor. "It was supposed to be fun." She walked to her room and opened the door with the card key. "It's bad enough Lindsay got mixed up in her father's death, but finding out Adele was a murderer and a thief has been a complete letdown." She put her bag on the desk and walked over to the closet. "I'm not sure what I should do with the wedding gown. Do I wear it, sell it, or give it away?" She slid open the glass opaque door and stared at her wedding dress.
"If you want to buy another dress, that's fine with me," Matt said. "Don't worry about the money."
"I keep thinking about what Kitty said, about how Adele might not be the original owner." Molly unzipped the bag and took the dress out. "Maybe she bought it secondhand from somebody who doesn't have a criminal record. Let me check something." She looked at the writing on the label. "The dress was made by Manfred Trousseau. Hold on a sec while I check the internet." She switched screens on her phone and did a quick search. "Looks like Manfred Trousseau is still in business. They have a boutique on Newberry Street in Boston. It must be exclusive. You need an appointment to see their gowns."
"Why don't you give them a call? Maybe they can tell you something about the dress."
"That seems unlikely, considering how old it is, but I'll give it a try. I'd really like to rid the gown of its bad karma. I want to feel good about wearing it." Matt laughed.
"Atta girl, keep your chin up," he said. "Sorry, baby, I've got to go. I'll call you tonight."
After they said goodbye, Molly placed a call to Manfred Trousseau in Boston. A sales associate put her through to the store manager, Jacinta Horace. "I recently purchased a vintage wedding gown with a Manfred Trousseau label," Molly told her. "My friend, who's an expert in vintage clothing, told me it looks like it was made in the 1930s. I wondered if your store might have a catalog of vintage gowns, or some way to trace its provenance."
"How remarkable," Jacinta said. "I'd love to see it. Is there any way you can bring it into the salon?"
"I wish I could, but I'm in Vermont planning my wedding and I'm flying back to North Carolina in a few days. How about I send you a picture?" "Oh, yes, please do," Jacinta said excitedly. Molly photographed the dress and emailed it to Jacinta. "Tell me when you get it," she said. Jacinta was quiet for a moment. "Got it. Oh my gosh, what a beauty. Is the original label still in the dress? Is that how you knew it was a Manfred Trousseau gown?" "Yes, that's exactly right," Molly said. "Good. Look on the back of the label and tell me what you see." Molly turned the label over. "It has the number 42 stitched on it."
"Excellent. Hold the line, please."
Elevator music played softly in Molly's ear. She felt like she was holding her breath, waiting for Jacinta to return. After 10 minutes on hold, Molly was afraid she'd forgotten about her. But finally, Jacinta's excited voice was in her ear.
"Thanks for your patience," Jacinta said breathlessly.
"Before I tell you what I found out, let me give you a little history about Alexei Manfred, the founder of Manfred Trousseau. He hand-stitched beautiful, one-of-a-kind wedding gowns from the first day he opened his bridal salon in November 1902 until his death 53 years later. After his death, his son sold the salon to Executive Bridal, but they kept the Manfred Trousseau name and, to their credit, continued the tradition of selling only high-quality, hand-stitched gowns. Molly nodded, as if Jacinta could see her. "Many wealthy families in Boston, and all over the world, order from Manfred Trousseau. An original gown by Alexei Manfred, however, with its signature mark, such as the one on the back of your label, is a rare find." "He numbered all his gowns?"
"Yes," Jacinta exclaimed. "The best part is, Alexei Manfred cataloged every dress he made by number. 5 years ago, Executive Bridal stored the information on its computer database. That's how I was able to look up gown number 42. She laughed. "This is so exciting."
"Let me write this down." Molly was thrilled. She jumped up and ran to the desk for a pen and the little pad of hotel paper. "Okay, I'm ready. What does it say?" "Gown number 42 was made for Claire Rayner for her wedding on July 12, 1941. Alexei Manfred's notes indicate Claire was the daughter of Richard and Margaret Rayner. There's an address listed for Richard Rayner on Commonwealth Avenue. Her father must have bought the gown for her, and he must have been wealthy. The dress sold for $3,000, a lot of money back then." "This is amazing." "Let me see what else the notes say. Okay, Claire was to marry Walter Gibson at the Park Street Church in Boston at 2 o'clock. Jacinta laughed. "Alexei Manfred even recorded the name of the servant who picked up her dress. Isn't that amazing? Her name was Adele Griggs." Molly's phone almost fell out of her hand. Adele Griggs? Adele wasn't that common a name. It had to be Adele Stiles. Molly tried to speak, but her vocal cords had suddenly stopped working. Jacinta went on, oblivious to Molly's distress. "Oh, and I see something else that might be of interest. The notes say a tiara was to be worn with the dress. Was the tiara with the dress when you bought it?" Molly cleared her throat. "No, it wasn't," she croaked. "There are details about it. Wow! It's a 22-carat diamond and pearl tiara with floral clusters." Alexei arranged to have it engraved per her father's instructions. "The tiara has an engraving?" "It's so sweet," Jacinta said. "Love never fails" was engraved on the inside band. "Isn't that from the Bible?" "Yes, 1 Corinthians chapter 13, the love chapter," Molly said. "Jacinta, I can't thank you enough. This is unbelievable." "I'm so excited for you. I knew about the database, of course, but I think you're the first person to actually put it to use. I hope it helps complete the history of the dress for you." "I'm curious," Molly said. "How much do you think the gown is worth in today's market?" "Well, to give you an accurate assessment, you would have to bring it in so we could evaluate it." "It's in excellent condition," Molly said. "Can you give me your best guess?" Well, based on the photograph, I can see it's a simple design without any beading or anything. I guess it might fetch anywhere around $20,000 to $30,000. How much did you pay for it?" Molly swallowed. $300, she said. $300? "Yes." "Oh my gosh, I love it. You got a great deal." "Yeah," Molly squeaked. "I sure did." Chapter 25. Molly's mind was swirling. Adele Griggs worked for Claire Raynor's father, and in her role as housekeeper, she picked up Claire's wedding gown and the diamond tiara from Manfred Trousseau's shop. Adele Griggs, you thieving, conniving... Molly couldn't bring herself to say the last words aloud. Adele Stiles had to be Adele Griggs, and she stole the gown and tiara. There was no other explanation as to how Adele Stiles ended up with Claire's gown, and, most likely, her tiara. When and how had she done it? Richard Raynor was wealthy. If he was in Boston society, his name would be newsworthy. Molly picked up her phone and searched the archives of the Boston Globe, typing Adele Griggs's name into the search engine. She wasn't really expecting to find anything going back so far, but Adele's name popped up, along with an article dated June 23rd, 1943. It described a robbery at the home of Claire and Walter Gibson in Cambridge, Massachusetts, on the night of June 22nd, 1943. Jewelry was stolen from the residence while Claire was volunteering at the Red Cross. Molly was so absorbed reading the article, she jumped when her phone switched to an incoming call. It was Lombardi. "I set up an appointment with Felicia Castor," he said. "Do you still want to go with me?" "Yes," Molly said, catching her breath. "What time?" "Half hour. Where are you?" "At the hotel." "Good. I'll meet you outside Treasure Trove Antiques on Church Street. She's got a booth there." "I know where it is," Molly said. "Okay, see you." Wait, Molly shouted before he could hang up. "I need to tell you something important." She gave him a condensed version of her meeting with Elliot Gelman and her phone conversation with Jacinta at Manfred Trousseau. She finished by saying, "I'm reading an archived article from the Boston Globe." Claire's house was robbed in June 1943. The reporter talked to the housekeeper, Adele Griggs. He quotes her as saying, "What a shame this happened on a night when Mr. Bartles, the live-in butler, was taken ill with a stomachache. He was so unwell the poor man went to the hospital while Mrs. Gibson was out. I believe someone must have been watching the house, aware Mr. Gibson is fighting in the South Pacific, and the house was empty." Molly snorted. She probably poisoned the butler and made her move the minute the house was empty. "I won't say this isn't fascinating," Lombardi said, sounding not the least bit fascinated. "But may I remind you, I have a murder to solve. I'm unclear as to how this information is important." "Don't you get it? The tiara could be the key to your murder. Adele had a tiara, and it was stolen. We need to find out if it had the engraving. Do you have a copy of the robbery report?" "Okay, I see where you're going with this," he said. "Hold on." He put her on hold, and Molly walked to the window. Heavy clouds rolled across the sky, and the sun was having a hard time breaking through them. He clicked back on. "I've got the report taken by Officer Belden. Give me a second to look it over." He paused as he read, "Well, what do you know? This will make your day.
Adele's tiara had the engraving "Love Never Fails" on the inside band.
"Oh my God!" Molly jumped up and down. "It was Claire's tiara. Adele stole it."
It's possible Claire loaned her the gown and tiara.
Why would she loan something so intimate and valuable to a servant? And even if she did, Adele never gave them back to her, did she? Molly's eyes widened. What if Felicia killed Alec? What if she saw the tiara and wanted him to sell it, but he refused? That could be why they were fighting. She killed him to get her hands on the tiara.
Didn't Brock Weston tell you Alec was going to give the tiara to someone he knew a long time ago? Maybe he already did. And let's not forget, Brock knew about the tiara.
If Brock killed Alec for the tiara, why would he tell me about it? That makes no sense.
Who says criminals are smart?
What are you going to do about Felicia?
I put together a list of stolen jewelry in the Burlington area. Take a look at it before we go in to talk to her. While I'm asking her about her relationship with Alec, take a look around to see if she's got anything for sale that matches the list. Can you leave now, or do you have to finish reading that article?
What about the tiara? Are you going to ask her about it?
I will if you see it up for sale. If it isn't there, I don't want to tip my hand, he said. Can you leave now?
Molly slipped on her shoes. I'm on my way, she said.
Chapter 26.
Felicia looked terrible. Her eyes were red from crying, and her curly hair was limp and in need of a wash. She stared at Molly. I know you. I never forget a face, she said. Her hands plucked nervously at the gauzy material of the long flowing skirt she was wearing. You were at Alec's studio the other day.
Molly's assisting me as a police consultant,
Lombardi said. Felicia wasn't impressed. A consultant of what? Antiques, Molly said. I write for Collectors Weekly. As if that explained everything. Oh, Felicia said, rubbing her arms. Lombardi took his notebook out.
I'd like to talk to you about your relationship with Alec Portman, he said. I understand he was working with you as a jewelry designer.
We've been in business together a few years, Felicia said.
How did you get started?
I met Alec when he had a sale on pet photography, Felicia said. I wanted a picture of Graham Cracker, my golden retriever. He was 13 at the time, and I thought it would be a nice keepsake to have when he wasn't around anymore. She smiled weakly. He died 6 months later. Anyway, Alec was so easy to talk to during the photo shoot, we ended up going out to dinner that night. Our conversation lasted until the early hours of the morning.
What did you talk about for so long?
He was interested in my work as an antique dealer. He was just starting out collecting antique furniture and wanted my advice on vintage dishware and pottery. A quick flash of greed lit up Felicia's eyes. Do you know what will happen to his things?
No, he said.
If there's going to be an estate sale, I'd love to know about it. Lombardi stared at her. Molly thought if she was looking for sympathy, she wasn't going to get it from him. She wandered over to the jewelry display case. There were gold bracelets, jade and silver stud earrings, Southwestern-style turquoise necklaces, and assorted gemstone rings for sale. One of the rings was a blue sapphire, and Molly thought it might be the one Lex's client was interested in. She didn't see any sign of a diamond tiara, or any other jewelry matching the items on Lombardi's list. Molly realized Felicia had stopped talking and was staring at her again. Can I help you? Felicia asked. Oh, I was just looking, Molly said. You have some lovely pieces. Felicia nodded. Thank you, she said. I sell only high-quality jewelry. Let me know if you'd like to see something.
What else did you talk about that night?
Lombardi asked. Felicia turned to him. Right, where was I? Alec told me he was having a tough time making a living. Photography was feast or famine, he said. Busy in the spring and summer, the rest of the year mostly walk-ins and holiday cards. I suggested we join forces. My sales weren't exactly booming. and I'd been toying with the idea of redesigning vintage jewelry to make them more contemporary. How did you do that? Molly asked. Felicia looked annoyed by her question. Alec would remove gemstones and diamonds from older settings and redesign them into newer pieces. Molly thought this was interesting. They were repurposing jewelry. And, she realized, if Alec was redesigning everything he stole, none of the jewelry in Felicia's display case would match the original pieces. Alec thought it was a great idea to team up, Felicia went on. It turned out to be a perfect union. He had experience with jewelry design, something I lacked, and I had experience in sales, as well as an established business. Lombardi made a note in his book. Where do you get the jewelry to, redesign? Most of it he bought at estate sales, although occasionally he'd stumble on a garage sale where the sellers weren't selling junk. Alec loved to go antiquing. Did you go with him? No, Felicia said. The corners of her mouth turned down. Alec liked to go alone. Where did he go on these antiquing trips? Mostly New England, but sometimes he'd travel to upstate New York. Lombardi took his time writing in his notebook. Molly heard voices in the hall. Browsing shoppers were strolling the aisles of Treasure Trove looking for treasure. A man and woman walked into the booth, but froze when they saw Lombardi's stern face. They ducked out immediately and continued on their way. Felicia tapped her foot impatiently. She had seen them and didn't appreciate the loss of business. I'd like to know how any of this is going to help you find the person who killed Alec, Felicia said. Lombardi slowly lifted his head and looked at her. I had an interesting conversation this morning with a detective in Chicago. He told me about a man named Henry Bellamy. Do you know who that is? No, but I suppose you're going to tell me, Felicia said. Henry Bellamy is Alec's uncle. Oh. Felicia licked her lips. Alec never told me anything about his family. Is his uncle going to take care of the funeral arrangements? I'm afraid that's not possible, Lombardi said. Henry's serving time at a prison in Illinois. Molly stood very still. She hoped no one else walked into the shop. Felicia was visibly sweating, and Lombardi was on a roll. Felicia's hand went to her throat. I had no idea. Would you like to know why Henry's serving time in prison? She shook her head, but he told her anyway. He was arrested 5 years ago for selling stolen jewelry out of his jewelry shop. Alec, his nephew, worked for him. Alec worked for him, Felicia repeated. That's right, he said. The Chicago police believe Alec was the real brains behind the operation, but they couldn't prove it. Henry threw himself under the bus for his nephew, confessed to the crime, and claimed Alec didn't know anything. However, in light of the fact similar robberies have occurred here in Vermont, I have to consider Alec went back to his old ways. Only this time he was working with you to sell stolen jewelry. Felicia moaned low in her throat. No, you're wrong, she said in a small voice. I told you, Alec went to estate sales and bought jewelry to redesign and resell. We did nothing illegal. Do you have the receipts? Felicia licked her lips. No, Alec never gave me any receipts. Molly stepped forward. Did you give him money from your operating account to buy the jewelry? Felicia nodded mutely. Her face had turned very pale, and Molly hoped she wasn't going to faint. I don't understand why you wouldn't insist on seeing the receipts. He could have been stealing the jewelry and pocketing your money. I trusted him, Felicia said quietly. How much have you made in sales over the years? Felicia took a deep breath. Enough to make selling the jewelry worthwhile, but it was never consistent. Profits fluctuated on what was being sold at any given time. If you want specific numbers, I'd have to get them from my accountant. Molly glanced at Lombardi. He nodded for her to continue. Is this all of your inventory? She asked. No, I keep some at home, Felicia said. I wasn't sure how long I would be here today, and I didn't want to bring all of it. I haven't been feeling well since I heard about Alec."
Lombardi took over. "Where were you Tuesday night?" he asked.
Felicia blinked. I was home," she stammered. "I close at 5 on Tuesdays."
"Was anyone at home with you?"
She shook her head. "Just Sprinkles, my dog. I adopted her when Graham passed away."
Lombardi closed his notebook. "Okay, thanks for your time," he said. Felicia looked relieved. "If you plan on leaving town, let me know," he told her. "I might need to talk to you again."
Outside on the sidewalk in front of Treasure Trove, Molly squinted up at the sky. Wet snowflakes drifted down lazily, sticking to her face and hair and clothes. "Am I dreaming? Or is it really snowing?" she asked. Lombardi lowered his head and walked away fast. Molly had to practically run to keep up with him.
"Welcome to Vermont in the spring," he said.
"I didn't bring any boots," Molly said. "Or gloves or a hat."
"You won't need them," he said. "The snow will stop soon and melt off."
Molly hoped he was right. "Nothing in Felicia's shop matched your list," she said.
"I'm spending too much time on this," he said. "I have other people to interview. Felicia's not the only person in town with a reason to kill Alec, and without being able to prove she's selling stolen jewelry or has the diamond tiara, I've got nothing on her."
"Richard Rayner, Claire's father, was a very wealthy man," Molly said. "He spent a lot of money on his daughter's gown. It follows the tiara would be expensive. I wouldn't be surprised if Felicia could sell it for more money than she's made in years."
"Even if she has the tiara, it still doesn't prove she killed him."
"Did you find any burglar tools at Alec's studio or house?"
"I wish," he said.
Molly couldn't believe it. They had made it back to the Hotel Vermont in record time. She felt winded and sweaty by the walk, but her hands were icy cold, and the snow was still falling. "I think I know a way we could get her to give up the tiara," she said.
"Uh-huh," Lombardi said, unconvinced.
From somewhere nearby, Molly heard the sound of sirens. Police headquarters was a short walk away. "You haven't met my mother yet," she said.
"What's she got to do with this?"
"Let me introduce you," Molly said. Chapter 27. Molly invited Clara and Lombardi to lunch at Magnolia Bistro. Over chicken salad sandwiches for herself and her mother, and a pulled pork sandwich for Lombardi, she laid out her plan. "All you have to do is pretend to be a customer and ask Felicia if she has a diamond tiara for sale," Molly said. Clara frowned. "But I've already inquired about an Art Deco ring. Won't it seem odd I'm suddenly interested in a tiara?" Lombardi leaned toward Molly.
"I'm not sure using a civilian on a sting operation is the best way to go," he said quietly.
Molly huffed. "It's a simple plan, and I know it will work. Didn't you see the greed in Felicia's eyes? If she has that diamond tiara, she's salivating to sell it." She turned to her mother. "You pretend to be a customer shopping for jewelry. After you look at the ring, you tell her your daughter's getting married, and you'd like to buy her a diamond tiara." Clara glanced at Lombardi. "What if she gets suspicious and starts asking questions? Maybe you should send in an undercover policewoman." No, Molly said before Lombardi could agree. "The fact that you're not a cop works to our advantage. If she gets suspicious, she'll never give up the tiara." Lombardi finished his sandwich and wiped his sticky fingers with a napkin.
"You make a good point, Molly," he said. "But if your mother doesn't want to do it, we need a plan B."
Molly looked at her mother. "What do you say, Ma?" "I don't know, honey," Clara said. "She might have killed Alec. She could be dangerous." Molly was disappointed, but if her plan made her mother uneasy, it wasn't worth pursuing. "I'm not going to force you to do something you feel is dangerous," she said. "We'll find another way."
"I had a case recently where I used a high-definition video pin on an informant," Lombardi said. "It's a small camera disguised as a piece of jewelry. We can attach it to your jacket, Clara. I'll have a monitor, and Molly and I will be able to see and hear everything. If Felicia freaks out, we'll come running. Would that put your mind at ease?"
"A video pin," Clara said, intrigued. "Is that like the cameras police officers wear on their vests?"
"Same technology, only prettier."
Lombardi grinned.
"Perfect for a spy."
"Well, I suppose if you and Molly can see what's happening. I have to admit it's rather exciting. I feel like a spy."
"Did you leave Felicia a voicemail when you got in touch with her before?" he asked. "Or did you actually meet her in person?"
"Sean called and left her a voicemail. I followed up with a text," Clara said. "She hasn't actually replied."
"Great. So you haven't met her," he said. "Can you lose the accent?"
"What?"
"Your accent might make her suspicious. She met Molly this morning and might put two and two together. Can you do a Yankee accent?"
"Certainly," Clara sniffed. "How difficult can it be to speak in hard vowels?"
"Okay, good," he said, and pushed back his chair. "If you'll excuse me a moment, I have to call the station. As gung-ho as I am about our little operation, if I don't get a green light from my chief, there will be hell to pay."
When he was outside the restaurant and out of earshot, Clara turned to Molly. "He's in love with you," she said. Molly stared at her mother like she was crazy. "I can see it in his eyes, the way he looks at you." Molly ate the last bite of her sandwich. "You're nuts," she said. "I just met him, and he knows I'm engaged." "He's a good-looking man." "So what? Matt is cuter." Clara reached over and squeezed her hand. "Be careful," she said. Molly shook her head. "I can't help it if Lombardi has a crush on me. If he even does," she clarified. "What I can do is be faithful to Matt, who is the love of my life and the man I want to marry and spend all my days with." Clara put her hands up. "You don't have to justify yourself to me." She glanced out the window. "Look, it's stopped snowing and Lombardi is off the phone. He's gesturing for us to join him." They left the bistro and walked with Lombardi to the police station. After going over how the video pin worked, Lombardi fastened it to Clara's jacket. Then he called Sean to make sure Felicia was still at her booth and to ask him if he and Molly could monitor the meeting from his office. Sean was happy to oblige. As they walked to Treasure Trove, Lombardi went over the plan again with Clara, making sure she was comfortable in her role. He also insisted she try out her version of a Yankee accent, but he wasn't satisfied, and it took another 10 minutes of walking around the block and talking Northern before he would let her go into the antique store on her own. Sean met them at the entrance and escorted Molly and Lombardi to his office. Molly was impressed by the technology of the video pin and the clarity of the picture that popped up on the small handheld device. But standing so close to Lombardi, her mother's remarks about his feelings for her took on new meaning. In the same way she'd known Matt was attracted to her, blame it on pheromones or sheer instinct, in the deepest part of her psyche she just knew. That same invisible wave of heat was radiating off Lombardi. She would heed her mother's warning and be careful not to encourage him.
"There she goes,"
Lombardi said. Molly turned her attention to the screen and watched as Clara walked into the dealer's booth. Felicia was sitting on a stool, her elbows resting on the display case. She looked disheveled and pale, a little like something Molly's cats might drag home, and Molly thought their earlier visit must have gotten to her. When Felicia saw she had a customer, she tried to fluff her hair, but her curls had lost their bounce and wilted around her face. "I texted you the other day about a blue sapphire ring," Clara told her. "Oh, right. I got the phone message from Sean as well. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to get back to you. I was in the middle of a, crisis." "Do you still have the ring? The one you advertised on your website?"
"Certainly."
Felicia took a ring out of the case and set it on a velvet cloth. "It's a lovely piece," she said. "Are you familiar with sapphires?" "Only a little," Clara said. "She's lying," Molly told Lombardi. My mother's expertise is in Southern pottery, but she knows enough about gems to distinguish good quality from bad." He nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the screen. Clara picked up the ring and looked at it in the light. "It was purchased at an estate sale in New York," Felicia said. "It dates from 1912. "It's lovely, and in excellent condition," Clara said. "The band is only slightly aged with minute scratches." "Darn," Molly said. "The ring must be in the original setting. Alec didn't eviscerate it." "Is that a problem?" Lombardi asked. "Felicia's playing it safe. She's not going to sell anything she knows is stolen. That's why there wasn't anything in her case that matched your robbery list." "Well, let's hope she's feeling greedy today," he said. "If the tiara is worth a lot of money, your mother might be able to tempt her to sell it." Clara handed the ring back to Felicia. "The price on the website is $3,000, she said. "Would you be willing to come down at all?" "No, I'm sorry," Felicia said. "The price is $3,000 firm. For the quality, the price is quite fair." "I'll think about it," Clara said. Felicia looked disappointed. "Was there anything else you'd like to see?" "Well, it's probably a long shot, but do you have a diamond tiara for sale? Preferably vintage?" Felicia looked surprised. "A vintage tiara? What an unusual request." "My daughter's wedding gown is from the 1930s, and I'd love to buy a tiara that matches the era. I want real diamonds. I'm not interested in cubic zirconia or rhinestones." She sighed dramatically. "It's proving hard to find." "Well, I have to tell you," Felicia said in a low, confidential tone, "a diamond tiara will come with a heavy price tag." "I'm prepared to spend whatever it takes to get my daughter the perfect gift." Clara leaned toward her as if sharing a secret. "My husband died last year and left me quite a lot of money." "I'm sorry for your loss," Felicia said sympathetically, but Molly saw that flash of greed in her eyes. "When do you need it?" "I'd love to buy one before I go back home to, Connecticut in a few days," Clara said. "I know that's not much time. If you don't think you can find what I'm looking for, I quite understand." Her voice trailed away. For the first time, Felicia smiled, revealing deep dimples. "I'm very good at locating specialty items for my customers," she said. "Can you give me an idea of what kind of budget I'm working with?" "Oh, sky's the limit," Clara said cheerily. Felicia's smile only got bigger. "I'll see what I can do." Chapter 28. After escorting Clara back to the hotel, Lombardi suggested Molly accompany him to the Blue Onion to talk to Kimber. He thought having her there with him might put the girl at ease. The manager was a short man with horn-rimmed glasses, a thin nose, and tiny hands. He seated them at a table and nervously promised to find Kimber after Lombardi identified himself. Leaning back in his chair, Lombardi looked around the restaurant. It was after the lunch hour, and not very busy. He thought the sitar music could be turned down a notch. "I have to admit, Appleby women make good spies," he said, grinning. "Do me a favor and try not to be seen with your mother until she hears back from Felicia. I don't want her to see you two together. She might figure out you're related." He drummed his fingers impatiently on the table. "Do you see Kimber?" "No," Molly said, looking around him. "The manager told me he'd send her over." "He didn't look too happy about it," Molly said. She picked up a menu. "I'm not hungry after having lunch at Magnolia Bistro, but I wouldn't mind a cup of coffee." "Is that her?" He jerked his thumb at a young girl coming toward them. She had long red hair, eyebrow piercings, and full-sleeve tattoos on both arms. He knew body art was the rage with young people, but personally he hated it. "That's her," Molly said. Kimber walked over to their table, but instead of addressing Lombardi, she turned to Molly. "Brett says you want to talk to me?" she said. Her mousy face was pinched and worried. I didn't know you were a cop. I'm not a cop, Molly said. She pointed to Lombardi. This is Detective Lombardi. He wants to ask you some questions about Alec Portman. I told him Alec was harassing you. Oh. Kimber's face flushed as red as her hair. Am I in some kind of trouble? No, Lombardi said, but she still wouldn't look at him. He wondered if she had a criminal record. Drugs, vandalism, shoplifting. He should have checked first. You're not in trouble, he said. I'm talking to anyone who had contact with him recently. Kimber's eyes darted around the room, as if looking for the nearest exit. Finally, they settled on Lombardi. There's not much I can tell you, she said. I didn't really know him. Why don't you pull up a chair? He was using his most soothing tone of voice. Kimber hesitated a moment before sitting down. She was blinking fast, and she held her pad in her hand like she was taking their order. Tell me about the harassment, he said gently. Brett told me it was a harmless flirtation and I shouldn't make a big deal about it, Kimber said. To deal with it, I'd ask someone else to cover for me. Brett was wrong to tell you it wasn't a big deal, he said. You should have told the police and made out a report if you felt threatened. Kimber squirmed in her chair. I never said I felt threatened. It was just annoying. Was he still bothering you in the days leading up to his death? Kimber set her pad and pen on the table. You need to understand something, she said. Alec was a pig. No one liked him. It wasn't just me he was sniffing around like a dog in heat. Ask any woman who crossed his path. Lombardi nodded. I've heard he was a womanizer, but what I need are names. Did you know any of these other women he was harassing? Nope, sorry, she said. It's just, I hear things, gossip and stuff. Kimber glanced at Molly, her eyes suddenly wide and innocent. You must have been worried about me, telling the police about me, she told her. I didn't mean to get you involved. Why did you tell Molly? Lombardi asked. Kimber bit her lower lip and wouldn't answer. Lombardi looked at Molly. Care to tell me why Alec became a topic of conversation? A car almost ran him down on the street, Molly said. I forgot to tell you. Lombardi shook his head. Did he call the police? No, he said he didn't want anyone to call the police. You should have told me, he scolded. Did either of you get a look at the driver or see a license plate number? Kimber shook her head. No one got a good description. She glanced at Molly, an odd expression on her face. It happened too fast. Okay, he said. He felt they were holding something back, the two of them, but he had no idea what and didn't have time to play games. Molly tells me you referred her to Jamie Max. How do you know him? Kimber looked worried again. It's okay, he's not in any trouble, he said. He recalled when he was growing up, his mother would tell him patience is a virtue. In his professional opinion, patience was the equivalent of pulling teeth. Jamie's my boyfriend, Kimber said. How long have you been dating? We met in high school, so it's been about 6 years now. We moved in together right after graduation. Did you know about the rivalry between him and Alec regarding his business? It was Alec who was trying to put Jamie out of business, Kimber said angrily. Do you think it's possible Alec was harassing you to get at Jamie? I suppose that's possible, she said slowly, as if the thought had never crossed her mind. I wouldn't put it past him. Where were you Tuesday night, between 8 and 9 o'clock? Tuesday? Kimber's leg jerked under the table. Her thigh hit the edge so hard the table rocked. Is that when Alec was killed? Yes. Okay, well, my shift finished at 6, she said. After that, I went home. What about Jamie? He closes his studio at 7 on Tuesdays. He came home right after. Did Jamie know Alec was harassing you? Yeah, he knew. He told me if it got too bad, I should quit.
Did he talk to Alec about it, man to man? Tell him to knock it off?
Jamie didn't want to start a fight. He told me to ignore Alec. Lombardi noticed a thin line of sweat on her upper lip. There's really nothing more I can tell you. Kimber picked up her pad and pen and pushed her chair back. I've got work to do. Lombardi watched her walk away. Molly huffed. Guess she doesn't want to take our order. She raised her hand to flag down another waitress, but could feel Lombardi staring at her and stopped in midair. What's wrong? She touched her face. Do I have something on my face?
No, you're perfectly lovely, Lombardi said.
Molly slowly lowered her hand. His dark eyes were mesmerizing. You shouldn't talk to me that way, she said. It's flattering, but have you forgotten I'm engaged?
How could I forget? He surprised her by laughing. You're as untouchable as a painting in a museum.
That sounds cold, she said.
You can't have it both ways, he said. You're either available or you're not, and obviously you're not. He leaned toward her. Look, the last thing I want to do is leave a bad impression. If I've made you uncomfortable and you want to call it quits, take my thanks with you and be on your way. He paused. Although I hope you'll stay on the case. I really do appreciate your insight, and I promise I'll try my best not to inadvertently cast my eyes on you again.
That's not funny, Molly said. She looked at him cautiously, looking for any visual clues he might not be sincere. He sat back and waited patiently, and she knew he was letting her make the decision whether to stay or go. Finally, she said, Okay, who's next on your interview list? Lombardi smiled and tucked his notebook in his jacket pocket.
Bristol Price, he said. But if you'd rather stay and have a coffee, I can tell you about it later.
Are you kidding? Molly grabbed her purse. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Chapter 29. They walked through the front door of the Princess Bridal, and Lombardi paused to take in their surroundings. Molly laughed at his shocked expression.
I've never seen so many wedding gowns, he said. It's overwhelming. I'm surprised women don't lose their minds trying to pick only one. If I had to sort through this many suits at Jeff's apparel, I'd be bald from pulling my hair out.
He lowered his voice.
It's eerily quiet in here. No muzak playing to calm the bridal beast. No smiling sales clerk rushing to assist us. And there isn't a single customer browsing the aisles. Where is everybody?
It was an empty tomb the other day, too, Molly said. Bristol's business is in the tank.
Well, let's dive in and see if we can find her, he said.
Lombardi led the way down the aisle in front of them, quickening his pace as he ran the gauntlet of bridal dresses. He stopped at a door marked Office, and without waiting to knock, he opened it.
I take it that's Bristol Price, he said.
Molly peeked around his wide shoulder. Yes, that's her, she said. Bristol was slumped in a chair, her stocking feet propped on the edge of the desk. Her shoes were on the floor, and she was snoring softly. An open bottle of Johnny Walker Black stood on the corner of her desk like a silent sentinel. Molly didn't see a glass. Lombardi shook his head in disgust.
The lady's knocking back booze from the bottle in the middle of the day, he said.
Are you going to wake her up?
Yeah, in a minute.
He picked up one of her shoes and checked the size.
7.5, he said.
Is that important?
We discovered footprints below the living room window at Alec's house. The impressions were smudged in the dirt, making it impossible to accurately measure, but the approximate size was between a 7 and a 9.
Bristol snorted. Her head twitched, but she didn't wake.
There's no easy way to wake her, he said.
He put the shoe back on the floor and knocked loudly on the corner of the desk. Bristol flew awake and almost fell off her chair, her feet hitting the tiled floor with a thud. She looked at them with bleary eyes, struggling to focus. She pushed her chair back and stood, and swayed dangerously on her feet. Lombardi stepped forward to help, but she waved him away, leaning on the desk, her hands splayed flat for support. She took a deep breath and let it out. He took a step back, recoiling from her sour breath, his eyes sliding to the open bottle of scotch on the desk. She grabbed it, capped it, and slid it into a bottom drawer. When Bristol saw Molly, a mean expression formed on her thin little face. "I remember you," she said. "You were here with a friend looking for a vintage gown, but nothing fit you." Her words were slightly slurred. "Who's this handsome guy? I can't believe he's your fiancé." Molly felt her blood boil, but before she could think of something sufficiently nasty to say back to her, Lombardi took his badge out and stuck it in Bristol's face. "Detective Lombardi, Burlington Police," he said. Bristol squinted at it. "Oh." She bent over and picked her shoes up off the floor. She stared at the shoes a moment, seemed to think twice about putting them on in her inebriated condition, and set them down on the desktop. "What's this about?" She glanced at Molly. "Did you complain about me?" "She did not," Lombardi said, "although I can see why she'd be tempted to. Ms. Appleby is assisting me on a case." Molly held her breath, expecting Bristol would demand she wait outside, but she needn't have worried. Bristol's shoulders sagged like a deflating balloon. She wasn't in any condition to argue. She grabbed the desk for support and hiccuped. In her stocking feet, her head came up to the middle of Lombardi's chest. Molly thought she could be pretty if she gained a few pounds, didn't reek of alcohol, and wiped that puss off her face. "I'm the owner of this establishment," Bristol said the words slowly as if her teeth hurt. "How can I help you?" "I'd like to talk to you about Alec Portman." He took his notebook out of his pocket and flipped it open. Bristol moaned. "Oh, God." Her hand flew to her mouth. She rushed past them for a door marked Toilettes and slammed it shut behind her. As Molly tried to tune out the inevitable sounds that followed, Lombardi walked back to the showroom. After a moment, she gave up and joined him. He was mingling among the gowns, looking at price tags. "I'm amazed how much these cost," he said. "Couples are foolish to spend so much money on a wedding dress. They could take that money and use it as down payment for a house." "Couples want their wedding day to be special," Molly said. "Dressing up is part of the experience. It's fun." Lombardi shrugged. "I don't get it," he said. "Seems like a waste of money." "Some memories are worth the price we pay for them," Molly said. "I'd rather elope to Vegas," he said. "Well, let's hope you find a woman who wants to get married in the chapel of cheap weddings," Molly said. "In the meantime, it looks like Bristol's still alive." Bristol had emerged from the bathroom, and they went back into her office. Her lips and skin were pale, her eyes blinking in the bright fluorescent lighting. "Do you need to sit down?" Lombardi asked. "No, I think I better stand," she said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "I apologize. I don't normally drink like this, but I'm having a hard time coping with Alec's death." "You two were close?" "Depends on who you ask," she said, and laughed bitterly. "I thought we were, but preconceived ideas seem to be my specialty." "How did you meet?" "At a bridal convention in Manchester, New Hampshire, where I was living," she sighed. "It was a whirlwind romance. I thought we'd fallen in love. Only later did I realize I was just one of his many flings. It's my own damn fault, jumping the gun like that." She smiled weakly. "I got this great idea I'd surprise him by moving here. I'm sure you've heard how that backfired, considering I'm the laughingstock of Burlington." "No, not at all," he said kindly. Molly felt annoyed. She didn't want Lombardi to be nice to Bristol, although she had to admit there was something pathetic and sad about her. Bristol rolled her eyes. "My grand plan was a dud," she said. "Before I even cut the ribbon, he was shouting at me in front of everyone. He said I was crazy and I should have my head examined." She rubbed her forehead. "Now I'm close to bankruptcy, and Alec is dead, and nothing has worked out the way it was supposed to." She groaned aloud and closed her eyes. God, my head hurts.
His studio is across the street, he said. Did you rent this space to be close to him?
She opened her eyes and stared at him. I wasn't stalking him.
I never said you were, he said.
Molly wondered, though, if it might be true. People often told the truth without realizing it. Everyone feels sorry for me, Bristol whined. No one is my friend. Welcome to her pity party, Molly thought.
You ever try talking to him about getting back together?
Lombardi asked. Bristol crossed her arms over her flat chest. After that horrific scene on opening day, you would think I'd have the sense not to. But like a fool, yes, I did try to talk to him about reconciling.
When and where?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was about 6 weeks after the opening. We met at his house for a drink.
Whose idea was it to have a drink at his house?
Bristol looked annoyed. It was mine, if you must know, she said. Quite frankly, I was surprised when he agreed, given how hard he was working to avoid me. Molly considered her words. She said she wasn't stalking him. But if she wasn't stalking him, why did he have to work hard to avoid her?
Did he apologize?
Lombardi asked. Her face softened slightly. He told me he was sorry he'd lost his temper, and he hoped there were no hard feelings, but he just wasn't into me anymore. Alec could be brutally honest.
How did things end that night?
He made it clear that whatever we'd had together was over.
Did you ever visit his home again?
Bristol raised her hands to her ears. Could you please stop talking so loud? She whined. He told me it was over, and I accepted it. I may have been stupid in love with the man, but I'm not a glutton for punishment. I got the hint. I stayed away. He jerked his thumb at the window.
Did it make the split easier or harder to deal with, seeing him through the window every day?
Her thin lips narrowed. Are you always so cruel?
Just doing my job.
He paused.
Where were you Tuesday night?
You're not kidding around, are you? She rubbed her temples. You think because I'm the jilted girlfriend I must have murdered my ex. Jilted girlfriend? Ex? Molly found her phraseology interesting. She realized Lombardi did too, as he made a note in his notebook. Molly had the feeling Alec wouldn't have labeled Bristol a girlfriend or an ex anything, yet she obviously saw herself that way.
Where were you Tuesday night?
He asked again. She was quiet for a while, hugging her arms around her chest. Molly could see her mind working behind those bleary eyes. Finally, she said, If you must know, I was here until the shop closed at 7. I drove home, nuked a frozen dinner, read a while, and went to bed.
Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts?
The shop was empty when I closed, and I live alone, so the answer to your question is no. Molly sighed to herself. This seemed to be a recurring theme among the residents of Burlington. Didn't anyone go out after work for dinner with friends, shopping, stop for gas?
Before you closed up for the night, did you see anything unusual? Maybe someone hanging around by his studio who looked odd or out of place?
No, Bristol shook her head. I didn't notice anything.
What about a car parked out front?
She gestured toward the window. As you can see, there are always cars parked on the street. Did you have something specific in mind?
Tan Toyota Avalon, Massachusetts plates with a handicap sign hanging on the rearview mirror.
Bristol shrugged. Sorry, I don't keep tabs on cars, and a tan Avalon isn't ringing any bells. She burped loudly, and her eyes swiveled back to the door marked toilettes. Look, I'm not feeling well and need to lie down. All I can tell you is that despite how much Alec hurt me, I didn't hate him. Her voice broke. I was in love with him right to the end. Chapter 30. Molly loved bookstores, although it was getting harder to find them. Everyone seemed to have e-readers. She loved curling up with a paperback book in her cozy living room, sipping lemon tea, reading away an afternoon. Sooner or later, she knew she'd break down and join the 21st century, but for now it could wait. She was browsing Crow Bookshop's mystery section when her mother called. "Molly, dear, I'm with Sean," Clara said cheerily. "He picked me up a few minutes ago and we're going for a ride in the country. How did the interview with Kimber go?" "She was awfully nervous," Molly said. "It turns out Jamie, the photographer, is her boyfriend. Lombardi will have to talk to him, but it sounds as if they have each other for an alibi on the night of the murder. She did confirm the rumors I've been hearing about Alec being a womanizer, but Lombardi was disappointed she couldn't give him any names." "Are you still with him?" "No, I'm at a bookstore on Church Street. After he met Kimber, he wanted to talk to Bristol, and I went with him." Molly walked outside to tell her mother about Lombardi's interview with Bristol and her state of inebriation. "I think she was obsessed with Alec and might have been stalking him. She told Lombardi she was home alone the night of the murder, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was lying." "At least she didn't say her dog or cat could vouch for her," Clara said. Molly laughed. "Yeah, like Felicia did with her dog Sprinkles. I suppose Lombardi should be grateful for that small mercy." Anyway, he went back to the police station to write up his report. "Well, please let him know Felicia left me a voicemail while I was napping," Clara said. "She has miraculously found a vintage diamond tiara." "Wow, that was fast," Molly said. "I'll drop by the police station and deliver the good news in person." As Molly walked to police headquarters, she thought she must be losing weight with all the miles she was clocking on her feet. Moving to Burlington would be good for her health. She entered the station, announced her arrival to the receptionist sitting behind a thick shield of bulletproof glass, and waited for Lombardi to collect her. When he opened the door to the anteroom, he looked surprised and pleased to see her. "I hope you don't mind I dropped by without calling," Molly said. "I have good news. My mother heard from Felicia." "Already? That's great," he said. "Come with me and we'll talk about it." He escorted Molly through the squad room to his cubicle. Molly could feel the eyes of every male in the room watching her, but she kept her head up and gave no indication she was aware of their attention. Lombardi gestured to the visitor chair. She sat down and pointed to the Java Jitters coffee cup on his desk. "Is that what smells like blueberries?" she asked. Lombardi sat in his chair and took a sip of the coffee. "It's the flavor of the day, but I'm not sure I like coffee with a fruity flavor. Next time I'll skip the special and stick with caramel, my favorite." "Did you stop by Java Jitters to talk to Jazzy?" "Yeah, after I left you at the bookshop I had a craving for a cup of Java. Thought I'd meet the infamous Jazzy Joyce and have a chat with her about Alec. Too bad she wasn't in. A barista told me she'd left early to take her mother to a doctor's appointment. I gave her my card and told her to make sure she called me as soon as possible." Behind Molly, someone knocked on the cubicle wall. She turned and saw a pretty female police officer with silky blonde hair. Molly thought she was exactly the type of woman Lombardi would date. Even in her boxy uniform, she was impossible to ignore. "Officer Belden," he said. "I was told you have a project for me," she said. "Yes, I do," he said. "I was just getting ready to track you down." He pulled a laptop out of an evidence bag and handed it to her. "I need you to go through Alec Portman's appointments and see if you can match the names of everyone he's met with since opening his shop to the names on these robbery reports." He leaned over and picked up a folder, which he handed to her. "I also need you to check other jurisdictions in New England and New York State to see if they've had any similar crimes. Specifically, I'm looking for unsolved burglaries with no evident sign of a break-in. After you've done that, check to see if Alec's calendar has him out of town when they occurred." "Will do," she said. "I read your report about the break-in at Brookside Manor in February," he said. Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. She'd thought her name sounded familiar. She turned to Officer Belden. "You took the report about Adele Stiles?" "Yes, ma'am," Belden said. "I was sad to hear she died a few days after the incident." She turned back to Lombardi. I put out a description of the stolen items to pawn shops and jewelry dealers, but there were no hits. Nothing from the robbery has turned up." She looked at the laptop. "You think Alec had something to do with it? And others in the region?"
"I will if you can match some names and times," Lombardi said.
"I'll get right on it," Belden said. After she left, Lombardi was quiet as he sipped his coffee.
"What are you thinking?"
Molly asked.
"I'm imagining Alec standing behind his camera lens taking photographs and studying his client's jewelry, saying things like, 'Oh, how nice, you take Susie to dance class every Thursday afternoon, and Billy has soccer practice on Saturday morning.' Felicia told me Alec was easy to talk to. He probably chatted up all his clients to find out when their homes would be empty, and they never gave it another thought. I wonder if his metalworking skills included picking locks."
He took his notebook out and flipped pages.
Bristol said, and I quote, "Only later did I realize I was just one of his many flings."
He ran his hand through his hair.
"It isn't going to be easy putting together a list of all his flings. Bristol and Felicia certainly qualify, but who are these nameless others? I need real live people to interview. And what about Jamie Max? He isn't a woman. Alec bullied him and tried to steal his clients, and there could be other shop owners in town who had similar run-ins with him. I wish Jazzy Joyce had been at her shop. I need to talk to her and gauge her level of anger toward Alec."
"You can't seriously think Jazzy killed him," Molly said.
"Why not? She was going around town telling everyone he stole her ring. She might have wanted revenge."
"If I were going to pick someone as the killer, I'd go with Bristol," Molly said. "I find it interesting she was drunk in the afternoon. She could be grieving, or it could be a sign of a guilty conscience."
"She's messed up, that's for sure," he said. "Tell me about Felicia's call to your mother."
"She left a voicemail saying she found a vintage diamond tiara."
"So, she took the bait."
He rubbed his hands together.
"Now all we have to do is have your mother reprise her role as rich widow and see if the tiara has the engraving. Finally, some progress. Thanks for coming by to tell me."
Molly nodded, but made no move to leave.
"Was there anything else?"
"Yes, I've been thinking."
"Uh-oh," he laughed. "I'm almost afraid to ask what about."
Molly made a face. "Very funny," she said. "Remember I told you about Claire Gibson?" Lombardi nodded.
"Manfred Trousseau's records confirmed the gown belonged to Claire, and because Adele had the dress, ipso facto, you think her tiara, if we get it back, will have the engraving. How could I forget such an interesting story?"
"Well, I want your opinion," Molly said. "I feel I have an obligation to return the gown and tiara to Claire's family. Do you agree?"
"Yeah, at the very least, I think you should give them the option. Who knows? They might let you keep them, or borrow them."
"To tell you the truth, now that I know about Adele's past, I'm not sure I want to wear them. They feel tainted."
"Sorry, I can't help you with that," he said.
"Could you help me find any long-lost relatives of Claire Rayner Gibson?"
"Hey, I'm a cop, not a genealogist," he said.
"But you have a police computer that knows everything," Molly said. Lombardi laughed.
"I'll admit, my computer knows a lot, but not everything. If it did, my job would be a breeze."
He swiveled his chair around to face the screen.
"What the heck? Go ahead, tell me everything you know about Claire Rayner Gibson."
He cracked his knuckles and placed his hands over the keyboard like a concert pianist getting ready to play.
"Let's see if we can find her family."
Chapter 31. Molly slowly opened her eyes. Someone was knocking on the door. It took her a moment to realize she was in her room at the Hotel Vermont and not at home in her own bed. After meeting with Lombardi, she had gone back to the hotel to take a nap. "Just a sec," she called out. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at the bedside clock. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. She'd been sleeping well over an hour. Rolling off the bed, she walked to the door and opened it. Her mother strode into the room. Her cheeks seemed to have more color than usual, and her eyes looked brighter. I take it you and Sean had a nice drive in the country, Molly grinned. Yes, it was quite pleasant, Clara said, blushing slightly. Her eyes slid over Molly. Your clothes are wrinkled, she said. I fell asleep in them. You'll need to change for dinner. I've made a reservation at 7 at Hen of the Wood, that lovely restaurant next door. Molly stepped into the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face. Lombardi doesn't want us to be seen together until you meet with Felicia about the tiara. Yes, I know. He reiterated that when he called me an hour ago. Molly came out of the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bed. Did you talk to Felicia? I called her back, but she didn't pick up. I left her a message to let her know I was available to see her any time. Good, Molly said. Her feet dangled over the side of the bed. She felt 10 years old again, sitting on her bed with her mother in the room, talking about her day. Lombardi helped me find a descendant of Claire Gibson. Clara's eyes widened. Well, that's exciting, she said. Tell me all about it. It turns out Claire and Walter Gibson had a daughter, Beatrice, Molly said. Walter died in World War II in the South Pacific, and Claire never remarried. She raised the child alone and died in 1984. The best part is, Beatrice is alive and lives in Boston with her husband, Carl Middleton. I have her address and phone number. Did you call her? Lombardi thought I should wait until we make sure the tiara has the engraving. There's no point in telling her about it, getting her hopes up, if it turns out to be a cheap imitation. She felt on the verge of tears. I don't know what to do about the dress, Ma. I'm having such a hard time coming to terms with Adele's criminal past. I know, darling, but you have to remember what she did isn't the fault of the dress or the tiara. In a way, they're also victims of a crime. Molly sighed. Beatrice will probably want them back anyway, she said. But if she doesn't, do you think I should wear them? Would you wear them? I'm not sure what I would do, but I know you'll make the right decision for yourself. In the meantime, you need to freshen up for dinner. Never mind what Lombardi said about us being seen together. If Felicia shows up at Hen of the Wood, I'll tell her in my best northern accent we met at the hotel. Molly laughed. You're always full of good ideas. Clara winked. You're not the only clever one in the family, she said. Atlantic Ocean, October 1939. Leo woke early to see the sun rise over the ocean. He leaned his elbows on the ship's railing and watched the sun tease the edge of the horizon. For the first time since leaving Germany, he allowed himself a moment to relax. The wind was biting cold, but the fresh sea air was clean and crisp, and he filled his lungs with it as the powerful engines propelled the ship through the deep waters of the Atlantic, churning foam and sea spray into a salty mist. Behind him, he heard the sound of heavy boots, and turned to see the captain coming toward him. Raynor was a tall man, trim and muscular in his uniform, his dark hair graying at the temples. His skin was as tan as rawhide. He stood beside Leo, and they watched the sun rise. It transformed the waters of the dark ocean, spread its warm glow across the blank canvas of sky. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. A new day was born, and they were a day closer to America. I had a telegram from your Uncle Ravi this morning, Raynor said quietly. Leo was stunned. My uncle sent you a telegram? We've been in touch for a while. Raynor took a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket, tapped one out, and lit it. After you told me about Ravi, I tracked him down in New York. He did his best to find a way for you to emigrate to America, but it seems there's a backlog of infinite proportions. I told him I wanted to help. He took a long drag on the cigarette and blew the smoke out slowly. There's a guy in New York. He glanced at Leo. He's a criminal, Leo, and I paid him to blackmail a government official. Leo was so taken by surprise, he didn't know what to say. You and your family will have American passports when we get to New York, Raynor went on. You'll have new names, but everything will be official.
If anyone at the Port Authority asks, you tell them you were visiting relatives in Amsterdam, and you've come home."
He tapped the cigarette against the railing. Gray ash blew away on the wind.
"You don't need to worry. The passports are the real deal." "Blackmailing a government official was dangerous," Leo said. "You could go to prison." Rayner laughed. "Taking you on board my ship was dangerous. What's a little more law-breaking when we've come this far?" "What will happen if we're all caught?" "We won't get caught. Not if we're careful to keep our mouths shut," Rayner said. He turned around and leaned his back against the railing. "Did you really think you could just walk off my ship and disappear? You could be deported. You need new identities."
Leo blinked back tears and cleared his throat.
"So, this telegram from Uncle Ravi was to let me know everything was delivered yesterday," Rayner said. "He'll be waiting at the pier on Monday when we dock. I'll get the documents from him and bring them to you. Then all you have to do is walk off the ship and start a new life as American citizens. It's as easy as that." "How much did this cost? Was the tiara enough?" "I'm glad you brought up the tiara. I want to give it back to you." "No, no," Leo put his hands up. "The tiara belongs to you." "If you think I need the money, let me put your mind at ease," Rayner said. He took another drag on the cigarette before flicking it over the railing. "I always wanted to be a ship's captain, and I've loved every minute of it. It was a career of choice, not of necessity. I come from a wealthy shipping family, and I'm taking over the family business in Boston as soon as I get home. My father's getting too old to run it, and I'm next in line. I don't need the tiara, and it would finance a new store for you, and more." "What about your daughter Claire? Surely she will marry one day," Leo said. "Give it to her to wear on her wedding day, and when you walk her down the aisle, think of us." "But Leo, I really don't—" "No!" Leo shouted. It was Rayner's turn to look surprised. Leo lowered his voice. "I refuse to accept it. We will not talk of this again." Rayner put his hands up. "All right, you win. I won't argue with you." He glanced at his watch. "Time to get to work." "Captain, wait," Leo said. "If you did not need the money, why did you help us?"
For a moment, Leo didn't think he was going to answer. Rayner had a faraway look in his eyes, and his jaw tightened. Finally, he spoke. "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing," he said. That's a quote from Edmund Burke. He was an 18th century statesman who served in Britain's House of Commons. He was also a friend of the cause of the American Revolution. He smiled at Leo, but it was a sad smile.
"I studied American history in college, and I don't think I ever really understood what those words meant until I met you. Every time I came to see you, and we talked about what was happening in the world, those words kept repeating in my head like a drumbeat. I couldn't sail out of Amsterdam for the last time and leave you behind."
He patted Leo on the back.
"If I had, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. It's as simple as that."
As Rayner went away, Leo gripped the railing and closed his eyes. Soon, he began to cry with his eyes closed. For years, nothing had shocked him. He had become impervious to cruelty as well as kindness. He was a man with only one mission in life, to protect his family. But Rayner had broken through the steel wall he had built around his heart. He had given him hope. Leo realized it might be fleeting, but he would hold on to it for as long as he could. Chapter 32. At Brugger's Bagel Bakery on Church Street, Clara waited at a table as Molly ordered their breakfast at the counter. She heard her phone chime and took it out of her purse. Felicia had texted, "Meet me at 10 at Treasure Trove?" Clara quickly replied, "See you at 10. As she put her cell back in her purse, Molly returned with bagels and coffee. "Honey grain bagel with salmon for you," Molly said. "Cinnamon raisin with cream cheese and strawberry jam for me." "Felicia just texted," Clara said. "I'm meeting her at 10 o'clock. This is great. She must really want to sell the tiara. She's not wasting any time, Molly said gleefully. I'll let Lombardi know. She took out her phone and texted him. He replied immediately. He'll meet us outside Treasure Trove 5 minutes early to go over the plan one more time. When's the last time you talked to Matt? This morning, Molly said. He calls me every morning to make sure I get up. Does he know what you've been doing? Of course. Molly bit into her bagel and chewed. He knows everything, Ma. I don't have any secrets from him. Really? Did you tell him about Lombardi? Molly flinched. What's to tell? The man has feelings for you, Clara said. Look, I've made it crystal clear to Lombardi that I'm with Matt, Molly said. There's no point in telling Matt about another man's crush when there's nothing going on. If you say so, Clara said. She did not sound convinced. I do say so, but thank you for your concern. Molly sipped her coffee. I told Matt you're enjoying playing the role of wealthy widow. I'd enjoy it more if the police were only investigating stolen jewelry, Clara sighed. Do you think Felicia is capable of murder? Molly shrugged. People kill for all sorts of reasons. A big reason is greed. Alec told Brock he was going to give the tiara to someone he knew a long time ago, which means he had no intention of giving it to Felicia, and she was really mad at him the day Kitty and I caught them arguing. She paused. Would you rather not do this? I'll be fine, Clara said. I'll scream loud if she attacks me. That's not funny, Molly said. She could be dangerous. Life is dangerous, Clara said. I could walk out the door and get hit by a bus. There's no point worrying, not when we've come this far. Molly took a last bite of her bagel. You know what's really dangerous? She licked her fingers. I could get seriously addicted to these bagels. It's my store, Sean told Lombardi. I'm responsible for her safety. They were huddled together outside Treasure Trove, and Sean was hovering over Clara like a giant grizzly bear protecting its young cub. Felicia might suspect a trap. I should go with Clara. I'd rather she go in alone, Lombardi said. She's wearing the video pin, and Molly and I will wait in your office and monitor the meeting. You can stay with us if you want to. He turned to Clara. Remember, if the tiara has the engraving, you'll need to stall for time. Tell Felicia you want to call your daughter and pretend to make the call. I'll be right there. What if the engraving's not on the tiara? Clara asked. They had gone over the plan a few times already, but she wanted to make sure she didn't forget anything. Pretend to make the call anyway, Lombardi said patiently. Tell Felicia your daughter's not answering, and you'll have to go back to get her. Then leave. Do everything exactly as we rehearsed. Molly hugged her. Relax, Ma, you'll do great. Clara straightened her shoulders and took a deep breath. All right, I'm ready, she said in her best northern accent. She walked ahead of them into Treasure Trove, and Molly thought she looked like a soldier marching off to battle. She turned back only once. Sean gave her a thumbs up, and Molly smiled encouragingly. Lombardi had no expression. He led the three of them into Sean's office. The monitor was already on, the volume turned up, and Lombardi was all business. Molly watched the screen. It was odd looking through the camera lens pinned to her mother's jacket, like watching some kind of reality television show. But this was real life, and her mother, for the moment, was the star. Clara walked into Bedazzled, where Felicia greeted her from behind the jewelry display case. She was dressed in a Gucci print dress. Her hair was clean and curly, and her eyes were bright, a far cry from the wilting woman of the previous day. Her mourning phase for Alec appeared to be at an end. "How nice to see you again," Felicia beamed. "I'm so excited to show you what I've found." A white box was on the display case. She removed the top and peeled away a layer of fluffy pink tissue paper to reveal a diamond and pearl tiara. The diamonds almost seemed alive, sparking in a hypnotizing blaze of light, and for a crazy moment, Molly thought it was dancing with joy to see her mother. Felicia set it gently on a felt cloth. "Isn't it exquisite? Note the diamonds and pearls, how they're set in such an intricate floral cluster pattern." Clara cleared her throat. "May I hold it?" "Of course," Felicia said. Clara picked the tiara up gingerly. "It feels warm in my hands," she laughed. "I have a sudden desire to hold it to my breast and cradle it like a baby." Felicia smiled. "You appreciate its beauty." "It's stunning," Clara said. "It's also heavier than it looks." The diamonds totaled 22 carats. Molly was surprised to see her mother's hands were shaking. She didn't understand her reaction to the tiara. She had handled many fine antiques before. "I've appraised it for $30,000, Felicia said. Clara's mouth fell open. "Oh." "I'm quite amenable to your having an independent appraisal done," Felicia said quickly. "I'd also be willing to part with the tiara for $25,000. That's a real bargain." "I'm sure it is," Clara said. She turned the tiara around in her hands, as if she was considering paying such an extravagant sum, but Molly knew she was looking for those 3 simple words: love never fails. Clara held the tiara as close to the video pin as she could without being obvious. Molly stared at the screen. Come on," she whispered. And when the words appeared on the inside band, she yelled, "Alec did break into Adele's apartment!" She turned to Lombardi, expecting him to congratulate her for being right, but he wasn't listening. He had his phone out and was calling police dispatch. Clara set the tiara down carefully on the felt cloth and took her phone out of her purse. "Let me call my daughter," she said. "Before I spend so much money, I want to make sure she wants a tiara," she said. Lombardi headed out the door. As Molly and Sean kept pace behind Lombardi and neared Felicia's booth, they heard Clara's voice drift toward them. "What's that? You're not sure if you want a tiara? Well, darling, I need to know. Why don't you think it over a few minutes and call me back?" Clara ended her fictitious call as they rounded the corner into the dealer's stall. Felicia's eyes widened in surprise. "What's going on?" Lombardi ignored her. Clara gave him the tiara. "What are you doing?" Felicia came around the counter. "I demand to know what you're doing." "You can see the engraving," Clara told Lombardi. "I see it," he said. Felicia looked confused. "What engraving? I don't understand. Did you call the police?" "Detective Lombardi asked for my help," Clara said. Felicia's eyes narrowed. "What's with your voice? Why do you have a southern accent?" She turned to Molly. "Are you two together?" "She's my mother," Molly said. Felicia threw her hands up in the air. "This is harassment, pure and simple," she said to Lombardi. "I won't stand for it." Then she noticed Sean and marched over to him. His eyes flitted nervously to the exit. "Don't just stand there," she yelled. "Put a stop to this." "I'm sorry, I can't do that, Felicia," Sean said. "The tiara is stolen property." Felicia huffed. "Great, here we go again." She turned back to Lombardi. "You're mistaken if you think I stole that tiara. Alec purchased it at an estate sale in Connecticut. He did not, and I repeat, did not steal it." "No need to raise your voice," Lombardi said calmly. "Where exactly in Connecticut did he buy it?" She hesitated, as if trying to decide how to answer. "I don't know," she said quietly. "How much did he pay for it?" "I don't know that either." She stamped her foot. "I told you he didn't give me the receipts." "How convenient," Lombardi said. "We heard you tell Clara you appraised it for $30,000, but you'd be willing to sell it for $25,000. Pretty pricey item to buy at an estate sale. Care to revise your story, Felicia?" "Alec told me he found the tiara in a bin of costume jewelry," Felicia said. "The seller had no idea of its value. He got it cheap, that's all I know."
Let me tell you what I know, Lombardi said. A diamond and pearl tiara, matching the description of this one, was stolen from an apartment at Brookside Manor 2 months ago. It had an engraving, "Love Never Fails," on the inside band.
He turned the tiara around so she could see it.
Oh, look what we have here. A diamond and pearl tiara with the exact same engraving. Alex stole the tiara from an elderly woman who died a few days later from the stress. Don't tell me you don't know anything about it.
Felicia's face paled. But I don't know anything, I swear.
Where did you get the tiara?
Alec gave it to me.
I don't believe you, he said. He stole the tiara and told you he planned to give it to someone else, didn't he? But you knew what it was worth, and you weren't going to let him give it away. You wanted the tiara, and you killed him for it.
Felicia rocked back on her heels. She almost fell backward, but Sean caught her.
Steady now, Sean said.
No, Felicia shook her head. It's true, Alec didn't want to sell the tiara, and we did argue, but I swear I didn't kill him. When I heard he was dead, I waited for the police to finish going through his house. I wasn't sure if Alec had given it away yet, and I wanted to check his safe. That's where I found it.
How did you get into the house?
He kept a spare key under a rock by the back door. I knew the combination to the safe. I'd watched him open it enough times to memorize it.
You should have told me about the safe, Lombardi said.
Why? Felicia raised her head defiantly. The tiara didn't kill him.
Sean had moved over to the doorway and looked down the hallway. Detective, he said. You've got visitors.
2 large uniformed police officers came into the booth, complete with nightsticks and guns. They were so intimidating, Molly was glad they weren't there for her.
Felicia Castor, Lombardi said. I'm arresting you for possession of stolen property. I'm going to read you your rights, and you will be taken to the station for booking. Please be aware, I will be requesting a search warrant to search your business and your home.
Felicia clenched her fists. I want to call my lawyer, she said.
You'll get your chance, he said.
While Lombardi read Felicia her rights, Molly pulled Clara over to the display case. See that ring? The one on the last row on the right? She whispered. She pointed to a ruby ring with a gold band. It wasn't there yesterday, Molly said. But I'm sure it's Jazzy Joyce's. It looks just like the one in her photograph. Lombardi's phone rang. He checked the caller ID and answered. Molly noticed his facial expression never changed, but his eyes narrowed slightly.
Got it, he said. I'll be right there. He ended the call and turned to the 2 cops. Take her in for processing. I've got an emergency.
Lombardi walked out of the booth, and Clara tugged Molly's sleeve. Should we leave? She asked.
Yeah, let's get out of here, Molly said.
They scooted past Felicia, who was arguing with one of the cops about having to wear handcuffs, and Molly realized Sean had also gone. She didn't see him until they were near the front door, where he was talking to a customer about an antique desk. When he saw her and Clara, he gave them a little wave. Lombardi was waiting outside for them.
I have to go, he said. But I wanted to thank you, Clara. You kept your cool and did great back there.
I'm glad our plan worked, Clara said.
And you, he pointed a finger at Molly, were right about the tiara.
What about Felicia? Molly asked. Was she clueless it was stolen? He shrugged.
That call I got. A woman's body was found at Waterfront Park. I'm afraid it might be connected to Alec's murder.
Oh, no, Molly said. Can you tell us who it is?
Yes,
Lombardi said.
It's Bristol Price.
Chapter 33. Lombardi was walking fast, which seemed to be his comfortable default speed, unlike Molly, who preferred a leisurely stroll.
I told you I don't need your kind of expertise on this scene, he said. You should be with your mother. Go back to the hotel.
I promise I won't get in the way, Molly said, breathing hard and working up a sweat. Anyway, we're almost to the park. She wanted to add, thank God.
All right,
he relented.
But you'll do as you're told or I'll send you packing.
You won't even know I'm there, she said. When they reached Waterfront Park, Molly saw a small crowd had gathered at the end of the boardwalk. Curious onlookers were held back by a gruff police officer who raised his eyebrows at Lombardi when he told him to let Molly pass.
Wait on the pier,
Lombardi told her. Then he stomped off to join a group of cops gathered around a long row of bushes. Molly walked along the pier, feeling terrible about Bristol. The woman had been unpleasant and Molly didn't like her, but she didn't deserve to be murdered. Had Felicia gone insane? Was she on a killing spree? Fighting with Alec and wanting the diamond tiara bad enough to kill him seemed plausible. But why kill Bristol? Engrossed in her thoughts, Molly didn't immediately notice that an elderly man sitting on a bench was waving at her. Beside him sat a small black and tan dachshund dressed in a plaid coat. The dog stood and wagged his tail when she came over.
"Are you with the police?" the man asked.
"No, but I'm here with the policeman." "I've seen you and your dog before, from the window of my hotel room," she said. "You live across the street from the Hotel Vermont."
"That's right," he said.
He took a tissue from his pocket and wiped his runny nose. He had a long nose and short, stout body, much like his dog. "The police have blocked off the area," she said. "Why are you here?"
"Me and Maxwell Smart, my dog, we found the poor girl," he said.
"Oh, I'm so sorry. How terrible for you."
"Well, it was really Maxwell who found her," he said, scratching the dog's ears. "He's a hound dog, always got his nose to the ground. Dragged me over to them bushes and got a snoot full of something that made him howl."
"My name is Molly Appleby," she said. "What's your name?"
"Herman Hodge," he said. "Maxwell here. He sniffs so much it takes a long time to get our walk done."
He glanced back at Lombardi, who was kneeling on the grass by the bushes.
"My wife's gonna be worried."
"Would you like to borrow my phone to call her?" His eyes lit up.
"You don't mind?"
"Not at all," Molly said. She dug into her bag and took out her phone. "Tell me your number and I'll dial it for you." He gave her the number and Molly handed him her phone when the call connected. As Herman told his wife the reason for their delay, Molly saw Lombardi stand up and look her way. He said something to one of the cops and nodded. Herman finished his call and handed her the phone.
"I sure appreciate that," he said.
He glanced again at Lombardi.
"That must be the detective in charge. I told those other cops what happened, but they wouldn't let me go. Told me I had to wait to talk to him."
"You said Maxwell found her body." Herman wiped his drippy nose again.
"You probably wish you hadn't lent me your phone," he cackled. "Sorry, I shouldn't make jokes at a time like this. But don't worry, I'm not sick. I'm allergic to the dog."
"Oh," Molly said, glad that he'd told her. She was planning on disinfecting the phone the minute she got back to her room. "Did you know you were allergic to dogs when you got Maxwell?"
"Oh, sure," he said. "He's our third dachshund. Can't live without a dachshund in the house. I'd rather sniff my way through life. Anyway, where was I?"
"You were telling me how Maxwell found the body."
"Right. He'd done his business, and we were on the home stretch when all of a sudden he drags me over to them bushes. He looks little, but he's mighty strong. Got his nose under and started a god-awful howling. Then he whined, real high-pitch-like, and that scared me a lot. I got him by the collar and yanked him out. That's when I saw her. I saw her foot anyways."
He looked up at the sky.
"Such a beautiful day today. It's a shame the poor girl never got to see it."
Molly begged to differ, but she didn't say anything. It wasn't snowing, but she was cold and was starting to dream about a hot cup of cocoa to warm her up.
"I sure hope they find whoever killed her," he said.
Lombardi walked over to them. He shook Herman's hand and patted Maxwell's head, and the little dog licked his hand.
"Mr. Hodge, thanks for sticking around," Lombardi said. "The officers told me you found the body and gave a report, but I wanted to double-check you didn't touch anything at the scene." "No, sir, I sure didn't," Herman said. "I hightailed it over to the Skinny Pancake and used their phone to call the police."
Lombardi checked his notebook.
"Did you see anything suspicious in the area?"
Herman shook his head.
"Nah," he said. "Just the usual joggers and dog walkers." "Okay, thank you. I've got your contact information. If I have any further questions, may I call you?" "Of course," Herman said. "Does that mean we can go home?" "Yes," Lombardi said. "Well, at least the wife will be thrilled," Herman said. "Nothing ever happens in our little world. This will give her something to talk about at Bridge Club tonight."
He stood with a groan and lifted Maxwell to the ground.
"Let's go home, buddy."
Molly watched them walk away. The cold air blowing across the lake made her eyes sting. She glanced at Lombardi. His face was set in stone, but he was watching her. Something passed behind his dark eyes, a mixture of anger and sadness, but then he blinked and it quickly went away.
"Looks like the coroner's here," he said,
nodding toward the end of the pier. A black van pulled into the parking lot. "Are you absolutely sure it's Bristol?" Molly asked.
"Yeah, it's her. Looks like she was killed sometime last night," he said. "You should go."
Molly knew he was right, but it sounded like he was dismissing her, and that hurt. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to get in the way."
"You're not in the way," he said. "But I've got work to do, and this is no place for a civilian."
"I thought I was a police consultant," she tried to say lightly, but it sounded flat under the circumstances.
"There's nothing for you to do here."
He stuck his hands into his pockets.
"Don't get me wrong. I appreciate your help and your mother's. I don't know where the tiara will lead me in my investigation, but I've got it now, thanks to you."
He took a deep breath and let it out.
"The truth is, Molly, I shouldn't have asked you for your help. You're here to plan your wedding, not help me solve a murder. It was selfish of me. Now, please, go."
Before she could reply, he walked away, the wind tossing his hair, his shoulders hunched. She watched him return to the crime scene, surrounded by a growing assembly of uniforms. Bristol's body was still hidden from view behind the bushes. Chapter 34. At the corner of Cherry Street, Molly saw Sean heading toward the entrance of the hotel. She waved to get his attention and quickened her pace.
"The cops closed Felicia's stall,"
Sean said when she reached him.
"On her way out, she was screaming it's all a big misunderstanding. Do you think I should call my lawyer?"
"Why would you need a lawyer?"
"If she's been selling stolen jewelry out of the space she rents from me, I want to know if I'm liable to get sued by somebody."
"Oh, I never thought of that. Maybe you should, just to be on the safe side."
"Where's your mother?"
he asked. "She went up to her room to get some rest," Molly said. "I tagged along with Lombardi. There's been another murder."
"Oh, God."
Sean's eyebrows shot up.
"Who is it this time?"
"Bristol Price. Her body was found at Waterfront Park. Lombardi thinks she was killed sometime last night."
"Ah, man, this is terrible. 2 murders in a week."
Sean's eyes widened.
"Do you think Felicia killed Alec and Bristol?"
"I honestly don't know. Let's hope the killer left behind some clues this time," Molly said.
"I was going to ask you and your mom if you'd like to have dinner with me tonight, but maybe you'd rather not, considering everything that's going on."
"I know I can speak for my mother," Molly said. "We'd love to have dinner with you."
"Great. I'll pick you up at 8, he said. "You like steak?"
Molly nodded.
"We'll go to Tori's Steakhouse."
He looked over her shoulder toward the park.
"You think Lombardi would like to join us?"
"He might be too busy, but I can ask."
"Remind him he needs to eat."
"I will," Molly said. She saw Caitlin hurrying toward the hotel, her eyes focused on the sidewalk. "Hi, Caitlin," Molly said. Caitlin's head snapped up. When she saw Molly, she started to smile, but then she noticed Sean and her expression became grim.
"Hey, Caitlin,"
Sean said. Caitlin nodded curtly and breezed past them into the hotel. Molly looked at him. Do you two know each other?
I met Caitlin when I moved to Burlington, he said.
She looked at you like you have two heads. Did something happen between you?
He nodded. I didn't have a place to live when I got here, so I stayed at the hotel for a few weeks. Every night after dinner, I'd sit in the lobby by the fireplace and have a drink or read a book. It was the middle of winter, so it wasn't very busy. If Caitlin was working and it was slow, she'd come over and chat with me. At the time, I thought she was just doing her job, being friendly, welcoming. I didn't think she was interested in me romantically, and I wasn't leading her on. But after I checked out, she started calling me every day, asking me out. I told her I wasn't interested, but that didn't stop her. After I opened Treasure Trove, she came by almost every day, again, asking me out. I didn't want to hurt her feelings, but I finally told her flat out I wasn't interested in dating anyone. Next thing I know, there's a rumor going around town that I'm gay.
You think Caitlin told people you were gay?
I don't know, but the timing... He shook his head. Anyway, when Alec moved to town, he stayed here for a while, too. I heard she met him the same way.
You're saying Caitlin dated Alec?
I heard he broke up with her a few months later, after she helped him find a place to live and got him set up at the studio. I felt a little sorry for her when I heard they'd split. He really took advantage of her, and then he dumped her.
It seems to be a pattern, Molly said.
Yeah, could be why somebody killed him, he said.
Chapter 35. Kimber hated her new job at Tori's Steakhouse, but it was the only establishment willing to hire her on the spot. As a vegan, she felt like a traitor working for a slaughterhouse. The kitchen was too hot, and the charred odor of cooked flesh made her sick to her stomach. She wiped her sweaty brow and cursed Brett, her manager at the Blue Onion. After that little chit-chat with Detective Lombardi, Brett told her he was cutting her hours. Expenses are high, business is slow. Total bullshit, she thought. He was easing her out because he pegged her as a troublemaker. She never should have complained to him about Alec, and she never should have told Molly Appleby. If she'd kept her mouth shut, Lombardi wouldn't have questioned her at the restaurant. It was the final nail in her coffin.
"Kimber, order up," the line cook yelled.
"I'm standing right here, moron. You don't have to shout," she snapped.
"Yeah, whatever."
He shoved 2 heavy dinner plates at her. Kimber held her breath as she carried the plates laden with slabs of beef, buttered potatoes, and overcooked broccoli into the den-like dining room. Compared to the brightly lit stainless steel kitchen, the dining room was a warm room of thick red carpet, dark knotty pine walls, and lighting so low she feared she might slam into another server as she navigated around the tables. When she reached the elderly couple at table number 20 without tripping, she almost expected them to break into applause. "1 filet mignon, medium, 1 flat iron steak, rare," she said, putting on her happy face.
"What did you say?"
the man shouted. His skin was so wrinkled, it was hard to imagine he had ever been young, and his tiny body was so shrunken, he looked lost in his 3-piece suit. His wife didn't appear to have a hearing problem, and she was chubby and wearing some kind of Hawaiian muumuu getup. She put her fat lips next to his ear. "It's your dinner!" she yelled. Kimber rolled her eyes and set their plates on the table.
"Can I get you anything else?"
The man looked confused.
"What did she say?"
His wife looked apologetically at Kimber. "We'll have another bottle of Burgundy," she said. Kimber's eyes widened. Over salads and bread rolls, they'd managed to drink an entire bottle of wine? How was that possible? Kimber was amazed. "I'll be back with the wine," she said, and scooted away before the old man could shout at her again. As she made her way to the bar, she noted the hostess had seated 3 people at table number 12, another one of her tables. Squinting in the shadowy light, she recognized Molly Appleby sitting next to a stylishly dressed woman and a giant, bearish-looking man. Kimber gave the bartender the order for the bottle of Burgundy and walked over to their table. "I'm beginning to think you're following me," she said to Molly. Molly looked up in surprise.
You work here too?
My hours were cut back at the Blue Onion. I'm shuttling between 2 jobs until I can find something full-time. Oh, that's too bad, Molly said. This is my mother, Clara Appleby. Ma, Kimber's the waitress who referred me to Jamie Max, the wedding photographer I hired. Nice to meet you, Clara said. Molly gestured to the man. This is Sean Murphy, a friend. A voice chimed in behind Kimber.
No need to introduce me.
Lombardi appeared out of the shadows behind Kimber and took the empty chair at the table.
I apologize for being late, he said.
We haven't been here long, Molly said. May I get anyone a drink? Kimber asked. Sean ordered a bottle of Merlot for the table, but Lombardi ordered a Diet Coke, as he was still on duty. Kimber nodded and went to the bar to place their order. Lombardi leaned back in his chair and checked his phone.
Sorry, he said. I don't mean to be rude, but Bristol's death is all over the news tonight. The media is reporting they got a tip she and Alec were involved with drug dealers from Massachusetts.
Are drugs even on your radar? Molly asked.
It's news to me, he said.
Are there gangs in Vermont? Clara asked.
There are gangs operating throughout New England, he said. Most are drug dealers, but there are others that rob jewelry and electronics stores and any place else they can steal items with high resale values. Alec wasn't a novice criminal. It's not out of the realm of possibility he was involved with some dangerous people. Even if it's not true, maybe the news broadcast will help flush out the killer, Sean said. In TV crime shows, the police plant all kinds of lies to draw the killer out. It always works. Hollywood is not the real world, Lombardi said. What is real is that we found shoe impressions beneath the window outside Alec's house that fit Bristol's shoe size. I thought she might have killed him, but now she's dead, and I'm afraid she might have witnessed the murder.
If that's true, Clara said, why didn't she tell you who killed him?
Too afraid of the person. Or maybe she was protecting someone, Lombardi said. I'm even toying around with the idea she was involved with Felicia and Alec, and that's what got her killed. But I've got nothing to connect the 3 of them.
Molly suddenly noticed Kimber standing in the dusky lamplight with a basket of bread and the bottle of Merlot. She waved her over and watched the young woman quietly pour the wine. Kimber then went over the chef's specials, describing each dish in detail, carefully taking their orders. Molly was impressed. She was an attentive waitress, but not intrusive. When Kimber left with their order, Molly said, Speaking of Felicia, is she spending the night in jail?
No, her lawyer convinced a judge to release her.
Molly was stunned. You let her go?
It wasn't up to me, Lombardi said. The judge ordered her to appear for a court hearing. A tech team searched her business and home, but it will take a while to go through her entire inventory. I hate to say it, but she seems so confident we won't find anything. I'm afraid she got rid of everything Alec stole, or she's hidden it somewhere. She's sticking to her story she didn't know the tiara was stolen.
I don't think you should spend too much time on a gang theory, Molly said. Alec was a prolific philanderer. You should stay focused on matters of the heart. She glanced at Sean. She wasn't sure if he had told her about Caitlin's relationship with Alec in confidence, but she thought Lombardi should know about her. He had so few names of women Alec was involved with, and at this point, with so little to go on, every one of them counted. Sean got the nonverbal message and nodded for her to go on. Do you know Caitlin from the hotel? She asked.
I don't know her personally, but I know who you're talking about, Lombardi said.
I found out Alec dated her for a while, Molly said. After she helped him get settled in town, he dumped her.
Classic Alec, Lombardi said. I'll put her name on my interview list.
Kimber reappeared like a pale ghost with their salads. Molly thought if the goal of the restaurant was to create a romantic mood, the interior designer had gone a bit overboard. The room was so low lit, it was hard to see anyone beyond their table. As Kimber set their plates down, Lombardi's phone chimed. He read a text message and frowned.
"I've got to go."
He turned to Kimber.
"Would you mind packing up my dinner to go?"
"Sure, I'll get a box," Kimber said, and walked off in a hurry. Molly turned to Lombardi. "I wish we weren't leaving in 2 days," she said. "I wanted to help you with Alec's murder, and now you've got Bristol's to solve, too. Will you let me know when you figure everything out?" Lombardi grinned.
"I appreciate your confidence that I'll be able to solve both cases."
His grin faded when his phone chimed again. He read the message and pushed his chair back.
"Tell Kimber I couldn't wait for the box," he said. "Good night, everyone. Enjoy your meal."
As he got up, he leaned over and whispered in Molly's ear,
"Bristol was stabbed with a knife."
His breath was hot, and yet she shivered.
"Maybe I'll find the knife and trace it to the killer. Wish me luck."
"Good luck," Molly said, but he'd already disappeared. Chapter 36. "I wish I'd made more progress on my to-do list," Molly complained. She was in Clara's room the next morning, sitting on the chaise lounge, watching her mother choose an outfit from her closet. "I haven't figured out where I'm going to get my hair done, and I still have to buy shoes and stockings and undergarments to go with the gown, or whatever dress I end up wearing. And I haven't even thought about selling my house, packing up my life and Matt's, and moving the cats to a new state." She stared at Clara. "What happens if Matt doesn't get the residency at Fletcher Allen?" She felt like she couldn't breathe. "How am I going to juggle all the luggage we're going to need to travel back to Vermont to get married?" "Stop panicking." Clara held up a pair of gray slacks. "Take a deep breath. Try to relax. You know, you really should try shopping. It settles the nerves." Molly took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Are those new?" "I bought them a few weeks ago." Clara walked over to Molly and took her to-do list from her hands. "Darling, please don't worry about the wedding. Everything will come together in the end. Kitty and I will help you." She studied the list. "Look at all these check marks. Very impressive. You've done a lot in a short time, and what's left can be handled over the phone or internet. You don't need to be here in person for everything." She handed the list back to her. "Have you decided to tell Beatrice Middleton about her mother's gown and the tiara?" "Yes, and I don't need a note to remind me. It's ingrained in my head," Molly said. "I'm going to call her later today. Now that we know the tiara belonged to Claire Gibson, Beatrice has every right to know about it. And I've decided if she wants the gown, I'll send it to her." "I think you should ask Beatrice if you can borrow the gown and the tiara," Clara said. She walked back to the closet and held the slacks up to a blue silk blouse. "What do you want to do on our last day in Vermont?" Molly smiled. "Check another box off my list," she said. Clara's phone chimed. "I wonder who's calling so early." She looked at the caller ID and smiled. "It's a text from Sean. He wants to know if I'd like to have breakfast with him and go to an estate sale in Shelburne. I'll tell him I can't." "No, don't do that," Molly said. "You love estate sales." "Why don't you come with us?" "No, thanks. I'll be fine on my own." "Are you sure? What about your list?" "Text him back," Molly said. She knew her mother liked Sean. "Tell him you'd love to go." On her own for the day, Molly walked to Java Jitters for breakfast. She wasn't very hungry after that filling meal at Tori's Steakhouse the night before, but coffee was necessary and a pastry was always doable. As soon as she entered the cozy coffee shop, the aroma of freshly baked bread and fresh brewed coffee made her mouth water. Jazzy was behind the counter, and the minute she saw Molly, she ran around it, grabbed her by the hands, and twirled her in a circle. Molly laughed. "What's going on?" "I'm celebrating," Jazzy said. With a smear of flour on her cheek and chocolate smudges on her apron, she looked like a happy little girl bursting to open her Christmas presents. "Whoa, slow down," Molly said. "What are we celebrating?" "I'll tell you over breakfast. Whatever you want, it's on the house." "Well, I can't pass up a free breakfast," Molly said. How about one of those strawberry croissants and a French vanilla latte? Coming right up, Jazzy said. Have a seat and I'll bring it over. The shop was busy and tables were scarce, but a table opened up by the window and Molly jumped at it. She watched Jazzy's staff move expertly from one task to the next, dishing up plates of sweets and breakfast sandwiches and creating coffee works of art. They looked like a professional ballet company dancing in time. Jazzy walked over to the table carrying Molly's coffee and croissant. "Before I forget to tell you," Molly said, "I reserved a room at the Black Horse Inn for the wedding and reception." "Terrific! I love that place. It's a beautiful setting for a wedding." Jazzy sat down across from her. "I told Brandon, when we get married someday, I want to have my reception at the Black Horse." She laughed. "You should have seen his face. I almost scared him to death. He doesn't like to talk about marriage." Molly took a bite of croissant. "Yum. This is really good. It's so buttery and flaky with just the right amount of strawberry filling. Pure deliciousness." Jazzy beamed. "So," Molly took a sip of her coffee, "tell me what we're celebrating." "The police found my ring, and I have you to thank," Jazzy said. "Detective Lombardi stopped by earlier. He told me they identified it from the appraisal. Thank God my aunt had it appraised. He told me you recognized it at Bedazzled, and Felicia was trying to sell it. Of course, she swears she didn't know it was stolen and is blaming it on Alec." Jazzy grinned. "It proves I was right about him. He really was a thieving slimeball. But I want someone to pay for my anguish and distress." She put her hand to her forehead like a woman swooning. "Just kidding," she laughed. "Lombardi told me I'm lucky to get the ring back." "I'm sure there will be other victims who won't be as fortunate," Molly said. "I'm glad no one bought it, and Alec never reset the ruby. I wonder if Felicia knew it was yours. It was risky selling it in the store. You could have walked in and seen it." "He's not going to charge her with stealing it," Jazzy said. "What?" Molly's eyes widened. She felt a flash of anger at Lombardi. "I had dinner with him last night, and he never said a word about dropping the charges." "Oh, really?" Jazzy batted her eyelashes. "You had dinner with the hunky detective? Hey, aren't you engaged?" "It wasn't like that." Molly felt herself blush. "My mother was there, and Sean Murphy. It was strictly a social dinner, and he had to leave early. Did he say why he wasn't going to charge her?" "Yeah, it turns out the cop who took my robbery report didn't inform any of the local dealers about the ring, and since those dealers include Felicia, Lombardi says he can't prove she knew it was stolen." Molly shook her head. "I hate that kind of twisted logic. It was right there in her display case with a price tag on it. He told me he's looking at pressing other charges against her. I hope he gets her for something else." "I wouldn't hold your breath, but I'm glad you got your ring back," Molly said. "Me too," Jazzy said. She glanced over Molly's shoulder. "Don't look now, but someone's staring at you." Molly did look, and saw Jamie Max standing by the door, a to-go coffee cup in his hand. He was watching Molly, and not in a friendly way. His eyes were stern and reproachful. When he saw she had spotted him, he walked over to their table. "Are you going to hire someone else to photograph your wedding?" he asked. "What? No," Molly said. "Why would you even think that?" "I just got off the phone with Detective Lombardi," he said. "He's coming by my studio to talk to me about Alec and Bristol. I know you were with him when he questioned Kimber." "He's questioning a lot of people," Molly said. "He isn't singling you and Kimber out, if that's got you worried." "Molly's right," Jazzy chimed in. "He questioned me." Jamie's face relaxed slightly. "Oh," he said. He looked at Molly's coffee and croissant. "Can I talk to you a minute?" Jazzy took that as her cue to go. "Thanks again, Molly. We'll talk soon about the details for the cake." After she left, Jamie sat in her vacated chair. He was still looking at her suspiciously, and it was starting to annoy her. "So what's on your mind?" she asked. "Kimber thinks you're a cop." I'm not a cop, she said. I'm a reporter. I write for a magazine called Collectors Weekly.
What do you write about?
Mostly antique shows. I also cover dealers and sellers and write stories of interest. Basically, anything having to do with the antiquing world is fair game.
Why were you with Lombardi when he talked to Kimber?
I'm the one who told him about Alec harassing her. He thought it would put her at ease if I was there. Jamie leaned forward.
They're saying on the news, he said quietly. Alec and Bristol might have been running some kind of money laundering operation.
Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up.
Money laundering?
She thought this was worse than the gang theory. It sounds like the press is turning the murders into a made-for-television drama that has nothing to do with reality, she said.
So it's not true?
Molly opened her mouth and quickly shut it. There was a hardness in Jamie's eyes she hadn't seen before. He had such a baby face, but he suddenly looked as menacing as a 2-year-old on the verge of throwing a temper tantrum. When she didn't reply, he took the plastic cap off his coffee cup and took a sip.
Do you like being a reporter for a paper nobody's ever heard of?
Collectors Weekly is a popular magazine in the antiquing world, Molly said, defending the publication.
But you write about antique shows and yard sales, not murder and bad guys. How boring is that?
Molly wanted to tell him he had no idea what he was talking about, but she let him go on.
Wouldn't you love to see your byline on the front page of the Globe?
He put his hands up as if showing off a headline.
That's why you hooked up with Lombardi, isn't it? You're branching out and going freelance.
Molly took a last bite of her croissant. I haven't hooked up with anyone. She wiped her fingers on her napkin. What's really bugging you, Jamie? Her eyes narrowed, giving him a piggy face.
What do you think? You're snooping around in private matters. Kimber's really upset, and I don't like seeing my girl upset. It's your fault her hours got cut at the Onion.
How is that my fault?
Brett didn't like her talking to Lombardi, and you're the reason he came to see her.
It was a casual conversation, and if Kimber didn't want anyone knowing about her and Alec, she shouldn't have told me. She looked at him. Are you nervous about talking to Lombardi? He put the cap back on his cup.
Nah.
He ran a hand through his hair. It stuck up like quills on a duck.
The dude's just doing his job, right? Alec bullied me, so maybe I killed him, right? I get it. Like you say, he's got to look at everybody.
He picked up his cup and pushed his chair back.
You still want me to photograph your wedding?
Molly almost said no. There was something in the way he moved from hot to cold, baby pig face or not, that was disturbing. Still, she couldn't really blame him for being annoyed with her. He did have a point. If she hadn't told Lombardi about Alec and Kimber, or how he'd bullied Jamie and almost put him out of business, the couple would have stayed off his radar.
You haven't answered my question, he said.
Molly looked at him for a long time. Finally, she nodded slowly. Yes, she said. We're still on. Chapter 37. After Jamie left, Molly stayed at Java Jitters, in no rush to leave. She thought about his reaction to Lombardi's questioning of Kimber. Was he blowing it out of proportion? She considered how Kimber might have gone home that night and cried on his shoulder, and Jamie, in typical male fashion, wanting to protect his girl, had lashed out at Molly. She finished her coffee and sighed. She didn't want to cause any rifts in Burlington. If Matt got the Fletcher Allen residency, they would move to Vermont and she would see these people on a daily basis. It wasn't good to be cast as a meddler before she even arrived. She got up and waved goodbye to Jazzy, who blew her a kiss. At least Jazzy liked her. Church Street was busy with shoppers, and Molly decided to take her mother's advice and join them. To her surprise, for the first time in her life, she found shopping did settle her nerves. There was something mundane about trying on shoes and browsing lingerie. It was possible her mother and grandmother were onto something. For the next few hours, Molly shopped and forgot about murder and jewelry thefts. She concentrated on finding a pair of high-heeled dress shoes to go with any wedding gown, a small silk handbag to match, and a lacy nightgown that wasn't going to stay in the shopping bag until her wedding night. Oh no. This one she would model for Matt when she got home. It wasn't a huge haul for the average shopper, but Molly considered it a real accomplishment. Happily toting her bags back to the hotel, she walked into the lobby feeling pleased about her purchases. She couldn't wait to show her mother what she had bought. "Molly, wait," Caitlin said. She was waving at her from the front desk. Molly pivoted and walked over. "You have a message," Caitlin told her. "It's from the police. I don't know why they didn't leave it on voicemail, but here it is." She handed Molly a slip of paper. The message read, "Detective Lombardi requests you meet him at 2 o'clock, Ethan Allen Tower." She looked at Caitlin. "Did the caller leave their name?" "Actually, I didn't take the message. David did, and he's gone for his meal break. If you want to ask him, he should be back in about 20 minutes. "No, it doesn't matter. What's the Ethan Allen Tower, and how do I get there?" "It's a monument to Ethan Allen, and it's not far. I'll show you on the map." Caitlin took out a tourist map and marked the route with a yellow marker. "I wonder why he wants to meet you at the tower. It doesn't even open until May," she said. "Anyway, once you get to the parking lot, it's a short walk." "Do I need to change my shoes?" "If you don't have hiking shoes, you might want to wear sneakers. The trail has a little bit of a climb, not too steep, but it can get dirty or muddy this time of year. There might even still be snow on the trail. It's very shady in the woods." She looked at Molly and smiled. "Don't look so worried. It's an easy walk." Molly wasn't sure she believed her. Caitlin was from Vermont, and an easy climb to her might be the equivalent of hiking Mount Everest to Molly. She thanked her and went up to her room to change her shoes. Before leaving, she called her mother. When Clara didn't answer her cell, Molly left a voicemail. "Hi, Ma. Hope you're having fun with Sean," she said. "I got a message from Lombardi's office to meet him at the Ethan Allen Tower at 2, so I'm going to head over there now. I have no idea what it's all about. I'll call if I'm going to be late." Molly took the elevator back to the lobby and nodded at Caitlin, who was busy checking in a new arrival. Driving out of the parking garage, she took a left onto Cherry Street and a right at the light onto Battery. From there, it was a 7-minute drive to the parking lot of the Ethan Allen Park. She saw a playground in the distance and a woman pushing a little girl on the swings. The girl's happy laughter brought a smile to Molly's face. It would be wonderful to be so carefree. She had to start laughing more. It was easy to fall into a rut and take life too seriously. She glanced at her watch. She was 15 minutes early for her appointment with Lombardi, but decided to walk to the tower ahead of him. The trailhead started off with a paved portion at the end of the parking lot and quickly turned into packed earth. Very soon, she noticed a small sign with an orange arrow pointing the way to the tower. She followed it, trying to get her footing on the snowy embankment and praying she wouldn't slide back down it. She couldn't believe there was still snow on the ground in April. Around her, she heard birds trilling in the trees and small animals scurrying in the bushes. A squirrel darted out on the path in front of her and froze. It twitched its nose and raced up the side of a large oak, and Molly went on climbing. She stopped to catch her breath as the tower rose above her, a dark gray rook piece waiting for the next move in someone's giant game of chess. The wind was picking up, and in the distance beyond the woods, she could hear the murmur of cars. She wasn't far from civilization, but cocooned in the forest, she felt suddenly very lonely. The tower loomed above her, and as she made her way to the tower base, she wondered what on earth Lombardi wanted to talk to her about in the middle of nowhere. Caitlin had told her the tower wasn't open for the season, but when she reached the top of the hill, the door was standing open. Deciding she must have been wrong about the opening date, Molly walked inside and stopped to read a wall plaque about how the tower was erected in 1905 in honor of Ethan Allen, a Revolutionary War hero. She recognized the name from history and the furniture store, but she hadn't known about the home he had built in Vermont upon his retirement in 1787. It was close by the tower, and she made a mental note to tell Matt about it. They would come back another time, walk the surrounding trails, and tour the homestead. The stairs to the top of the tower were metal and clanked loudly as she climbed to the top. She stepped onto the rooftop and took in the panoramic view of Lake Champlain and the Green Mountains. Dark clouds were rolling across the sky, and she hoped it wasn't going to snow again. Molly glanced at her watch, hoping Lombardi wouldn't be late. The wind was getting stronger, and it was getting colder by the minute. She decided to wait 20 minutes, and if he didn't show, she would leave. When she heard someone climbing the stairs, she expected to see Lombardi. She was surprised when Kimber emerged from the doorway. It took her a moment to realize the girl was carrying a tire iron, and she wondered if Kimber's car had broken down and she'd walked to the tower in search of help. But that was ridiculous. They weren't anywhere near the road. Molly was about to ask her, but without warning, Kimber sprinted toward her, aiming the iron at her head. Molly squealed and dodged, dropping her purse as the iron swooshed past her face. It missed her by inches. Kimber didn't hesitate. She made another run at Molly, but instead of running, Molly stepped forward and punched Kimber hard in the nose. Kimber cried out in pain and surprise, sinking to her knees. The iron dropped from her hand, and Molly grabbed it, and after making sure no one was on the ground below the tower, she threw it over the wall. Kimber sobbed, and blood flowed from her nose. Molly looked around frantically for her Chanel bag. She found it on the rooftop, dusted it off, and checked it for damage. "It's a good thing my purse isn't damaged," Molly said. It vaguely occurred to her that Kimber had just tried to kill her, but she was more upset about her bag. "My fiancé gave this to me." "You broke my nose," Kimber wailed. "No, I didn't," Molly said. She took her phone out of her bag. "Even if I had, you deserved it. You tried to kill me." "Who are you calling?" "Who do you think I'm calling? The police." "No, don't," Kimber sobbed. "I'm really sorry." Molly hesitated. She wanted to call Lombardi, but she also wanted answers, and if she called him, she would have to wait. She pulled a package of tissues out of her bag and handed a wad of them to the girl. "Here, wipe your nose." Kimber held them to her nose and groaned. "Did you leave that message for me at the hotel?" Kimber nodded. "I had to get you a load." The tissues were turning as red as her hair. "Tilt your head back a little," Molly suggested. Kimber sat on her heels and tilted her head back. Her face and shirt were covered with blood. It was amazing how much blood could come out of the nose, Molly thought. "You wanted to get me alone to kill me?" "You don't understand." "I'm listening." Kimber scowled. "What were you doing at Tori's last night?" "It's a restaurant," Molly said. "I went out to dinner." "You followed me there, didn't you?" "You're paranoid. I had no idea you were working at Tori's. I thought you worked at the Blue Onion." "You have a lot of nerve calling me paranoid," Kimber said. "I told you about Alec, and the next thing I know, the cops are questioning me. Then you and Lombardi show up at Tori's. I only told you Alec was harassing me because I thought you were just another airhead planning your wedding. I didn't know you were a smartass who was going to sick the cops on me. You should have stayed out of my business." "I didn't realize I was in your business," Molly said. "You're as nosy as a cop. Are you working undercover or something?" Molly felt like screaming. Round and round we go, and where we stop, nobody knows. "I told you before I'm not a cop, and I told your boyfriend the same thing this morning. Don't you two talk? I'm a reporter for an antique and collectible magazine. I went to the Blue Onion with Lombardi because he thought it would put you at ease." She was tired of explaining and wanted to add, "You ungrateful so-and-so." Instead, she cut to the chase. "Did you kill Alec Portman?" Kimber moaned softly and sat down hard on the rooftop. Molly handed her another wad of tissues to replace the bloodied ones. "You have no idea what he was," she said. "I know he was a thief." Molly leaned against the tower wall. "I know he tried to ruin Jamie, and I know he made unwanted advances on you and God knows how many other women. I know he was a man who dumped girlfriends as easily as he changed his clothes, And I know he left his ex-wife paralyzed and never took the time to call his daughter. Want more?" "You left out the fact he was a monster," Kimber sniffed. "Jamie couldn't beat him. It was only a matter of time before he'd have to close his studio, and then where would I be? I'll tell you where. I'd be stuck waiting tables for the rest of my life."
"Did you kill Alec to help Jamie, or to help yourself?"
"It's complicated, but I'll try to keep it simple." Kimber took a deep breath. "Jamie always says to keep things simple." She removed the tissues from her nose. The bleeding had stopped. "I wasn't lying about what Alec did to me. Every time he came into the Blue Onion, he harassed me. Brett wouldn't put a stop to it, and Jamie told me to ignore it, but I'd had enough. One day, I decided to call Alec's bluff. I told him I'd meet him for a drink after work. Of course, he insisted we go to his place so we could be alone." She shivered as if she was cold, and maybe she was, Molly thought. The temperature was dropping fast. Weather in a mountain state was a lot different from the flatlands. One minute it was bright and sunny. The next minute it was cloudy and cold. "I agreed to have an affair with him," Kimber said, "but only if he promised to keep it a secret and stop waging his campaign to shut Jamie down." Molly was shocked. "You had an affair with Alec Portman, a man old enough to be your father, to help Jamie?" "And to help myself," Kimber said. "I don't want to be a waitress the rest of my life. I want to work with Jamie at the studio, but I can't do that until he makes enough money. Alec was hurting business." "How did you go from having an affair with him to killing him?" Kimber's mouth turned down in distaste. "It went on 5 months, and it felt like a lifetime. Honestly, I didn't think it would go on so long. Alec had a reputation with women. I figured he'd get bored, but he didn't." "Did Felicia know about your affair?" Kimber rolled her eyes. "She didn't have a clue. Alec told me he had a fling with her when they first met, but he called it off after a few weeks. Typical." "Okay, you had an affair with him, and in exchange he promised to let up on Jamie," Molly said, thinking it was a terrible idea. "So why did you kill him?" "Because Jamie was getting suspicious," Kimber said. "It wasn't easy for me to live a double life, lying to Jamie, keeping it a secret. I told Alec I wanted out, but he laughed at me. He said he wouldn't give me up, that I belonged to him." Kimber's face darkened. "He blackmailed me. He'd hidden a camera in his bedroom and took pictures. I had no idea. He threatened to show them to Jamie and post them on the internet if I left him." She spread her hands. "What else could I do? I had to get away. It had to stop." Molly was disgusted. "He took pictures of you?" "Yeah, he was real proud of his work." They were silent for a while. The dark clouds were thick and heavy over the lake, and slowly moving. "Did you have anything to do with Bristol's death?" Molly asked. She hoped Kimber would say no. She hoped it would turn out to be a random act of violence. Kimber shattered that idea. "I killed her," she said flatly, and Molly's heart sank. What was she dealing with? Was Kimber insane? Was she a serial killer? "Don't feel bad for her," Kimber said. "Bristol was a nutcase. She spied on Alec all the time. That's how she knew I killed him." Bristol had been stalking Alec, Molly thought. Her mind was racing as she tried to put Kimber's story together. "Bristol was outside the house that night?" "Yeah, peeking in the window, watching him," Kimber said. "She left a note in my mailbox, told me she saw the whole thing and I should meet her at midnight on the boardwalk. When I got there, she had the photograph of me and Alec, the ones he took in his bedroom, waving them around. Then she blackmailed me just like he did. She told me if I didn't give her what she wanted, she would go to the cops and tell them she saw me kill him." "What did she want?" "Jamie," Kimber said. Molly put her hand up. "You've lost me. Why would she want Jamie? Kimber scrunched the bloody pile of tissues in her fist. I don't know if Bristol was crazy before she moved to Vermont, or if she had some kind of mental breakdown after Alec dumped her, but I'm telling you, the woman was psycho. You haven't told me what she meant by wanting Jamie. She said I didn't deserve him, and if I didn't break up with him, she would call the police and show Jamie the photos. Kimber shook her head. I snapped. I mean, really, can you blame me? I'd finally gotten rid of Alec, and there was Bristol threatening me. I was backed up against a wall with no way out. The police haven't found the murder weapon, Molly said. Lombardi had told her Bristol was killed with a knife, but there was no knife at the scene. It was a detail he had kept out of the news. I stole a knife from the Blue Onion, Kimber said. Molly had to tell herself to breathe. Dear God, she really did it, she thought. Only the killer would know Bristol was killed with a knife. After I killed her, I brought the knife back to the restaurant, Kimber said casually, as if she was talking about something as mundane as the weather. I put it in the dishwasher. Molly felt slightly dizzy. Kimber was so calm and cool, it was unnerving. I'm going to call Detective Lombardi, Molly said quietly. You have to confess. Tell him what you've done. Why should I? If he had any proof, he would have arrested me already. Kimber, you just told me you killed 2 people. This isn't something you can walk away from. I don't see why not, Kimber said. There isn't another soul around, so unless you're recording this conversation, I'll deny I ever told you. How do you explain the tire iron? It's not mine, Kimber shrugged. I got it from a junkyard. I'll say I found it in the woods when I was out for a walk. Molly heard voices nearby. She looked over the tower wall and saw 2 young men in blue jeans and Red Sox baseball caps climbing up the embankment. She waved to them, and they waved back. Others are coming, Molly said, turning back to Kimber. You think you've thought this through, but the fact is you assaulted me, and I'm not going to let you off the hook. The voices were getting closer. I'll go to the police station with you, Molly said. No way, Kimber said stubbornly. I'll tell them anyway. When Kimber didn't reply, Molly shrugged and started dialing. Wait, Kimber licked her lips. If I agree to talk to a lawyer, will you hold off? Molly knew Lombardi wouldn't like it, but what could she do? It really was her word against Kimber's. Only if you see the lawyer today, and I go with you, she said. All right, Kimber huffed. Have it your way. She paused. Do you know a lawyer I can talk to? As a matter of fact, I do, Molly said. Chapter 38. After making a call to Elliot Gelman's office to set up an appointment, Molly took a huge risk. She dropped Kimber off at her car in a nearby neighborhood and let her go home to clean up before the meeting. Molly prayed she wouldn't flee. If she did, she had the feeling Lombardi would never forgive her. An hour later, Molly rode the creaky elevator to Gelman's office, still feeling guilty about not calling him and unable to decide if she should call him now. As she stepped off the elevator, her phone rang, and fate made the decision for her. Hello, Detective Lombardi, she said. Molly, I've got news, he said. I'm at Bristol's shop, and I've found photographs in her desk of Kimber with Alec. Were they taken in his bedroom? Yes, he said. How did you know? Kimber told me they were having an affair, she said. There was no going back now. She went on to tell him about Kimber's attack on her at the tower and the girl's confession that she murdered Alec and Bristol. When she finished, he said, My God, are you all right? I'm fine, Molly said. I gave Kimber a bloody nose and let her go home to clean up. What do you mean you let her go? Why didn't you call me? She's probably hightailing it to Canada as we speak. I'm willing to bet she won't. Well, I'm not, he said. I'll send a squad car out to her place right now to pick her up. Please don't, Molly said. She should be on her way here. Where's here? Elliot Gelman's office. I set up an appointment for her,
You set up an appointment for her with a lawyer? He huffed into the phone. I have to question her, and she's going to lawyer up.
She made it clear she wouldn't talk to you. She's scared and needs help.
She should be scared, he growled. She murdered 2 people and attacked you.
I'll let Gelman know.
I'm on my way,
Lombardi interrupted, and the line went dead. On his way over to Gelman's office, Lombardi had to repeatedly tell himself to calm down. Molly had done what she thought was best, and if it was true Kimber wasn't going to confess to the 2 murders, then the meeting with Gelman might at least start the judicial ball rolling. He was relieved Molly wasn't injured. If something had happened to her, he didn't know what he would do. Tricia looked up from her computer screen when Lombardi walked into the reception area. Well, if it isn't Detective Lombardi, she said. She was smiling, but her tone was chilly. They're expecting you. He knew Tricia. They had grown up on the same street and graduated from high school the same year. In senior year, she asked him to the prom, but he'd turned her down because she wasn't blonde or thin. He didn't think she'd ever forgiven him. Not that it mattered. She was happily married now with 2 kids, and he had to admit she looked terrific, better than most women her age. Still, he had to wonder, if he had gone to prom with her, would his life have turned out differently? Lombardi followed her to the conference room. He'd been in the room before on other cases. Molly was sitting behind the table across from Gelman and Kimber. Kimber's eyes swiveled to him. She looked smug and confident, no longer the scared and worried girl he'd questioned at the Blue Onion. She was sipping coffee from a mug with a John Quincy Adams quote that almost made him laugh out loud. Whoever tells the best story wins.
Good to see you, Tony,
Gelman said. Lombardi shook his hand, and Gelman gestured to an empty chair next to Molly. Lombardi ignored it and sat at the head of the table. He didn't like Elliot Gelman, at least not professionally. He'd gone up against him in court too many times and lost. The man represented state's defendants and was good at getting them off. Lombardi set the folder he was carrying on the table and pushed it across to Gelman.
Just so we're clear, Gelman said. I've met with my client and have advised her not to answer your questions. If you have anything to say, you may address me. Did you interview Molly?
Gelman shook his head.
Ms. Appleby declined to talk to me.
Lombardi looked at Molly, grateful she had kept quiet. He wanted her for his witness.
Take a look at these photographs, Lombardi said. I found them at the office of Bristol Price this afternoon.
Gelman opened the folder and flipped through the photos.
Molly informed me earlier that your client confessed to murdering Bristol Price and Alec Portman.
Kimber's head jerked up. She glared at Molly. That's not true, she said. I didn't tell you anything of the sort.
Kimber, please be silent,
Gelman warned. Lombardi went on.
As you can see, these photographs show an intimate relationship between Alec Portman and your client. I want to ask her about that relationship.
Gelman closed the folder.
All I see in these photos are 2 consenting adults. There's no crime in that. Your client confessed to Molly she killed Alec Portman, and it's obvious she had an intimate relationship with him. I'm sorry, Detective, but my client did not confess to killing anyone. She is, however, willing to go on the record to state she had an affair with Alec Portman, and Bristol Price was spying on them. In addition, before he died, Alec Portman confided in her that Felicia Castor was aware of their affair and had threatened to kill him if he didn't end it.
He pushed the folder back to Lombardi.
These photographs of Kimber and Alec in no way prove she murdered him or anyone else. I think you need to have a conversation with Felicia Castor, but I won't tell you how to do your job. Kimber confessed to the murders, Lombardi said. I'll have Molly swear out an affidavit that states the facts and take it to a judge.
Gelman leaned forward, his face sympathetic.
Tony, he said, I believe Kimber may be suffering from a mental strain brought on by her lover's death. If you arrest her for murder, I'll have to ask the court for an evaluation by an expert in mental health. I have no doubt Such expert will acknowledge Kimber has been under undue stress, which has contributed to her making up stories.
Do what you like, Lombardi said.
In the meantime, I'll take Molly's witness statement and hand my report over to a prosecuting attorney. If I have to, I'll get a warrant to question Kimber regarding the deaths of Alec Portman and Bristol Price, as well as a search warrant.
Gelman pushed his chair back.
Are we done here?
Oh, no, Lombardi said.
There's also the matter of your client assaulting Molly.
Gelman's eyebrows shot up.
Assault? What assault?
Lombardi turned to Molly.
Go ahead. You can tell him now, he said.
Kimber lured me to the Ethan Allen Tower and attacked me with a tire iron, Molly said.
She tried to kill me.
Gelman didn't blink.
Where is the tire iron now?
I threw it over the tower wall, Molly said. Last time I saw it, it was on the ground. Gelman looked at Kimber.
Well, this changes things.
I've sent someone to the tower to collect the iron, Lombardi said. He stood up and took a pair of handcuffs off his belt. Kimber's eyes widened. What's going on? She looked at Gelman. I thought I could go home. Am I being arrested?
Detective Lombardi is going to read you your rights, and he'll take you to the police station and book you, Gelman said. I advise you not to say anything to him or anyone else. I'll see about getting you out on bail.
Bail? Without warning, Kimber threw her coffee mug at Molly, who managed to duck before it hit her. Coffee sprayed across the table. This is all your fault! I can't believe I'm being arrested! Kimber screamed. She turned on Gelman. I never should have talked to you. I can't go to jail for having an affair. I didn't kill Alec or Bristol.
The police are charging you with assault, Gelman said. Don't make things worse by lashing out. I'll take care of things.
But Kimber wasn't listening. She jumped on the table and tried to climb across it to get at Molly. You punched me in the nose. You should be the one getting arrested. Lombardi had to grab her around the waist and drag her back.
Shut up, he said sternly. Arms behind your back.
You can't do this, Kimber wailed, squirming under his grip. I didn't do anything wrong. You told me you killed Alec and Bristol, and I thought you were going to come clean, Molly said. You're a liar, Kimber hissed. I told you I wasn't going to let you off the hook for assaulting me, Molly said. I'm just sorry I didn't call the police from the tower. I'll get you for this, Kimber snarled. Lombardi pulled her to the door, but she wasn't done. Felicia Castor killed Alec and Bristol. I had nothing to do with it. She kicked her legs, as if she could reach Molly from across the room. You're going to pay for this, Molly Appleby. You just wait and see. Chapter 39. Molly put her phone in her Chanel bag. She had just spoken to Lombardi and was relaxing in front of the lobby fireplace with her mother, sipping an after-dinner Bailey's Irish cream liqueur. The dark clouds had finally broken, and rain drummed loudly against the hotel's windows. What did Detective Lombardi have to say? Clara asked. Molly sighed. The warm fire was comforting after such a long and frightening day, but it was making her sleepy. Kimber's bail on the assault charge will be set tomorrow, but Gelman filed an affidavit that Jamie signed, swearing Kimber was home with him on the nights of both murders. It will make it harder for Lombardi to get his warrants. Jamie must be lying, Clara said. Kimber knew Bristol was killed with a knife. Only the killer would know that, right? Unfortunately, I knew about it because Lombardi told me. She could make the case I'm setting her up. What about the affidavit you signed about the tower incident? Doesn't that count? Of course, and hopefully a judge will agree to issue the warrant based on my affidavit, but Lombardi says there's no guarantee. Clara leaned back against the pillows. After everything that's happened, I'm having second thoughts about moving here. I don't think Matt should accept a residency at Fletcher Allen. Vermont is too dangerous. Despite her nagging fatigue, Molly laughed. North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, they've been dangerous too, remember? Every place is to some degree. Clara sipped her drink. Alec Portman was a horrible man. I'm glad Violet and Lindsay went home. I wouldn't know what to say if we saw them tonight." She looked at Molly. "Is Lombardi going to tell them about Kimber's arrest?" Molly finished her drink. "Yes," she yawned, "but not until he's officially charged with murder." "You look exhausted, dear, and we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Why don't you go to bed?" "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to call Sean to say goodbye and make sure he has all of my contact information. Then I'll call Lex and remind him we're flying home tomorrow. I also want to catch up on what's happening at the auction house. You go on to bed." "Did you tell Lex about the Art Deco ring?" "I suggested he pass on it. Felicia won't get a dime of money from his client if I have anything to do about it." "Good call," Molly said. She leaned over and kissed her mother's cheek. "See you in the morning." Clara touched her cheek. "Sleep well, darling." Molly walked to the elevator and pushed the button. Her eyes were getting heavier by the minute. The day was catching up to her, and she still needed to pack for the flight home. As she rode the elevator to her floor, she wondered how Jamie had taken the news about Kimber's arrest for assault, the pending charges of murder, and if Gelman or Lombardi had told him about her affair with Alec. Had it sent him over the edge? Did that explain why he lied to Gelman and the court and signed a false affidavit? Molly thought it was a foolish move on his part. He could go to jail for committing perjury, and she had no doubt Lombardi would be relentless in pursuing a case against both him and Kimber. Molly stepped off the elevator, walking slowly down the quiet hallway to her room. As she swept her card key in front of the sensor, she heard the door to the room adjacent to hers open. The light on the sensor flickered to green and the door clicked open, but as she turned the door handle, she sensed a change in the air behind her. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed her by the arm and shoved her inside the room, throwing her to the floor. She landed hard on her hip, but despite the pain shooting down her leg, managed to roll over and get to her feet. Facing her attacker, she had a sudden flash of déjà vu, only this time it wasn't Kimber trying to kill her with a tire iron, but a man in black wielding a large knife. He wasn't even trying to hide his face. Adrenaline kicked in as he raised the shiny blade. Molly ducked around him as he struck, and the knife missed her and slammed into the wall with a loud thud. He ripped it out before she could make it to the door, waving the blade at her, taunting her. Fearing for her life, Molly knew she had to act fast. Surprise had worked on Kimber at the tower, and she hoped it would work again. She ran straight at him, and he was so surprised he barely had time to register what was happening before she kicked him hard in the kneecap. His leg buckled and he fell to the floor with a loud oomph, giving Molly enough time to scoot around him and wrench the door open. She ran down the hall, screaming for help. A door opened, and a young man stuck his head out. "What's going on?" "There's a man after me," Molly cried. She pushed her way into his room and slammed the door shut behind them. Her savior's name was Jules. After calling the police, he gave Molly his cell phone to call her mother. Her own phone was in her purse, which she had dropped when the man pushed her into her room. Her hands were shaking so badly she couldn't punch in the numbers. Jules did it for her, and 10 minutes later, a police officer named Ruiz was in the room questioning her. Clara held her hand. Her mother assured her Lombardi was on his way, but for Molly, it seemed like an eternity waiting for him to arrive. When he got there, his presence was like a tornado, sweeping into the room, taking command. He walked directly over to Molly. "Did you see who did it?" he asked. "Yes, I already told Officer Ruiz everything," Molly said. She looked at her hands. They had stopped shaking, but her heart felt like it was still pounding 100 beats per minute. "It was Jamie Max," she said. Lombardi got a quick rundown on what happened from Ruiz. "Put out an APB on Jamie Max," he told him. "Officer Gabrowski's downstairs in the lobby coordinating a sweep of the stairwells and every floor. Check to see if the hotel has security cameras." "Yes, sir," Ruiz said. He nodded at Molly and left. Lombardi knelt in front of Molly. She was sitting in a chair with her legs tucked up beneath her. Jules had given her the extra wool blanket from the bed to wrap around her shoulders, but she still felt cold.
"I'm putting out an all-points bulletin on Jamie. Don't worry, we'll find him," he said.
Molly realized it was the first time she had seen Lombardi look scared.
"Thank God you're all right," he said. "How did it happen?"
"He came up behind me," Molly said. "He must have been in the room next to mine because I heard the door open, and then he shoved me into my room and threw me on the floor. He came at me with a knife, and I kicked him in the kneecap on the second round. It gave me enough time to get out."
"He must have been waiting for you," Lombardi said.
The door to Jules's room had been left open. Molly turned her head as someone knocked on the doorframe. Caitlin stood in the hallway, nervously wringing her hands. "I heard what happened." She came in and walked over to Lombardi. "I met Officer Ruiz at the elevator. He told me Jamie Max attacked Molly and said I should tell you Jamie called the hotel a few hours ago and booked a room. He specifically requested the room next to Molly."
"You didn't think it was strange he asked for the room next to hers?" Lombardi asked.
"Well, no, because he didn't say Molly's name specifically. He gave me the room number he wanted, and it was available, so I booked it. He told me his apartment was being painted and the fumes were giving him a headache. It made sense he'd want to spend the night at the hotel."
Lombardi turned to Molly. "This was premeditated, no doubt about it."
"But why attack Molly?" Clara gripped her hand. "It isn't fair." Molly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were all looking at her, waiting for her to reply. Even Jules, who sat cross-legged on his bed, looked eager to hear what she had to say. "I find it odd," Molly said, "that Kimber told me Bristol had those racy photographs of her and Alec, and brought them with her to the boardwalk to blackmail her." "What's odd about that?" Clara asked. Lombardi said,
"What's odd is that I found them in Bristol's desk."
"Right," Molly said. "So why didn't Kimber take the photographs with her after she killed Bristol? How did they end up in Bristol's desk?" "I'm confused," Clara said. "I thought Alec had the photographs. How did Bristol get them?"
"She was spying on Alec," Lombardi said. "Felicia knew he kept a spare key by the back door, and maybe Bristol did too. She could have found the photographs in the house and nicked them."
Feeling weary and cold down to her bones, Molly pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "Alec was killed with an antique pot smashed into his head, and Bristol was killed with a knife," she said. "Kimber attacked me with a tire iron, and Jamie tried to kill me with a knife. Do you see a pattern?"
"The knife," Lombardi said.
"Jamie could have killed Bristol with the knife," Molly shivered. "Or do you think they were a killing team?" Lombardi's jaw tightened.
"I'm going to get to the bottom of this, don't worry."
Molly shifted on the chair. Her bones hurt, especially her hip. "I don't want to go back to my room," she said to no one in particular. Caitlin stepped forward. Molly had forgotten she was there. "There's an empty room next to your mother's," she said. "I'll help you move your things." New York Harbor, October 1939. Standing on the bridge of his ship, Richard Rayner used his binoculars to search the pier. There were no police or federal agents in sight. Only Leo, his wife Frida, and their 2 daughters. He watched them meet Ravi, and his throat tightened as they embraced. He kept his binoculars on them until they were out of sight, and as he lowered them, he realized he'd been holding his breath. He let it out slowly.
"Everything all right, Captain?"
his first officer asked.
"Oh, yes," he said. "Everything's fine."
They made it, he thought. They really made it. Leo and his family were safe. Wiping his brow with his handkerchief, Rayner realized this day ranked as the most significant of his maritime career, and perhaps his entire life. He handed the binoculars to his first officer and left the bridge. The sky was darkening on the horizon, and the winds were blowing off the ocean. There was still cargo to unload and work to be done, but he went to his cabin and closed the door behind him. He had to see the tiara again, and reached under his bed. He set the box on the bedspread, and opening it, marveled over the expert craftsmanship, the fiery sparkle of the diamonds. He thought of his older daughter, Claire. She was so much like him, a big girl, tall and loud, full of opinions. Her younger sister, Beth, was small and petite, like her mother, and was already married with his first grandson. He hoped Claire would settle down like her sister, but she was stubborn. She had made it clear to her parents she would only marry for true love. He prayed to God every night true love would find her, and when it did, he would give her this beautiful tiara to wear on her wedding day. He wished he could tell her the story behind it, but it was far too risky. The story would have to remain a secret. He put the tiara back in the box and slid it under the bed. When she did marry, he would have it engraved with his favorite Bible verse, "Love never fails." 3 little words, but a powerful reminder. Evil may be strong, but evil can be conquered by love. As he stepped out of his room and onto the deck, he felt the full force of the wind tugging at his uniform. In the sky, seagulls screeched as they flew low and close to the fishing trawlers heading out to sea. He wanted to yell at the fishermen and the gulls, "A storm is coming, stay ashore." But he knew what they would say. The storm is far away. There's plenty of time. If only that was true, Raynor thought, as he headed back to the bridge. In his heart and soul, he knew time was running out. Chapter 40. Molly's cell phone rang on the bedside table, waking her. She doubted it was Matt. They had talked for over an hour last night. She had to keep reassuring him she was safe, and at the end of the call made him promise to let her sleep in. She picked up the phone and answered with a weary hello.
"Sorry to call so early," Lombardi said. "I hope I didn't wake you."
"Doesn't matter," she said. "I haven't slept well all night."
"I wanted to let you know Jamie is in custody and I've arrested him."
Molly sat up in bed. "Where did you find him?"
"After I left the hotel last night, I drove by his apartment. The idiot was home with the lights blazing. I looked in the window, saw him packing a suitcase, and called in the cavalry. I had him in handcuffs in about 8 seconds. There's nothing I like better than a stupid criminal. He was stuffing his bag with shorts, flip-flops, and bathing suits. He told me he was going to Mexico. I told him his trip was canceled."
Molly leaned into the pillows. "Did he say why he tried to kill me?"
"He first tried to blame it on Kimber's arrest, saying it was all your fault. I told him the assault charge was the least of her problems, and reminded him I was going to charge her with 2 counts of murder. That's when he freaked out and started crying like a baby. He told me, and I quote, 'Kimber didn't kill Bristol, I killed her. She only killed Alec.' As if killing only one person made it not so bad."
"Kimber didn't kill Bristol?"
"Nope," he said. "She told you that to protect Jamie."
"Oh, dear God," Molly groaned.
Turns out Jamie didn't know about her affair with Alec, or that she murdered him, until she got that note from Bristol telling her to meet her at the boardwalk. That's when Kimber broke down and told him everything. He said he went with her that night to protect her, and hid behind the bushes while the women talked. He heard Bristol tell Kimber she would go to the police unless they came to a financial arrangement.
"A financial arrangement? That's crazy. Kimber and Jamie don't have a lot of money. Or do they?"
"Not yet they don't," he said. "With Alec out of the way, Bristol figured Jamie's business would take off. Her own shop was failing, bankruptcy loomed, and she needed an infusion of cash."
"Did he see the racy photographs?"
"He didn't know what I was talking about."
"Then Bristol didn't have them with her. Kimber was lying. What about the knife he used to kill Bristol? Was Kimber telling the truth about that? Did she put it in the dishwasher at the Blue Onion?"
"She lied again," he said. "Jamie used the same knife to attack you. He told me I'd find it on the kitchen counter. Like I said, stupid criminal. Forensics has it now. They told me there are traces of dried blood embedded in the handle. If it matches Bristol's, Jamie and Kimber are going to jail for a long time.
No bail?
Not if I can help it.
Good. Molly was relieved.
One more thing you'll want to know. Jamie told me the reason Kimber wanted to kill you. He said she was protecting her grandmother, Betsy Stratton.
Molly's mouth dropped open. You've got to be kidding me. Betsy is Kimber's grandmother?
I would never kid about such a thing, he said, a touch of humor in his voice. Betsy's daughter is Lonnie Stratton Morris, and Lonnie's daughter is Kimber Morris. Betsy is therefore Kimber's grandmother. Got it?
Yeah, I got it. She closed her eyes. Why was she protecting her grandmother from me? I wouldn't hurt Betsy.
Jamie told me Betsy was behind the wheel of the car that almost mowed Alec down in the street outside the Blue Onion. Betsy told Kimber you knew she was the driver. Why didn't you tell me?
I guess I should have, but Alec was already dead by the time she told me, and I didn't want her to get in trouble. Molly opened her eyes. Betsy said she hated Alec, and I thought it was because she thought he'd robbed Adele and caused her heart attack. Was there more to it?
Kimber told her grandmother about the affair, and after her first attempt to get out of it failed, Betsy thought if she ran Alec down, that would be the end of it.
Molly felt her throat shrink to the size of a pea. I hope she didn't encourage Kimber to kill him, she managed to say. Are you going to arrest Betsy?
Alec's not around to press charges, so I don't see the point. I'd say she's got enough to handle with her granddaughter being locked up.
He paused.
So, do you think you'll like living in Vermont?
Molly couldn't help it. She laughed. Let's just say I had no idea my stay was going to be so eventful.
Are you still going home today?
Our flight leaves at 2:15.
You might want to delay your trip.
Why?
I talked to Beatrice Middleton.
You did? Why didn't you tell me?
Because I talked to her right before I got the call you were attacked at the hotel, and it didn't seem like the right time to tell you last night.
Oh. Well, I was going to call her yesterday, but with everything that happened, I forgot. Does she want the gown and tiara?
She was amazed they were found, he said. And you're going to be even more amazed when I tell you the rest of the story.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure you're going to believe me, he said, and laughed. I'm still having a hard time believing it myself.
And he told her why.
Chapter 41.
The car engine idled curbside at the U.S. Airways terminal at the Burlington International Airport as Molly opened the trunk. She took her mother's rolling suitcase out and set it down on the sidewalk. Thank you, dear. Clara pulled up the handle. Are you sure you won't come back with me? I want to tell them in person, Molly said, glancing at her watch. You need to check in, and I need to get on the road. Clara hugged her. Let me know when you get there. I will, Molly said. Have a safe flight home. 4 hours later, Molly drove into Newburyport, Massachusetts, a historic coastal seaport town with brick sidewalks, cobblestone streets, and quaint shops and restaurants. Her destination was Violet Emerson's white colonial. The white clapboard house, with black shutters and a red door, was on a quiet, shady street. The driveway was narrow, but there was enough room for Molly to park her car behind Violet's Avalon. The brick walk to the front door was edged with a colorful garden of spring daffodils and pungent, groomed boxwoods, and before Molly could reach the wheelchair ramp, the front door swung open. Welcome to Newburyport, Violet greeted her. Please, Molly, come in. It's so wonderful to see you. She wheeled her chair into the foyer. What have you brought us? Molly was carrying the garment bag with the wedding gown. You never got to see the wedding dress, she said. I thought you'd like to. Oh, yes, I would, Violet said. Lindsay took the bag from Molly. I don't know about you two, but I'm starving, she said. Are you hungry, Molly? I am, Molly said. I haven't eaten since this morning. I dropped my mother off at the airport and drove here. Let's eat first, Violet said. We'll look at the dress after lunch. The house was over 100 years old, but walls had been removed and hallways widened for Violet's wheelchair. Molly followed the two women past a living room filled with both contemporary furniture and antiques. She recalled Violet telling her the antiques were gifts from her parents. At the rear of the house, the kitchen and dining room had been converted into a large room flooded with sunlight from two skylights and a pair of French doors opening onto a sunny brick courtyard. "Your home is lovely," Molly said. "Have you lived here long?" Violet nodded. "I bought this house when Lindsay was only 2 years old, right after I finished rehab and landed a job in childcare at Sunnyside Daycare. I manage the place now," she said proudly. "I was very stubborn in those days. I insisted on buying my own home. My parents thought I was crazy when I bought a 2-story house with stairs." She laughed. "But I had an elevator installed, and it hasn't been a problem." "Growing up in this house, I never lacked for friends," Lindsay said as she hung the garment bag on a coat rack by the French doors. "All the kids in the neighborhood wanted to ride the elevator." Molly sat down at the table across from Violet and Lindsay. Turkey sandwiches and tuna salad awaited, as well as a basket of muffins and a large bowl of fresh fruit. Violet poured iced tea and handed a glass to Molly. "Is it an etiquette faux pas to talk about what happened this week while we're eating? I'm bursting to talk about it." "I don't mind," Molly said. "It's okay with me," Lindsay said, "but hand me a muffin first." Violet passed Lindsay a blueberry muffin. "Detective Lombardi called this morning," Violet told Molly. "We were relieved to hear he caught Alec's killer, and Bristol's, the poor thing. But then he told us this Kimber woman attacked you at the Ethan Allen Tower, and her boyfriend Jamie tried to kill you at the hotel." Violet shook her head. "I was horrified, Molly. He said you were very brave, but I'm so sorry. I never thought your life would be in danger when I asked you for your help. You could have been killed." "But I wasn't." Molly spooned fruit salad onto her plate. "I'm glad I could help, even if my role was to play unwitting bait." "He told us about Alec, the jewelry scheme in Chicago, his Uncle Henry's arrest, and what he was doing at Bedazzled with Felicia. I'm still in shock. Is it true? Was Alec really a jewel thief?" "The police think he was a pro, and his thieving didn't stop in Vermont. But so far, there's no hard evidence to prove he stole more than a single ruby ring and a diamond tiara. It will take a while for them to go through Felicia's inventory. And Lombardi thinks she got rid of the hot items Alec stole, or she hid them." "He told us Felicia claims she didn't know anything about Alec's scheme." "I'm afraid a good lawyer will get the charges against her dismissed." "Why do you think Alec did it? Was it for the excitement, or the money?" "Maybe a little of both," Molly said. "I always knew my father was a selfish bastard," Lindsay said. "He was born without a conscience." "I'm not sure that's entirely true," Molly said. She reached for her Chanel bag and took out a small white envelope. "I have something for both of you. Lombardi found it in Alec's safe." She handed the envelope to Violet. Inside was the photograph of Alec sitting next to her on the couch with their newborn baby, Lindsay. Violet gasped. "I don't believe it," she said. "He kept it all these years." "What is it?" Lindsay asked. Violet handed her the photograph, and Lindsay's eyes widened. "Is that me?" "You were only a week old when that picture was taken," Violet said. "I know you never heard from your father again, and you thought he was a horrible man," Molly said gently. "But this photograph must have meant something to him." Lindsay didn't seem convinced. Her face was set in stone. "Well, I guess we'll never know," she said. Molly's heart broke for her, and she could see from the hurt expression on Violet's face she felt her daughter's pain. "They say time heals all wounds." Lindsay placed the photograph face down on the table. "But they never say how long it takes." Molly picked up her fork and ate some fruit. Violet sipped her tea. They were quiet as they ate. Molly thought about her own father, and wondered if he had any photographs of her and Clara, and if he looked at them from time to time. Finally, Lindsay broke the silence. "Are you going to tell us about the diamond tiara? Because Lombardi said you were going to." Molly wiped her mouth with her napkin. "There's another photograph." She took her phone out of her purse. "The tiara is being held in evidence for the time being, but Lombardi took a picture of it so I could show it to you. Take a look." She handed her phone to Violet, who held it up so both she and Lindsay could look at it. "Oh my, it's gorgeous," Violet said. "What exquisite detail." "I didn't handle the tiara, but my mother did," Molly said. "She played a role in getting it back. This is going to sound crazy, but she told me it felt alive in her hands. She had the feeling it was happy to see her." "Perhaps it knew it was being rescued," Violet smiled. Molly laughed. "After being held captive almost 70 years, it probably wanted to dance a jig." "Did my father steal the tiara?" Lindsay asked. "Yes," Molly sighed. There was so much to tell them about the robbery at Brookside and Adele's past, but she didn't want to muddy the waters with too much information, at least not at this point. But she would have to tell them before she left. "You can't see it very well on the photograph," she said, "but there's an engraving on the inside band." She paused. "Love never fails." Violet's head jerked up. "Are you serious?" "Yes, it's really there." Lindsay looked at her mother, and then at Molly. "What does it mean?" "It means," Violet spoke softly, "the tiara your father stole at one time belonged to your great-grandmother, Claire Gibson." Lindsay looked blank. "Darling, I know I've told you about how her home was broken into in 1943. Lindsay's mouth fell open. "Okay, sure, the jewelry heist. I remember. But I'm lost. Who did he steal the tiara from?" "The police believe Alec stole it from Adele Stiles," Molly said. "And I believe Adele stole it from Claire. I found an old newspaper article about the robbery. The reporter interviewed Claire's housekeeper, a woman by the name of Adele Griggs. Lombardi was able to confirm Adele Stiles' maiden name was Griggs." "Wait a minute," Lindsay said. "Your wedding gown, didn't it belong to Adele Stiles? Or am I getting her name mixed up with someone else?" "No, you're right," Molly said. Violet's eyes swiveled to the garment bag. "Molly, don't tell me the dress—" Her voice trailed away. Molly got up and took the gown out of the bag. She brought it over to Violet and draped it across her lap. "This is your grandmother Claire's wedding gown," she said. She went on to tell them about Manfred Trousseau and Alexei Manfred's identifying marker on the back of the label. "That's how I was able to trace it to her," she said. "Of course, at the time, I had no idea you were related to her, but Lombardi searched for living relatives of Claire Gibson and found your mother, Beatrice, living in Boston. Imagine his surprise when she told him you were her daughter." "Oh, dear," Violet said. "He told her you had Claire's wedding gown?" "Yes," Molly said. "When he told me you were Claire's granddaughter, I thought he was joking. So I called your mother, and she told me you'd changed your last name to Emerson years ago." Violet nodded. "I didn't want to keep Portman after the divorce, and I didn't want to go back to Middleton. Ralph Waldo Emerson is my favorite poet." She stroked the soft material of the gown. "Why hasn't my mother called me?" "I asked her not to," Molly said. "I wanted to see you in person to explain everything." "This is incredible," Violet said. "I'm holding my grandmother's wedding gown. It's been missing for such a long time. How can we ever thank you?" "No thanks are necessary," Molly said. "My grandmother Claire never cared about the stolen jewelry, but she was furious her gown and tiara were stolen," Violet said. "Her wedding dress and tiara had sentimental value." "Did you tell Alec about the robbery at Claire's house?" Violet gestured casually with her hand. "Well, yes, I did mention it before we got married. It was one of those family stories. but I can't believe he would remember something so trivial."
"I'm not surprised," Lindsay said. "I bet that's how he got the bright idea about robbing homes and stealing jewelry in the first place."
Violet's eyes widened. "Oh dear, I hope not," she said.
"I should tell you, he could have sold the tiara for a lot of money," Molly said. "It's been appraised for $30,000.
Lindsay whistled low.
"Why didn't he sell it?"
"He recognized the engraving," Molly said. "He told a witness in the case he was going to give it to someone he knew a long time ago." She turned to Violet. "I think he was going to give it back to you." Violet bent her head over the dress. Her shoulders shook as tears began to fall. Lindsay got up and knelt by her mother's side. Feeling like a voyeur, Molly got up and walked outside. The courtyard was landscaped with sculptured bushes and budding cherry trees. She imagined they would look beautiful when they were in full bloom. Sitting on a lawn chair, she breathed in fresh sea air. The soft, murmured voices of mother and daughter drifted through the open door. What an incredible week, Molly thought. If Adele had never moved to Vermont, and if Molly hadn't bumped into Betsy outside the Princess Bridal, she never would have uncovered the truth about the gown and tiara, or been able to give them back to Violet and Lindsay. Alex and Bristol's deaths had darkened the discovery, but something remarkable had occurred. Long-lost connections between the past and present had merged, and she was glad to be a part of it. After a while, Lindsay came outside, followed by Violet in her wheelchair. Her face was flushed, but she was smiling, and Molly was relieved to see her looking so happy. "Now it's our turn to tell you something," Violet said. "You brought the wedding gown here to give to me, but I should tell you, the gown and tiara don't belong to me. They belong to Lindsay." Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. "Claire Gibson was a stubborn woman," Violet went on. "Despite the theft, she requested the eldest daughter of each generation inherit the gown and tiara and pass them down to their daughters, if they had any, hoping they'd be found one day. That means they went first to my mother, then to me, and now to Lindsay." "Claire was more than stubborn," Molly said. "What an optimist!" Violet grinned. "When we met you at the hotel, you told Lindsay antiques have a history, and if they could talk, they would have stories to tell. Well, this gown has a story, and it's about a charitable, kind woman who was feisty and strong, and who married for true love." Her voice broke. "Even after her husband, Walter, was killed in the war, Claire always called him her great love. She never remarried." Violet took Lindsay's hand and spoke directly to her. "Sweetheart, Claire and Walter loved each other very much. I always hoped I would find true love when I married, but it wasn't in the stars for me. I believe you and Keith share this wonderful, miraculous love, and I hope you will cherish each other as long as you live." Lindsay leaned over and kissed her mother's cheek. "Thank you, Mom. I know we have something special together, and I promise not to blow it." Molly blinked back her own tears. She thought about Matt and how much she loved him. She couldn't imagine her life without him. Love never fails. And maybe, Molly thought, it never dies. Molly turned to Lindsay. "Now that you have the gown and tiara, you don't have to look for a dress anymore. It will look lovely on you, and I'm sure the police will be able to release the tiara in plenty of time for your wedding." Lindsay laughed. "Look at me, Molly. I'm a peanut compared to my great-grandmother. The gown will look like a sack on me." "You can have it altered," Molly said. "I have no intention of altering it." Lindsay glanced at her mother, who nodded. "Here's the thing, Molly. Legally, the gown and tiara belong to me. That means I can decide what I want to do with them. So, while you were out here waiting for us, Mom and I called my grandmother. The three of us talked it over, and we're all in agreement. It's time to break with tradition." Molly was confused. "What does that mean?" "I'm giving you the gown and the tiara." "Oh, no. No, I can't take them." "You can, and you will," Lindsay said stubbornly. "Molly, I saw the gown on you. It fits perfectly. It was made for you. And the tiara goes with the gown. They have to stay together. That's all there is to it." "But they belong to your great-grandmother." Molly's head was spinning. How could Lindsay give them away? "Don't you want to wear them and keep them in your family? What if you have a daughter someday?" Lindsay shrugged. "I'd rather buy my own wedding gown and design my own headpiece. If I have a daughter, she can wear them when she gets married, or not. It will be her choice. Either way, it's time for a fresh start." "No, it's not right," Molly said, shaking her head. "The gown and tiara combined are worth about $60,000. It's too much." "In case you haven't figured it out by now, our family is wealthy. I don't need the money, and I don't want them for sentimental reasons." Violet laughed. "There's no use arguing with her, Molly. She's fiercely independent, and when she makes up her mind, there's no changing it. In that way, she's very much like her great-grandmother Claire." "Please don't put me in this position," Molly begged. "They're valuable family heirlooms." Lindsay rolled her eyes. "They're relics that haven't been in our family for a very long time," she said. "My grandmother didn't wear them when she got married, and neither did my mother. Why should I? I want something fresh and new, and if Claire was alive, I think she'd agree with my decision." She winked at Molly. "Besides, like I told you the day we met, I'm really not into antiques." Chapter 42. Molly's plane landed in Raleigh at 6 o'clock that evening. As she neared the exit gate, pulling her suitcase and carrying her garment bag, she saw Matt waiting for her by the security perimeter. He was so tall and handsome he took her breath away. When he spotted her, he waved and met her with open arms. Molly, exhausted, fell into them. People pushed past them. Loudspeakers squawked arrivals and departures, but all Molly could hear was the sound of his steady heartbeat. Matt pushed her hair away from her face and kissed her. "My beautiful girl, I missed you so much," he said. "I missed you too." Molly looked at him and grinned. "Are we turning into Kitty and Lex?" He wiggled his eyebrows at her. "Get ready, baby. I might start calling you 100 times a day." "Uh-oh," Molly laughed. "There go my cell minutes." "Let me help you." Matt took the garment bag and grabbed the handle of her suitcase. "What's in the bag? Did you buy a new dress?" "No, it's Claire's gown," she said. "Whoa, hold on," he said. "I thought you were going to give it to Violet and Lindsay." "They wouldn't take it, and they don't want the tiara either. They wouldn't let me leave the house until I agreed to take them." "Molly, they're worth a fortune." "Let's walk," she said, and strode off. Matt caught up with her. "We can't keep them," he said. "I told you they insisted I take the gown, and the minute Lombardi releases the tiara, Lindsay's sending it to me." She glanced at him. "Violet thinks they were meant to be with me, and it's kind of spooky. I'm actually beginning to agree with her." "I'm not comfortable with any of this," he said. "I know how you feel, but there was nothing I could do about it. Violet threatened to put the gown and the tiara in a closet and let them gather dust. She said she'd read all my articles and knew if there was one thing I couldn't stand, it was an unloved and neglected antique anything. What choice did I have?" Matt laughed. "Well, put that way, I guess you were out of options." They walked outside into a hot, steamy night. Molly sighed as she felt her hair begin to frizz. Matt pointed the way to short-term parking. "On the flight home, I was thinking about my great-grandfather," Molly said. "Did I ever tell you about him?" "No, I don't think so," he said. "He was a jeweler in Germany before World War II, Molly said. He got drafted into the army and was injured fighting in France. He immigrated to America a few years after the war. Anyway, according to family folklore, he designed a diamond tiara and gave it to a Jewish family before they fled Germany. I don't know if it's true, but what if it is? Now I'm going to have my own diamond tiara with the engraving 'Love Never Fails.' The words seem poignant when I think about my great-grandfather, Rolf." "Helping people must be a family tradition." He glanced at her. "I'm in awe of you, Molly Appleby." You are? She was thrilled. Why?
You helped the police solve 2 murders, and you uncovered the mystery surrounding Alec the jewel thief and Adele Stiles' secret life, and also connected Violet and Lindsay to a gown and tiara that had been missing from their family for decades. Who else could do that in a week? It will be an incredible story for the magazine.
Thank you, Molly blushed. But I think I went a little overboard this time. I'm lucky I didn't end up joining the Celestial Choir. Matt put his arm around her shoulder.
Well, in my humble opinion, Kimber and Jamie never had a chance. They didn't know who they were up against.
Molly fanned her face as a ribbon of sweat dripped down her back. She hadn't told Matt every little detail about how close she had come to being killed. She was afraid if he knew, he might never let her help the police again. This heat is oppressive, she said. I miss Vermont.
Do you? Well, I'll find out on Friday where I'll be doing my residency. There's going to be a special ceremony on campus for all of us to open our official match day letters at the same time.
I'm so excited. I hope it's Fletcher Allen and we move to Vermont. It's a beautiful place to live. They reached Matt's car, and he opened the trunk and put her suitcase inside. Molly hung the garment bag up on the backseat hook. She felt grateful to Lindsay for her generosity. She hoped she and Matt would have a daughter one day. If they did, she would give her the dress and tiara when she married, and she would tell her the story of how she found them. She would also tell her about the other tiara, the one her great-grandfather Rolf gave to a Jewish family to help them escape Germany. As she buckled her seatbelt, she thought about how incredible it would be if Claire's tiara was actually Rolf's tiara. That might explain why her mother felt it come alive in her hands. It had recognized her. After all, Clara was Rolf's granddaughter. Molly shook her head. Of course, that made no sense. The engraving "Love Never Fails" was written in English. There was nothing German about it. Rolf's tiara was probably somewhere in Europe. She hoped it wasn't collecting dust in a closet. As they pulled into the line of cars waiting to pay for parking, Matt said, I had no idea wedding planning was so much work. I feel bad I wasn't with you. I told you before, Mr. Groom, it's not your job, she said. Besides, it was a bonding opportunity for me and Kitty, and I love spending time with my mother. Did you get everything checked off your list? Not everything, but the things I had to do in person are done. I'm looking forward to Jazzy Joyce's lemon cake. I'm glad to see you have your priorities in order, Molly laughed. The cake is delicious, and I know you'll love the Black Horse Inn. You should see the room. There's a... Her voice trailed off. Matt looked at her. What's wrong? I forgot something, she said. And it's important. He took her hand. Is there anything I can do? Yes, she said. Will you hire a new photographer? Boston, Massachusetts, June 1941. Walter Gibson walked into the Parker House hotel lobby, his eyes scanning the room for the prettiest girl in the world. He knew people would laugh at his description of Claire Rayner. She wasn't fashionable or svelte or unassuming. She was almost as tall as Walter, who stood 6'1" and had what his mother liked to call big bones. She was boisterous and loud and unapologetic, and Walter loved her. He first heard about Claire a year ago when she was hired to work for her father, Richard Rayner, as a clerk at Rayner Shipping. Claire was 25 years old, the older of 2 daughters born to Philip and Margaret Rayner. She was an independent woman with her own apartment and a job on the south side of Boston teaching 3rd grade to underprivileged children. He met Claire at the beginning of summer, and his first impression confirmed the general scuttlebutt he had heard in the break room. Claire was neither sprightly nor stylish, and would never grace the cover of Vogue magazine. But despite her lack of interest in fashion, she had an air of regality about her in the way she moved, a graceful manner taught to women of wealthy families expected to excel in social etiquette. Walter never expected her to notice him. After all, he was a lowly clerk, generally unseen. But she found him alone in the office one day and asked him out to lunch. Walter was shocked by her boldness, but he accepted the invitation. He was very nervous, but Claire put him at ease, and his fears soon melted away. She told him her family wasn't old money rich, but had worked hard for every dime. She made it a point to tell him she was not a snob. Walter laughed. "I never thought you were," he said. But they both knew he had, because everyone made that assumption. Claire Rayner was the daughter of a very wealthy man. No matter what she said about her family's humble beginnings, in his mind, she would always be a princess to his pauper. On the way back to the office, Claire reached out and took his hand. Walter instantly felt a physical jolt, like a shot of electricity, soar through his body. She felt it too. He could tell from the way her ruby-red lips parted, and her eyes locked on his own. They stared at each other, holding hands for what seemed like a very long time, when in reality it was no more than a few seconds, and in that instant, Walter knew he was falling in love. As an employer, Richard Rayner was an excellent boss who treated his employees well, but Claire was his daughter, and he would want her to marry well. Walter was a low-salary clerk and had very little to offer. He lived in a tiny flat in the Back Bay, where the only window had a view of the brick building next door. Claire deserved a man who could provide her the best. He told her this one day as they strolled along the Boston Common. The very idea of never seeing her again made him feel as if his heart would break, but he could not, would not, drag her down with him. Claire listened politely and told him he worried too much. Then she gripped his hand and led him back to the office. "We'll speak to my father together," she said. She did not break stride, and Walter, relieved and in awe, went along willingly. That day, Walter discovered something about Richard Rayner. He loved his daughter and would do anything for her. She told him she was a grown woman who knew her own mind. She had been an obedient child, had gone out with every man her mother and father wanted her to date, but she refused to marry a man she did not love. She had stubbornly waited for the right one, and here he was, her father's clerk, Walter Gibson. It was providential he had come to work at Rayner Shipping. There was nothing more to say. Richard Rayner gave his older daughter what she wanted, and what she wanted was Walter. Walter straightened his tie. He was amazed at the dreamlike quality his life had taken. Despite the war raging in Europe, there were 2 glasses of fine champagne on the table in front of him, and a shopping bag on the floor by his polished shoes. The bag held a special gift for his bride. In truth, it was a gift from her father, a stunning tiara to wear on their wedding day. Walter thought it was a touching gift for a father to give his daughter, but Rayner told Walter he must present it to Claire as a gift from himself, as a token of his love. Then he added, "You must consider the choices you make in life, Walter. To love and protect those you love, and do what you can for your fellow man when you're presented the opportunity. This tiara is more than a gift. It is a testament to life." Walter had no idea what Rayner was talking about, but he accepted the tiara and promised to give it to Claire. He looked up as the doorman stepped aside and opened the lobby doors. Claire strode into the Parker House lobby as if she owned the hotel. She saw him and waved. Heads turned, and Walter felt a swell of pride and joy as she rushed to be with him. He couldn't wait to marry Claire, to have children with her, to grow old together. He loved her more than anything in the world. With or without a tiara to crown her head, she was, and always would be, the prettiest girl in the room. This concludes A Treacherous Traitor by Ellery Adams, narrated by Andy Arndt. Copyright 2015 by Jennifer Stanley and Parker Riggs. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.